Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How is everybody doing? Can you guys hear me okay? We have a little bit of a problem here. Oh, no. How about now? Can you guys hear me okay now? All right. All right. Actually, if someone can come up and tell me which one was better, the first time I asked, can you hear me okay? Or the second time I asked, can you hear me okay? Or if it was the same. Because the first one accidentally tried a different method. James, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Good. Which time was better, the first time or the second time?
They were both exactly the same for me. I heard you perfectly.
Perfect. Perfect. That's very good. All right. Alan on YouTube Live says first one was better. The first one was my AirPods accidentally connecting to my laptop, which is the macro analyst account co-hosting. Ken says same on both platforms. Alan says same. Okay, never mind. All right, James, what do you think about these production delivery numbers? Let's get right to it.
I don't know. You know, I'm pretty happy with them just because I guess I look at it like analysts and the street has their predictions, but nobody in the world is making, true BEVs and the numbers that Tesla are. And I just think it's all temporary. You just have to be a long term and wait it out. How about you?
Mm-hmm. Well, the deliveries are definitely lower than expected. There's no question about that. I mean, literally every single person missed by 20, 30, 40,000 units on deliveries. Okay. And I don't think Tesla singled out any single reason for that, right? Let's see. There's the investor relations. So in the investor press release, Tesla said, in the first quarter, we produced over 433,000 vehicles and delivered approximately 387,000 vehicles. They talked about energy. They said decline in volumes was due to the early phase of the production ramp of the updated Model 3 at our Fremont factory and factory shutdowns resulting from shipping diversions caused by the Red Sea conflict and an arson attack at Gigafactory Berlin. And then they talk about the earnings call that's about to come. So no detail on. I mean, this is obviously refers more towards the production, and doesn't look like they're not offering any reason for deliveries miss. So the only thing we're left to conclude with is demand. But if anybody has any other views, you're welcome to request to speak. I would like different views to be voiced in the space. So if you disagree with what I just said, just request to speak.
What do you think the numbers would have been if they didn't have the arson attack, if they weren't ramping Cybertruck and the new Model 3, and it wasn't January of a new year in a presidential election year? What do you think the numbers would have been this quarter?
Well, I don't know honestly, obviously, but the thing is, like, I don't think you listed interest rates in there, did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and I think that's the primary reason why the deliveries are down. So election year, I'm not sure how much that impacts Tesla's delivery numbers. Are you referring to Elon's tweets when you say that, or something else?
No, just traditionally, in my experience, anyways, whenever we have an election year and people aren't really sure, and the interest rates are high, and people aren't really sure what to expect after November, then I think people are holding on to their money a lot more, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I mean, I'm not saying your opinion is not valid, okay, but I'm not sure if it's a material reason for deliveries. And we know for, but anyway, let me hear some more views first. Joseph.
I was just going to say, Jeff Lutz on a Spaces with Herbert earlier today gave a pretty good explanation of his best guess, since there isn't a lot of delivery information. But him being on the supply side, basically said production, the gap between production and delivery in this quarter is a result of the mid-quarter delays. So the production number, yes, they were able to start producing again, but those deliveries, there was no way, based on the timing, that they were going to be able to deliver those produced vehicles during the same quarter, just because of both the arson and the Red Sea events happening mid-quarter. And then same goes for the Model 3 ramp. They were ramping late in the quarter, but all of those products take 2 weeks to deliver. So he can go more, and if you watch it, he goes in more depth, but that's the gist of it.
Well, the reason why I'm hesitant to take that, to believe that reasoning, is because he did not come out mid-quarter and say we're going to have much less than expected deliveries, all the way down to 386,800 units. So we knew those events. And if somebody doesn't come out after those events happen and predict what happened, to offer this as explanation after the fact, I think it should be approached cautiously. Machine.
Yeah, I caution people from trying to rationalize their viewpoint versus taking the data as is to create a viewpoint. And I think there's a lot of people from many aspects of this company over many years incorrectly doing that, especially people who were bearish on the company many years ago, trying to skew data to fulfill their narrative. And now I think it's a little bit changed. And what we have here is a very big picture. It's very simple in the big picture. And the very big picture is there's less demand for Tesla vehicles and electric vehicles than there were in years past. And you can go through some pretzel logic of all these different aspects of, supply restrictions and this and that. And there will always be some counterpoint to it, whether you claim it's interest rates, and then you could say, well, why wasn't interest rates affecting other OEMs? You could claim supply chain, well, why didn't it happen for these other companies? The fact is that electric vehicles are in less demand. The used car price market is predicting this. And it's not to take blame. No one's blaming anyone, but it's very simple. There's low demand in Q1 seasonality. And in this case, Tesla's now sold less cars than they did a year ago. When a year ago, they already cut prices a bunch. Interest rates were already pretty high a year ago. So it's not about the delta in interest rates. That doesn't explain the difference. So it's just simple. There's not as much demand.
I agree with everything you said. What do you think is going to actually? If there are any other views, please request to speak. I'd like to hear more views, more diverse views, maybe some disagreements that we can dig into. Machine, what do you think will be the stock price? Where do you think the stock price will bottom? Let's kind of talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, obsession over deliveries in a quarter, you could argue doesn't matter much long term, and we can go into that later, and that's fair. but in the short term, it does matter. And the estimates of the earnings for the current year and even maybe next year, it does matter. And now you're getting to a point where I think it's possible. I think it's likely that either before or after earnings that the share price will be around $150. And it's hard to predict where sentiment goes, how heavily things can get oversold, how much further it could go. I think it would only go much further if the earnings report itself and the earnings call is very bearish sentiment. So that's just my base picture. I go into why, but I don't want to talk too much.
Okay, let's get MB Murdos. And as a reminder, MB, you have to stay on mute until I call on you.
Okay, sorry about
while
that.
others are talking. Go.
Gotcha. Following up with Machine, I personally would like a Model 3 Ludicrous or Performance. I cannot buy it. I would like a Model Y refresh. I cannot buy it. And I've on the list in late 2025 to get a Cybertruck. I cannot buy it. I think there's a lot of that going on. People wanting but can't get it yet.
Well, that's definitely going to be the case. Partially, it doesn't explain the drop in prices that are highly correlated between Model 3 and Model Y. People aren't waiting in November 2023 for the January plus 2025 Model Y refresh. I mean, that's quite a long whiles away. The Model 3, absolutely, like that makes sense partially. But these prices are going down in conjunction, highly correlated between Model 3 and Model Y. So it's an aggregate problem. And even the Model S and X, same thing. Prices going down. Not as much demand at the previous price level. There's no refreshes coming for those. So I do believe that's part of it, but it doesn't justify the aggregate, in my opinion. And we see that with the fact that, 3 months ago, you had some speakers in here constantly saying that the conversion of the tax credit to a rebate, point of sale rebate, by itself would stimulate all this demand for the Model Y. And that hasn't been fully the case. I mean, I think maybe it has stimulated a bit, but not that much. And meanwhile, the Model 3, I think people are missing, even though that there's this refresh, it's lost the tax credit altogether. And I don't think that can satisfy the increase, the increase in demand does not overcome a $7,500 loss. So I think the Model 3, they've raised the prices a little bit, even though they basically haven't made many. It actually is maybe not a good thing. You would think, considering there should be so much more demand and there's such limited supply, that they would have had to raise the prices more. I think they may be slow moving the production ramp of the Model 3 on purpose. They didn't have a problem in Shanghai. There could be supply chain issues, but it's also possible there's limited demand for it right now in the worst quarter, seasonality wise. We'll see. I'm not saying these things are chronic. I agree a lot of them are temporary, but I think they do give insight in terms of having to maybe reset what you think the long-term operating margins or gross margins are for the automotive business.
I see Omar in the crowd. If he wants to come up and if Omar wants to come up and chat, he's welcome. It's hard for him to see him in the crowd now that he doesn't have a check mark. What happened to the check mark? Did he just change his name and lost it temporarily? But Machine, let's get what MB has to say, and then I also want to talk about energy as well. MB?
Yes, sir. I've all of his points taken, but what are we talking about here? A 10, 15% shortfall on these numbers? I honestly think there could be 10 to 15% of people that, regardless of tax rebates or not, like myself, my family, my friends, if they're interested and a Model Y, I'm telling them, hey, you might want to hold off a few months and check this out. I like your Model Y. Well, probably within the next year, I'm not saying there's an overwhelming majority thinking like this, but I think there is a number out there that could go along and play into this situation a little bit. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. Omar, what do you think about the production delivery numbers?
Well, very disappointing number for sure. Very rare to see a year-over-year decline. I think coming in under 400,000 was a bit of a shocker. Even Troy was at, I think, 407,000 or something like that. So definitely a disappointment, but at the same time, kind of understandable given everything that's going on in the quarter. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think it's the end of growth for them. And I don't think really the $7,500 tax credit was the issue here. If you look at the Model 3 and you pay attention closely to what people have been saying, they've been delivering the standard range model and they've been delivering the black interior. But the long range model and the white interior, they haven't been delivering. So there are actually supply chain issues, I think, that are holding up production here. Obviously, the performance model isn't being produced either. I think it's legitimately a ramp up issue. And so you've got a new Model 3, which everyone wants to buy, right? You got MB KHD going out and saying, this is the most, the best Tesla, the total, perfect car, whatever. You got all these YouTubers saying, oh my God, we love the new Model 3. And a good chunk of people can't get their orders. Then you got the Model Y, which is really the bread and butter of the company, more than half the sales last year. And it's now sort of the older model. In China, they've already started producing the slightly updated Model Y with ambient lights and the new dash, but it doesn't have the rear screen and stuff like that. So it's kind of like the half refreshed Model Y. So they haven't started selling that in the US either. So essentially, you had Model 3, which I think people wanted, but there isn't enough supply in the United States. In China, you had kind of a seasonal weakness, which is natural in that market. You had Chinese New Year. You look at BYD sales, which are much more heavily, China focused, and they fell even more sharply. So that's kind of like, okay, that's just the seasonality there. Then in the US, I think, a lot of people looking at the new Model 3, liking that, expecting the changes in the Model Y. So you can basically call that a botched Model Y, botched Model 3 launch a little bit. And, the Shanghai team did it great, but that's the Shanghai team. They're the best in the world as far as Tesla's factories go. And then you have some other minor headwinds with, Berlin and some of the Red Sea issues and other stuff. So, you know, just talking to people on the ground, these are really great products. Even the Model Y, the older one, my roommate who got it, he's giving Lyft rides, and everyone says, "Oh, I want to buy this." Everybody loves the new Model 3, the Cybertruck. They've got some really great products here that I think should lead to some pretty strong growth, but they just need to really ramp them. And there's a little bit of a transitional issue there, I think. And EVs just aren't as cool as they were before. You know, when you like, I was just looking at, for example, retail gasoline prices. So this period from 2020 to 24 of massive growth really coincided with fuel prices just running up like crazy and, EVs becoming more mass market, more affordable. There being more affordable options on the market. Affordable being, kind of in the 50 to $60,000 range. So a lot of people said, okay, I'm fed up with $7 gas. I'm going to go to an EV. Now you've seen with interest rates, EVs getting more expensive and fuel getting a lot cheaper. So I think that's also kind of played into the sentiment too. But you look at, for example, GM, Tesla saw about a 9% decline in EVs. GM saw about 20%. You look at Rivian, for example, they have now had three consecutive quarters of decline in deliveries. So there's various headwinds. It's a black eye. It's an embarrassing number. I think the Bears are going to have a field day with it. But you know what? I was actually surprised by the strength in the stock market reaction, right? So you saw the numbers come out. You immediately saw like this downward correction. But then I think a lot of people were kind of surprised by the resilience. And I think there are some buyers there who are saying, look, it's a bad number, but we look at FSD, we look at everything that's happening, and we were hoping for an entry point. And that was me.
Yeah,
And,
let's
I thought,
let's dig into that a little bit. So, machine. I think everyone agrees there were some potential buyers out there that were waiting for this negative event to wash out, and we have seen some dip buying, obviously, this morning. Now, having said that, the stock hasn't really recovered all the way. I think it was down. The low of the day is $163 per share, and we're at 166. Do you think this selling will go on for a couple more days and then up? Or do you think we're maybe expecting a few months of volatility here?
I'm not entirely sure at this level. I would say the only thing I'm confident that if we stay around this level into earnings, and the earnings shows, like 50 cents of EPS, and the sentiment on the call is lukewarm at best, then the stock will be lower after earnings than it is right now. In the meantime, I don't know. It could go up. It's a battle between short-term and long-term for the stock right now, because the short-term sentiment over the next year for the automotive business, and I'm not talking about FSD software, right? I'm trying to separate these things out, is not bullish for legitimate reasons in terms of margins and growth. But if you look long-term, even on the automotive business, you can forecast out a reasonable estimate of discounting back from 5 million vehicles, why you would think, the share price could be worth 200 to maybe 300 optimistically on automotive. But that's, years away. So there's a battle between those two. And then on top of that, you have the FSD.
Okay.
So
All
yeah,
right, so
I don't.
all right. So I
guess
would. So we have a few hundred people. We have a few hundred people in the space right now, and I would really like people to come up and share their views of the production and deliveries. If they were disappointed, if they were, if they're buying more, what kind of strategies they're following in the coming weeks and months, what are they looking forward to? I would appreciate a diverse set of views today. So, you're request to speak if you have anything to share. All right, Casey. Sorry, Machine, go ahead. And next.
Sorry, I just want to add one thing, which is more addressing Omar's comments a bit. I mean, I agree with his end comments on demand, but I don't really understand the Model Y excuse. The Model Y is highly in demand. There's no refresh coming soon. 3 months ago, he was talking about how demand for Model Y would go up because of the tax credit going to a rebate. And now there's excuses for that demand's less because people are waiting for a refresh in over a year. I don't buy it.
Okay. And I have a couple questions for Machine. Casey, go ahead. You may unmute yourself. Casey is on mute. Maybe he'll figure it out. Maybe doing something. Machine, we have a question for you in YouTube live chat. Ranger asks, maybe Tesla should offer lease buyouts to boost demand. So one criticism that Tesla has, outside of Tesla Bulls group on X, when I kind of watch other channels or look at other accounts that are not necessarily following Tesla that closely, as soon as you say these like lease amounts, monthly lease payments that Tesla offers, very cheap monthly lease payments, people write it off as, well, you can't buy it at the end. the fact is most people don't buy the lease at the end, okay? And they just roll it into a new lease. But for whatever reason, there's a portion of the population that's kind of stuck on this idea that Tesla doesn't offer lease buyouts. What do you think about that? And then
I found it really interesting how low the lease percentage was in this quarter's deliveries.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's in line. Machine. And then
I'm sure that could have some effect. I don't know how to quantify how much. I'm sure that would help a bit with leases. Sure. I don't think that's going to counter the fact that, it's not going to counter the full delivery drop. I mean, keep in mind, deliveries not only dropped, I mean, they didn't, even if you had a full Model 3 production and deliveries, that would bring you back to equal to a year ago. You're still not growing.
okay, just don't. All right, let's not. I want to focus on this lease idea. Okay, so Omar just pointed out that the lease percentage was 1-2%. Was only 1-2% of the deliveries were leased out. To put it in context, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Lexus, and other kind of premium brands, majority of their deliveries are leased out. Now, despite the fact that Tesla's leasing are way more aggressive than others, it's still only 1-2%. So let's see what Tesla Yoda has to say on this.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just looking at, I think the Nasdaq is down 1.2% right now, and Tesla has, I think, a beta of almost 2. So, technically 3% of today's or the current loss of 5.4% is attributed to macros. So Tesla is actually down a lot less than the 5%, 5.3% you're seeing now, which is, I just want to say that's kind of peculiar. So personally, I think there should be a down day tomorrow, or at least a down day for the rest of the week. I don't think we've seen the bottom in terms of attributing it to the performance of Q1.
Omar?
Yeah, I do think it's interesting, especially when you consider what the rest of the market is doing. The response is very muted. But I think when you look at Tesla, it's been, I think, the worst performer year to date in the S&P 500. And I think that's really driven by the fact that there are participants in the market who have visibility into these numbers. They do extensive channel checks. They follow guys like Troy. They run drones over the factories and the delivery centers, and they make it their business to find out what's going to happen before the market gets the official numbers from Tesla. And I think there was that a little bit of that kind of trading going on, such that a lot of this was sort of priced in, even though you would think, looking at the consensus, wow, it came way under consensus. But there seems to be in the market a little bit of a sort of feeling that a lot of this was priced in already.
Yeah, and I think the biggest positive is that the production numbers are still quite healthy at 430, I think it's 433, and that the gap between production and deliveries shows you that the cause is logistics. Essentially, inventory is very expensive for a car company to hold. So if it was truly a lack of demand, I think Tesla would have really slowed down production, so that you would have seen a much closer production number to deliveries. Yeah, just wanted to offer that thought.
Well, it is interesting that they kind of blamed supply related issues, but just looking at this, I mean, Tesla clearly has the production capacity to produce more than, I think, 500,000 cars a quarter. So they can produce more than 500,000 quarters. They could go over 2 million this year easily, but it's the delivery numbers that don't seem to really be supporting that. I mean, we we're like we really need to see delivery numbers over 500,000, not under 400,000. So there does seem to be what I think you could call a demand issue here. And it started to become apparent with really last year. Last year they started cutting the price, and so they were still able to deliver a lot of growth. Now they've gotten down close to COGS enough that they can't do that anymore. So they seem to be taking some moves to prioritize profitability over growth. But you just look at the numbers and you say, okay, 420,000 for Q1, they missed that. In Q2, they did 466,000. Do we think they can beat that in Q2? I don't know. So maybe the issue isn't really production here, although there do seem to be the Red Sea and the Berlin arson event and some major production related headwinds. And maybe that sort of pushed deliveries out. They weren't able to make it to the right place in time or something. But it does seem like demand could be a larger issue here than production. Or rather, the demand for the cars people want to order, does not match up with what they're able to supply. They're supplying overwhelmingly Model Y, the old Model Y. And I think consumers are really wanting Cybertruck. They're wanting the new Model 3. And they're really wanting a Model Y that's updated to have the same features as the new Model 3.
Tesla Yoda, do you think the stock bottoms here based on what you said that the reaction has been muted? Maybe some of it was already priced in. Do you think it bottoms here and then moves upward? Or do you think there's a bit of a delayed reaction and this downward move is going to take a few days?
Yeah, given the numbers, I was expecting today to be a down day of, around 10 to 12%. And that would be quite palatable as the long-term investor if it was down 12%. And that's why, again, the fact that it's only down, five and a bit here is a bit peculiar. I think maybe some of that is priced in, but still, I was expecting a bigger shock. Just a little bit of a city-specific anecdote. Take the city of Vancouver in Canada as an example. There was a big chunk of the quarter where um, the original Model 3 ran out of inventory. And for at least I would say a month, if not a month and a half, there's zero Model 3s that could be purchased new. And then of course all the used inventory were gobbled up as well. And so you have this disconnect between supply and demand for Model 3 in this particular city. Whereas if you're not addressing that Model 3 demand, some of them migrate to Model Y, but a lot of them are just going to wait for the new Model 3, which is sort of now in market. So I think a lot of that, yeah, there's just a lot going on this quarter, but I think some of which can be attributed to just the logistics of not being able to supply uh, markets with the new Model Y, whereas the original Model Y has been cut off.
Okay. Now let's get Machine's view on that. And then I do want to go back to that leasing question. I think it's an important question. Machine?
What's the question?
Are you with your family and kids again?
Well, I'm sitting in my Model 3, unrefreshed, no hardware 3, in front of the ocean. And it's amazing. You can still enjoy it without those things.
What are you doing? Just kind of like looking into the ocean as the market digests the production delivery numbers?
Well, I was staring at the money I made from my puts, and then I've been coding up a new cost function, loss function for my
neural nets, optimizing them.
Okay, so here's the question that Ranger asked a few minutes ago that I think that maybe people aren't like I really would like us to kind of think about this a little more. And I don't have a view. I mean, I do have a view, but I don't want to share it right now. So Tesla famously does not offer a buyout option at the end of the lease term. Other automakers are taking advantage of the fact that you can, even if a battery doesn't qualify for these IRA credits, you can still, apply it to the lease payment, lower the lease payment, get the credits from the government, and kind of pass it on to the customer through a lower lease payment, even if it doesn't qualify for a $7,500 at point of sale discount. And other automakers are, taking advantage of that. And Tesla has also lowered lease payments substantially, especially for the Model 3, and as well as others as well, like Model Y as well. And yet, only 1 to 2% of deliveries are leased. And the only possible explanation here is that people are choosing to purchase Teslas, and potential lessees are choosing other brands, probably because Tesla doesn't offer a lease and buyout option. Do you think Tesla should offer a buyout option at the end of a lease? So Machine, and then Omar, and then Yoda.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably, but I think it is worse for them financially. They're leasing the cars out themselves. Generally, the business is stronger when they just sell the vehicles in cash. So it kind of seems like they're taking some steps to prioritize profitability over growth.
Yeah, I think giving consumers options is always a good move for the consumer. So I would vote that they give that buyout option at the end. I think as a business owner, the government gives business owners favorability in terms of capital cost appreciation, etc., whereby it makes sense to actually purchase the vehicle. Whereas in years past, I've leased vehicles, and that's specific to zero emission EV incentives. So I think that's just as an anecdote why you might see, even given the option, some people will actually still purchase the vehicle.
Okay, let me just adjust what Omar said, which is he said it's better from a profitable perspective to sell it. But I think the opposite is true. I think it's better from a profitability perspective if when Tesla leases it out and drives demand up for these vehicles. But the cash profile, the cash payments are better if you sell it up front. So to the extent that Tesla's prioritizing profitability, it would actually make more sense to offer options, like Yoda said, to a buyout purchase at the end, potentially driving up, attracting potential lessees from other brands to Tesla. Now, having said that, I actually think that Tesla should continue to not offer a buyout option at the end. And for two reasons. One, if we have once we have a Robotaxi network, these vehicles are going to be much more valuable, so Tesla will want them back at the end, etc. But also, once you lease it out, you've introduced an incentive to your business to not cut prices. So whereas in the last 2 years, Tesla has tremendously driven down the price of its products in line with its mission and accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy in future years, maybe not imminently, but definitely in future years, all else equal. Had they had a big book of leases on their balance sheet, they wouldn't have been able to take that action. So I think that's a very important long-term distinction. And Elon talked about this about a decade ago on the earnings call as well. But
I just think people need to get out of their minds that the currently produced Model 3s and Model Ys are going to be the core of the Robotaxi network. It's quite likely going to be the next-gen vehicle, primarily as it may be designed a bit differently to more functionally work as a Robotaxi. It may have slightly different sensor positionings, these sort of things that just makes it quite likely that as you scale up robotaxis, it doesn't go from 0 to 1 instantly, and you're going to have a scale up, and that scale up can coincide with the next gen vehicle or even the next gen Model 3 and Y. So I just think relying on this idea that the current vehicles, we got to buy them back from their leases because we need them for the robotaxi network, just doesn't really make much sense to me.
well,
Even if it did,
you're addressing part of the picture, but you're missing the other part, which is even if we assume the current Model 3s and Ys aren't going to be added to the Robotaxi network at all, even if you assume that, you're still disincentivizing from starting that Robotaxi network and driving down the per mile prices of the Robotaxi network. Because, for example, if somebody has a car today, whether it's a Tesla or another brand, and Tesla turns on tomorrow the Robotaxi network and you're going 50 cents a mile, some of those people will turn in their cars, driving up to supply in the used market for that brand, for that make and model. So you're still disincentivizing your business from innovating.
maybe I missed part. You were saying, okay, let's say the Robotaxi network is ready to go in a month, and I missed this part. You're saying competitors' cars are going to be sold off, or obviously there's going to be demand for Tesla cars. I still don't see how you need to have lease. You're afraid that the lease buyback becoming an issue. You're still going to have plenty of cars for the Robotaxi network if you need them for temporary reasons.
So if you drive up your demand for your leases, if you drive up the demand for your leases, which the proposal on table, which is to introduce a buyout option at the end of a lease, would drive up the demand for leases. As Yoda said, more options for consumers drives up demand. Okay. But what that would result in is a balance sheet that is similar or closer to Ford and GM, which is tens of billions of dollars of debt on the balance sheet because Tesla has to finance those leases. When you lease out a car, you're not selling the car. The ownership doesn't change hands. The ownership stays with Tesla. So it would sit on the balance sheet, asset side of the balance sheet, the car would. And on the liability side would be your financing, which is tens of billions of dollars of debt, which is what Ford and GM and others have today on their balance sheets. It's a ticking bomb, their balance sheets are. Okay. Let's assume for a second, as soon as Tesla turns on the Robotaxi network and it's affordable per mile, less than $1 a mile, some of the people who own cars today will turn in their vehicles. It's going to drive up the supply of those vehicles that are turned in, drive down the resale values of those vehicles, and blow up their balance sheets. Ford, GM, other legacy automakers' balance sheets that depend on those resale values staying high. So Elon said on the earnings call about a decade ago, I should probably find the exact earnings call. He said, he was asked by a sell side analyst, why don't you, now that you've proven out that EVs are here to stay, there's demand for EVs, why don't you lower the lease payments to generate demand? This is back in like 2017, 18, 19, when there were some questions around demand for Teslas. And Elon pushed back and said, we're not going to play that game. That's how legacy automakers got themselves in trouble so many times.
So you're saying everyone's going to sell their car once there's a Robotaxi network? You're saying people are going to sell their cars in general because they want to just use Robotaxis? Is that your?
Not
you're saying?
everyone, but some people will.
Some people. Okay.
Some people will. So let's say, for example, we have about 60 to 70, 60 to 90 days of inventory on the market today. So on the used car market, I think it's about like 40, 50, 60 days of supply, right? So even if 1% of the population turns in their cars to ride on Robotaxi, just 1%, that's 3 million cars coming to the used market. And it's going to be more than 1% of people, selling their cars to use the Robotaxi network. If it's convenient, cheap, fast, safe in a Tesla, more than 1% of people. So it doesn't have to be everyone. So you have to check my words. Even if it's 1%, it's a material impact on the used car market.
Right. No, I understand. I could see that being as a potential risk. Like, I don't think things are immediately going to scale up to 1% because you don't have that many robotaxis being deployed right away. But I could see that being an issue. So yeah, that's a downside risk. I mean, I personally am not.
I
that
think
interested,
that's
especially-
why Tesla is not pushing.
Yeah.
Guys.
I know I'm personally not like this isn't a big moving factor to me because I don't think it's going to move much short term or really affect things long term in terms of demand. I'm mostly concerned about what is the long term gross and operating margins for the automotive business. If you exclude FSD, what can we model those as being looking forward, and then discount back to what it's valued at and worth present day? And previously, they had pretty high operating margins. They were obviously part of a little 2021 bubble. Everything's gone down. We expect some rebound with interest rates coming down, and at some point, demand for EVs in general going back up. But it's hard for me to see operating margins going back to 20%, high teens. Like, I feel like low teens is more reasonable. And we have issues with China. Not China, but just Chinese cars. It's like them and Tesla, right? These are the only ones really producing EVs, and most countries will have access. Not the U.S., and I'm not sure with Europe what they're going to do. They're going to have access to Chinese EVs, and they're willing to, whether it's through government subsidized cars, they're going to be able to keep margins low and put a little price pressure on Tesla. So I'm just trying to reason out does anything about this delivery report mean anything for the long-term valuation of Tesla, the hardware business? And that's where I get a little not hesitant, because I still think it's worth 100, 150, $200. And so if the share price goes down a bit, it's still a buy on that, and that's like the most conservative bet, because then you have on top of that FSD and all the other nice to have things. So I'm just that's what I'm struggling with.
Okay, I appreciate your struggles, but we're focused on the lease topic right now. So every single person on the board said no to offering a lease buyout. I offer my explanation why Tesla is not offering a lease buyout. So machine tried to change the subject. Let's see what Omar has to say. Omar, do you think it's possible that Tesla is not offering a lease buyout for the resale value risk to the balance sheet, to limit resale value risk to the balance sheet for the Robotaxi feature that's going to come at some?
Yeah, I do. And, I think the Robotaxi was kind of just like a convenient story. Obviously, by the time those lease returns happened, there were no Robotaxis. So they just ended up selling them. And interestingly, they ended up totally cleaning up selling those cars because they were able to just sell them during the pandemic when used prices were so high. But I think the reason is very simple why they don't push leasing harder and allow for lease buybacks. If I could do a lease buyback, then why wouldn't I just lease every Tesla that I buy, right? Because, okay, I can still lease it and then I can still buy it if I feel like it. So, what am I really losing exactly by leasing? Tesla is now fronting me all the money, and now they've got this balance sheet full of cars where, let's say, people are delinquent on paying. Well, they're on the hook for it. Let's say that there's some type of event that causes, cars to lose value or something, they're obviously exposed to it. So generally, it really makes the company more of a fortress. And, say what you want about the recent troubles with, pricing, and now we're seeing a decline in volumes. But this company's got a fortress balance sheet, right? Nobody's talking about this company going under. Nobody's talking about them being under financial pressure. They may have some negative free cash flow this quarter, but they're in a very strong cash position. And it's in part due to the fact that they have such a low leasing percentage.
Yoda, what do you think about that? That Tesla is maybe limiting demand for its leases because it wants to limit resale value risk on its balance sheet.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a confusing point. And if Tesla starts to drive leasing, it would actually be interesting, and it gives confidence to FSD. The reason why I say this is because um, at the end of the lease, there is the residual value risk. And I think for a normal car, the leaser and the leasee, the car company and the consumer, you could kind of understand how a normal car depreciates in the course of, let's say, 4 years, the lifetime of the lease. However, because we are right at the cusp of this transition in capability, what if the car actually becomes more valuable within the next 4 years, i.e., becoming an asset? Now, if the residual value is lower, then the car company is bearing a risk. So what I'm, because it has to sort of buy that car back at the predetermined value. So if Tesla is actually projecting that the value of a car going forward for the next few years is actually going to increase, it would probably want to drive leases, wouldn't it? So this is more of a question at this point.
Yeah, I got you. Let me answer that. So in that scenario, so there are two different scenarios. First of all, one scenario, the current production can be added to the Robotaxi network. In the second scenario, they cannot be added to the Robotaxi network. I would argue that in either of those scenarios, Tesla's better off by not offering a buyout option. And here's why. In the first scenario, where you can add the current Model 3 and Model Y production to the Robotaxi network, Tesla would not, if they offer a buyout option, Tesla would not be the one benefiting from that increase in value. It would be the owner of the car, right? So if somebody leases a car today, and in 2 years it turns out that you can add these cars to the network and make $1,000 a month, then most people will choose to exercise that buyout option, and Tesla will lose out. Okay, and then in the second scenario, if Tesla offers and pushes these by offering a buyout option, increases the leases, which are then obviously held on the balance sheets, and turns out the current production cannot be added to the network for whatever hardware limitation. In that case, you would lose money by having to recognize accelerated depreciation because of this increased supply, whereas people turn in their non-robotaxiable cars to ride on the Robotaxi network. So in either scenario, Tesla's better off not offering this buyout option.
Correct. It seems like offering leasing, but without a buyout option, is the best option for Tesla. Assuming that the cars are gonna, be able to become an asset, right? It's gonna sort of earn money.
Exactly right. So the current course of action that Tesla's taking is the best option in either of those scenarios.
So then the question is, do we see on Tesla's homepage them advertising a lease starting price.
We are, yeah, especially on the Model 3.
Yeah, they even have it written on the windshield in the stores now, which is really surprising because you get the EV tax credit baked into the lease now. Even if you want to lease a Model 3, you get a discount for the 7,500, no income limits, nothing, right? You would think leases would skyrocket with this going on, but instead they've gone down. Like, what's going on here? And you know what? They
It's
even
all
cut the
that.
down
Go ahead.
payment. They cut it from 4,500 to 2,999.
Yeah, because the reason why they're pushing these leases is because we have ample capacity right now. We are delivering less than the production capacity. And therefore, our fixed costs are going to be higher per unit than they would have been if we were delivering all vehicles and all production capacity. That's why they're pushing these leases. Like, they want the cars that are produced to be either sold or leased out, but they want the leases back. They want the leases back, whether I mean, I think Elon's hoping that the Robotaxi network is going to start at some point soon, and the current production will be able to ride on the Robotaxi network. And for that reason, they want to capture the upside of these leased out cars. But they also, on the other hand, don't want to dry up the lease demand by offering a buyout option, because in that case, you're introducing residual value risk to your balance sheet. So, yeah, I mean, they're kind of threading a needle here. 1 to 2% is the lowest by far of any automaker. Even Toyota is like 10, 20, 30%, I think, of sales are leased out.
Yeah, BMW is like 50%. So, and
It's more. I think it's like 70, 80%.
oh, wow. Yeah, so, it's interesting. We've seen a few different sort of cost-cutting moves here. For example, the referral program took the referrals down from 10,000 per referral to 7,500. So it's a little odd, right? You'd think, okay, you're having ostensibly a demand issue here where you need to get more orders in, and you're cutting back on the referral program. You're seeing, leases, not too many people choosing to lease, despite the fact that, it's such a great deal. It's got the EV tax credit. And you've seen a few other moves that are sort of like cost cutting moves too that I've noticed. So I think the next big question is, what do the earnings look like? So we have the earnings coming in later this month, I think on the 26th. Now, Model Y, which is really most of the production, is a little bit challenged. That's resulted in them having to give inventory discounts in many cases, like the Model Y my roommate bought, for example. It was given an inventory discount such that the premium wheels and the white interior were essentially given for free. So it's a $5,000 discount essentially. And this combined with lower volumes would obviously sort of hurt profitability. But then on top of that, you've also got the Cybertruck ramp. You've got, I'm sure, increased spending on FSD and training compute and things like that. But you could also have, potentially a deferred revenue recognition event that we've talked about a little bit. You could potentially have, some of these other effects that they've done that maybe have some impact to mitigate the impact of what we're seeing. But it's possible that some of these moves we're seeing, for example, cutting back on the referral program and things like that, and maybe some internal moves they've made. Like I'm not clear what it is, but maybe they wanted the lease percentage to be low. And maybe they're trying to drive that low for the sake of profitability because of everything else we're seeing in the quarter. Obviously, Model 3 production in Fremont being impaired and the other difficulties won't help profitability either. So, if I had to guess, I'd probably say the earnings don't look too hot. I mean, people can kind of plug it in once we get the production and deliveries and have a pretty good sense of what the earnings are going to look like. But I could see it even missing expectations just due to all the headwinds associated with the new products they're ramping. And that could be why we're seeing them take some of these moves that seem to be kind of focusing on profitability over volume growth.
Yoda, we have a question for you in the replies. The question is, when will Megapack have a material impact on earnings? Thank you, Marty T, for
Oh, I'm not that research into Megapack, so maybe someone else could take it.
Omar, what do you think? When will Megapacks have a material impact on earnings?
Well, it's increasingly material and people are increasingly starting to look at it. Just today, we had the production and deliveries report, and they broke it out for the first time. They didn't used to report that in the production and deliveries number. The reason why they're starting to put it in the production and deliveries is because it's actually starting to be material. So it's now growing faster than the auto business. It has higher margins than the auto business. And you had I think RBC Capital today put out a note saying, we actually value the energy business higher than the auto business today, but we also value FSD over the auto business as well. So we see actually the auto business as Tesla's smallest business going forward, which is kind of crazy to think about. All this focus on the auto business and deliveries, and people don't realize that the auto business is just inherently a shitty business. It's cyclical. Sometimes things go up, sometimes things go down. You have interest rates, you have different, things that are impacting it all over the world. Things don't just nicely grow every year for years and years. As a matter of fact, the overall auto industry sales have peaked like 7 years ago, right? So this isn't just some beautiful business where it just grows and grows and it's simple. This is like one of the shittiest businesses in the world. So there's just obviously some cyclicality inherent to that. But you look at the Megapack business and it doesn't seem to be cyclical at all. It just seems to be growing and growing, good times, bad times. Renewables are becoming the cheapest way to do new electric generation capacity. In some cases, it's actually cheaper to build a new renewable generation facility than it is to just buy the fuel to keep the old coal plant running. So this is becoming increasingly popular, and you can pair these batteries with generation and obviously get 24/7 power. So in Q4, they delivered about 3.2 gigawatt hours of Megapacks. In Q1 2024, they delivered 4. So almost a 50% increase, 40% increase sequentially from last quarter. So the Megapack business is just growing like weeds. Lathrop is starting to ramp, but the Shanghai Megapack factory is still under construction. Once that thing is built, then I see it actually doing more than 50% of the Megapack output of Tesla globally. So you would expect earnings to more than double because not only would volume increase, once it's ramped, of course, and it takes time to ramp, but not as much as a car factory, you'd see higher volume and also higher margins. There's a lot of LFP producers in China. You have a closer
Yeah.
supply chain there. So yeah, I think especially once the Shanghai factory comes on, that's when it's going to start to become extremely, really something people start to look very closely at.
I agree. I think they just started construction over there of the Megapack factory. So maybe give it a year for it to start and ramp production of the Megapacks. Yoda, what was your response to my question? I couldn't hear because there was something in my ear.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just said I don't research into energy as much as the vehicle side. But obviously, what Omar said is exactly right. I think the energy business is going to be larger than the car business. And what's nice is that the delivery of that product is not going to be an issue. You know, kind of where the customer wants you to put these batteries, so it's less cyclical as well. It reminds me of what NVIDIA is talking about when they talk about replacing uh, kind of the global CPUs to GPUs, or the cloud from current day computing to accelerated computing. Essentially, a similar transitioning is happening. It's going to happen in the globe, where you're going to transition into renewables and into stationary storage. And really, Tesla currently has the best end-to-end solution for that.
Thank you. Let's switch to quarterly earnings real quick. I want to get both of your views on this. What do you think is the probability of Tesla announcing a loss in Q1? The probability of Tesla announcing a loss in Q1. If anybody has a view on that question in the audience, please request to speak. Let's start with Omar and then Yoda.
Well, it's a possibility, but I would put it at maybe 25%. So 75%, there's at least some profit.
Yeah, I'm with Omar. It's going to be razor thin, but I don't think we're going to be unprofitable. I think some of the energy side is going to contribute positively, and I'm wondering if the push to have the fleet convert to FSD, if there are any kind of deferred revenues that can be accounted towards Q1 as well.
Okay. So you guys are both at 25% probability of a loss announced in Q1, which obviously would be significantly less than estimated. MJ in YouTube Live says 0%. Zero chance, MJ says, that there is a... let me just look up the earnings whisper number for Tesla. For Q1, earnings whisper number, which probably isn't updated just yet for today's miss on deliveries. There's nothing. Consensus is 0.46. There's no whisper number just yet. 46 cents per share is the consensus according to earningswhispers.com. MJ says services, energy, and autos will still be making money. Interesting. Yoda, do you think Tesla is ready to fully recognize the deferred revenue on FSD?
They can't. They can't fully. But I believe they can attribute a portion as they get closer and closer to feature complete. And so again, I have to dig back at the previous calls, but I'm hoping that's one of the contributors to the earnings for Q1.
Well, the thing is, when did Tesla introduce the subscription option? It was more than a year ago, right? Wasn't it like 2 years ago? Since Tesla offered the subscription option for FSD, I think most people who are new to FSD just subscribed. They didn't buy it. I don't think there are that many people who bought FSD in the last 2 years. Then there's also the fact that even if Tesla were to recognize more, they can only do it in US and maybe some in Canada, but that's a small market. because they didn't do any advancements in Europe in terms of rolling out FSD beta, V11, V12, etc. in Europe or China or Australia. So from both of those reasons would argue that any potential deferred revenue recognition is going to be minimal in Q1. So if FSD is going to save the day, it would have to be from a surge in subscriptions in March, right? Because the free trial didn't really start until April. So do you guys expect to see a bit of a surge in subscriptions? And even then, we're talking like, let's say, for example, let's just assume, for example, 200,000 people subscribed, $200 a month. That's a very tiny amount. So however you slice and dice FSD for Q1, it's going to be minimal, I think. Omar, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be not 100% of the deferred revenue, obviously. I think they said when they recognized the deferred revenue in Q4 of 2022 that there was $1 billion left. So it'd probably be, a few $100 million at most. But most people say, okay, we're going to back that out, whatever. So there are, some tricks you can do to basically, show positive net income, things like that. That may have been a motivating factor in pushing out the update at the end of the quarter. But eh, I could see the cash flow statement of cash flows actually coming in negative, even if the net income is positive.
I think the one potential upside is energy margins, I think, have some more room to increase. They put up record energy installations, quarter-over-quarter growth, year-over-year growth in energy installations. Highest quarterly deployment yet, says Tesla in today's announcement. 4.053 gigawatt hours of energy storage installed. And I think there's some more room for those gross margins to increase. Omar,
Yeah, I think if you look at the numbers, 386,000, so they were about 14,000 shy. And they're delivering at a pace of around 30,000 cars a week. So they were essentially, a week or two shy of hitting their delivery goal. And they were a couple of days, maybe like 3 days away from crossing 400,000. So I think that if they had actually started the FSD 12 free trial on January 1st, I think they probably would have had over 400,000 deliveries. Now, I don't have anything to back that up, obviously. I'm just kind of assuming there'll be some positive effect on demand from FSD, but that hasn't been seen yet. Maybe we will see it in Q2. And of course, North America is only a third of global deliveries. But I think if it had happened in January, it could have been the difference between, an extra 14,000 deliveries, an extra 40,000 deliveries, something like that. So we'll see. Another point that I think is a great point is when you look at the numbers BYD put out, they only had 300,000 deliveries. So Tesla actually delivered more battery electric vehicles than any company on earth in Q1 2024, which is at least one victory that I think we can feel good about for this quarter. And it's just so funny when you had everybody in the media, literally, they could not say the words BYD without saying, which, overthrew Tesla to become the biggest BEV manufacturer in the world, took the throne away from Tesla, the BYD, the number one. Like, they literally could not say BYD without throwing in a phrase like that after, when really they exceeded their sales for one quarter. And now in this most recent quarter, you have hybrids outselling EVs again. So I think we'll see how it goes for the rest of the year, but Tesla outsold them in 2023. I think there's a chance they could outsell them in 2024 too.
All right. After I explained why I think deferred FSD revenue is going to be immaterial, recognition will be immaterial in Q1. Have you guys adjusted your 25% estimates or no? Omar?
Well, I don't think deferred FSD revenue really matters. I'm not hanging my hat on that. What the market really wants to see is an uptake in the
So, but
usage of FSD.
just for the probability of negative earnings in Q1, you're still at 25%.
Yeah, I don't really expect that to have much of an impact. I mean, we're talking about a company that produces billions of dollars of earnings, and this is, a few hundred million here or there. I think it was 300 million last time in Q4 2022.
I mean, 46 cents of EPS. That's not billions of dollars expected. And that was before deliveries came in 40,000 less than expected.
Yeah, I don't see it as being all that material here or there. I don't see it as being the breaking point. I mean, maybe it is. Wouldn't that be incredible if they said, okay, we made a $300 million profit and we recognized $400 million of FSD deferred revenue?
Yoda, are you still at 25%?
Yeah, I'm sticking with that. And I think again, maybe not this quarter, but it could be that for this year, you start to see that script come to life, whereby there's the green shoots of revenue from software and profitability from software. Starting to see those green shoots as you see that decline on the hardware side. They talked about that on earnings calls, and maybe this is a year where you start to see those relationships between those two. And on a macro basis, if uh, Tesla's sales decline, if some of that was attributed to demand and kind of the macro economic downturn, then it may not be a bad thing. I feel like Tesla will go, from a stock perspective, will probably go upwards on the eve of the first interest rate cut. And so again, at the current price, I'm not too concerned as a long-term shareholder. I'm just very surprised that today we ended up less than 5% down, right? We're sitting at 4.9% for the day.
Thank you, Yoda. We have a new speaker. Let me just check the background. And then Marty T in the reply says, don't forget the battery credits in Q1 as well. So that's a good point too. He says, don't forget the battery credits. Omar, did you have something to say?
What battery credits?
Just for the batteries that Tesla produces, the 4680s, and Tesla will get the $45 per kilowatt hour, right? For those batteries.
True, as those are ramping up, they will get more from that. But
Yeah.
generally, it's a headwind still overall. That doesn't offset the money they're investing into ramping this thing up, building new lines and stuff like that. So The Cybertruck
Yes.
is a drag, 4680 is a drag. But, I think people are looking at this, and the reason some people are kind of surprised by the performance is I think there were a lot of investors who were saying, okay, I see what's happening with FSD, I see what's happening with the trials. These guys look like they're really deploying self-driving on a mass market scale for the first time. And I want to take a position in this, but production and deliveries look like they could be kind of ugly. Earnings look like they could be kind of ugly. I want to take these opportunities to get in at the right time. And they're buying into it and they're saying, look, why do I care if they delivered 380,000 or 420,000 in Q1? That's about a week of production either way. So is it great? No, it's terrible, right? We haven't had a quarter where Tesla's declined year over year since the pandemic in 2020. But there are a lot of investors who are just looking at this today and saying, I don't really care. More BEVs than anyone else in the world. Production and deliveries are bad. Yes, it's going to put pressure on earnings, but that's not what I'm investing in. I'm investing in some of the technology that's running on these vehicles.
Samuel Vachon, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Does anyone know how much were the price cuts this quarter on average? Because if it's below 2,000, I don't see how they can post a loss this quarter. Thanks.
Yeah, the only thing about this quarter that's different than previous quarters is the price cuts and the deep discounts on the new inventory page started early in the quarter. So it's going to impact the overall, throughout results throughout the quarter, as opposed to in previous quarters, those discounts didn't really appear until towards the end of the quarter. So, I don't necessarily disagree with Omar and Yoda that the probability of a loss, like I think it's less than 50%, but I also don't think it's as low as they think. So there's a few headwinds. Like another headwind here is the Cybertruck is deliveries in Q1 is very low. So it's still a deeply unprofitable product. And it comprises more of a percentage of overall deliveries in Q1 than it did in Q4. So there's the headwind from the Cybertruck production ramp is going to be a little higher. It could be a little higher in Q1. I don't see any material deferred revenue recognition from FSD. I would be surprised if it's more than $100 million, to be honest with you. I think if there's one thing that's going to save the quarter from turning negative, it would be Tesla energy margins. That's one potential upside surprise, I think, in Q1. Because these deliveries coming in way lower than expected is a major, major headwind. I mean, we're talking about on other models, okay? Other models, deliveries were 17,000. So, give me 1 second. So how many of that is Cybertruck? Troy is going to put out his estimate by model, a bit more detail, if he hasn't already. But in Q4, other models were 23,000. So we're down from 23,000 in Q4, which was almost all SNX, high margin, vehicles, to in Q1, you're looking at 17,000, and more of it is Cybertruck. So SX, you're looking at maybe like closer to 10,000.
Yeah, essentially all the ramping of Cybertruck we saw in the first quarter didn't offset the decline in Model S and X production and deliveries.
Yeah. So you lost about 10,000 SX from Q4 to Q1 in your deliveries. And these are high margin vehicles. So that's hundreds of millions of dollars gone. Okay. Let's assume for a second, I don't know this for a fact, obviously, but I'm pretty confident that the Cybertruck deliveries are still negative contribution to the bottom line because there's, in Q1, there's just so few of them. So, and then there's more of them this quarter. So that's negative as well. That's a bit of a negative headwind as well. So, and then on the Model 3 and Y, okay, you lost, your deliveries were 461,000 in Q4, and now it's 369,000. So you lost almost 100,000 Model 3 and Y cars. That's another hundreds of millions of dollars of hit to your bottom line from Q4. So, yeah, I hope this energy is a bit of a tailwind from energy, let's say. I hope they've kind of like, one benefit of the Tesla energy segment right now is the second line at Lathrop isn't coming online until the second half of this year. And, so Q1 and Q2, the first half of this year is about optimizing that first line. So depending on how much improvement they've made on, the Megapack line and Lathrop, plus any sort of improvements they may have made in 4680 production profitability in Giga Texas, you might still kind of, those tailwinds could offset, or at least partially offset, the headwinds that we just talked about from lower SX deliveries and higher Cybertruck, unprofitable Cybertruck deliveries. And we'll see, but deferred revenue of FSD is going to be minimal. I don't expect that to be a huge benefit. Okay. Can you guys hear? Omar, can you hear?
You're breaking up a little bit. I just hear, can you hear?
I am?
And then, yeah,
Oh, can you hear level?
no.
Okay. Right.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, I can barely hear you. Zach Kirkhorn said they're making mid-20s on energy. So if they had 700, let's see, if they had 446 megapacks there, they would have been about 750 million times 0.25 would be 187.5 million. My question is not how many cars could they produce for that money, but the question is how quickly are these megapacks actually rolling off? I saw like 9 per day, but any idea on that?
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, Zach Kirkhorn did not say they're making 25%. He said with any new product program, they target 25%. So that's a bit of a different statement than what you stated, Brent. Secondly, I caution people against concluding that whatever they see on the parking lots, whether it's vehicles or megapacks, are necessarily translating to sales, installations, deliveries at the pace that they see it in these drone shots. We don't know how many is being produced every day. We just kind of see a snapshot on the parking lot, unless you have other information, Brent.
No, I just know that from the Motley Fool, that's where they say what he said mid-20s gross margins back in quarter four 2023. That's all I can tell you.
I know exactly what you're referring to. And he said he didn't say specifically what they make on Megapacks. He just said they target 25% with a new product. Okay, so it can be more, it can be less. It depends, obviously. And he said about a year ago. So there's a lot of variables that changed in the last year. All right. I mean, we have the actual number. Like we have the actual number of installations this quarter already. So let's see what Robert has to say on production deliveries. Henning?
Yeah, one question. What about the comp plan? We didn't get quite some news about that, if I'm not mistaken. So I really wonder about that because I think that's at least something that will also give some confidence going forward to ensure the focus of Elon. Yeah, and
Yeah, he's probably going to get some questions on that. And we have Ken in the audience. If Ken wants to come up and talk to us about any sort of recent news or his thoughts, it might go to on this topic. In the meantime, Robert, what'd you think of the production?
It's a bad day, but investors are made on bad days. You know, Amazon in 1999 was $112, and in 2001 it went down to $6, and everything else was going bankrupt. Did you sell? Everybody, my money manager says every one of his clients did. So you have to look at the long term. Is there something broken with this company? No. Are we about to see increased take-up rates with FSD? Yes. Over the next few years, are you going to see AI continue to become more and more and more and more important to products and consumers and markets? Yes. So I'm in for the long term. This is entertainment for a long-term investor. But the numbers are not good. There was fire in Berlin. There's, Tesla's a little soft. It's an in-between company right now. The Cybertruck hasn't started really showing up on the balance sheet yet. The product, I'm sitting in a brand new Model Y. It's fucking amazing product. It's a little boring. It's, there's a lot of them around in Silicon Valley, at least. So you get a little bored. The market gets a little bored. Is there something broken with this company? No. So I'm not worried.
There you go. We need that shot of positivity. Robert, thank you. Omar, would you like to add to what Robert said?
No, I completely agree. There is a little bit of saturation, I feel like. There are many markets that just don't like EVs at all due to infrastructure or other challenges, and they don't have Model Y. But then there's other places like California where you literally cannot turn your head without seeing Model Ys and Model 3s everywhere you look. So they've been producing them for a while without having that refresh. We're starting to see it with the 3 now. And it does take away a little bit of that specialness, right? Back in the day, getting a Tesla was like, oh my God, I got a Tesla. It's a very special thing. Now it's like a Toyota here in California. They're more common than Toyotas, actually. They outsold the RAV4. So that's why I think you've seen so much excitement about the Cybertruck and the new Model 3, because it's just something new. And Tesla, for a long time, wasn't really making major changes to their vehicle during the pandemic. They were mostly trying to keep production running. But now we're seeing them return to putting new stuff out. The new Model 3. Looks like we've got a new Model 3 Ludicrous that's about to drop. That's probably going to be insane. We got the Cybertruck ramping. We've got a new Roadster coming. We got the next gen platform, which is really going to become, I think, the biggest demand driver of them all. So their new products are phenomenal. People are just crazy about them. People love the new Model 3. I went to Land's End yesterday to go for a hike, and I parked the Cybertruck, and of course, some black guy is like in the parking lot. He's shouting at me, "What is that?" "Oh, it's a Cybertruck." "Who makes it?" "Tesla." Then, as I'm talking to him, another kid and a mom comes, and she goes, "Oh, can you see your Cybertruck? My son loves the Cybertruck. He's obsessed with it." So I show the little kid the truck, and I say, "Hey, you can sit inside." This kid's got the biggest smile on his face, and his mom says, You want me to take a picture with you in front of the Cybertruck so you can send it to your friends?" So the little kid takes a picture with the Cybertruck, and now he's sending his friends a picture of my Cybertruck. So the products are really phenomenal. People love them. Like, more than ever, they're just drawn to these products. I think EVs are further along than ever. But it was a bad quarter. That's all it was. And we're so used to
Yeah.
sales just growing and growing and growing, even in a seasonally weak quarter, growing sequentially,
Yeah.
that it stings a little bit. But people still love the products.
All right. If Ken is available to speak, let's kind of get his views on the question earlier about the comp plan in the recent news, and then after that, I'll go to Kristen. We have Kristen on the. We don't get Kristen often in here, so her views on production deliveries after Ken. Ken, go ahead.
All right, thanks everyone. Yeah, the comp plan is still outstanding. The litigation right now is in the briefing stages for the judge. She has to enter her final order on the attorney's fees and any other issues that are outstanding. So until that hearing is scheduled for July 8th, if memory serves. So between now and July 8th, just briefs are going to go back and forth across the parties arguing the various points. And then she will make a determination. She will have a hearing on July 8th, but her determination, her final written order, probably won't be entered for a couple months until after that date. And as I've said before, the case I'm really looking at for direction on what's going to happen on her decision with the Elon case is the same issue. She's already heard all the arguments on this earlier case. It's already been argued. And the question is, what number is the judge going to use to assign attorney's fees? Is she going to look at the inflated number? In this particular case, it was close to $1 billion. Or is she going to look at the value of the option at the time the option was granted, which was a much smaller number? So whatever she decides in that case is pretty much going to be precedent for what happens in Elon's case. That's where we're going to learn a lot.
Thank you, Ken. For those of you who just joined, if you enjoy this space and you'd like to chip in, you may do so at the top of your screens through the link at the top of your screens through Patreon. Kristen, welcome. How are you?
Yaman, thank you for having me. I love that you continue to have these spaces for everyone to be here. And I was going to touch on what Ken was talking about. Ken, are you talking about the one where the group is asking, the lawyers are asking for $6 billion in compensation? Is that the same one?
That's Elon's case, yes. But there's a case before that brought by the Detroit Police and Fire Retirement Fund. I don't know if you remember about a year or so ago where the board of directors gave back $790 million in stock options to settle that case. And those lawyers were asking for $233 million in fees. And Tesla obviously objected. So they went in front of the judge and made the argument that the judge should base the attorney's fees based on the amount of the option grant at the time it was given, which was much lower, is like $10 to $20 million as opposed to $700 million. So she already has that argument and that decision in front of her in that case, which she should answer before giving us or before hearing the argument actually in Elon's current case for the $6.6 billion.
Yeah, interesting. It definitely, I think, should be what it was worth then, if that's what they're the whole thing is just ridiculous. But yeah, the numbers today, I mean, the energy did really well and the cars didn't do as well, but I think it was to be expected. Tesla continues to do better than it's done in the past, and I think, people need to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. I think Tesla has a lot of auxiliary things going on that it's branching out into, and it's just, I think it's kind of fattening up before it spreads out and grows a little bit more, so.
Kristen, are you worried as a Tesla investor about today's price action?
No, absolutely not. I think it's dipping. I think there's a lot of haters. I think there's a lot of people that are new to Tesla that are listening to Tesla Q, this whole Elon bad man kind of talk. And, I think, and I'm just going to say the Biden administration has been against Elon from the get-go. And so, there's a lot of different players that are against Elon, and you hear more hype. Even the media narrative, like legacy media, is always down on Elon. And I think someone posted earlier today, I think it was Jeff that was saying, I have not ran into anyone that said they won't buy a Tesla because of Elon, and maybe a few people have heard that here and there, but I think it's an excellent car company. I think, someone was comparing it to GM and Ford today, that GM and Ford had good numbers, but I mean, look at GM's been around for 115 years, and they had to be bailed out, like, what, a decade? A little bit more than a decade ago? Tesla's doing exceptionally well. I think, if you look at the small term and time that they've been around, they're just like they're flying. And I think this is just a little hiccup. We've had interest rates this last year that are ridiculous. I mean, what do people expect? I'm excited about Tesla. I think it has a lot going on. It is not just a car company. So
Right. And when GM, and the only thing I would add to that is when GM and Ford announced their delivery numbers, they're announcing deliveries to dealerships. And we all know that the inventory on dealership lots is increasing. So the sell through to the customer isn't as high as what these legacy automakers are announcing for quarterly deliveries. Greg.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, Yaman, you're 100% correct. We're not going to see the carnage in the auto industry for several months until inventory stop building and you get to see the real damage. Tesla reports actual deliveries, so all the OEMs are very skewed. Just to touch on Kristen's comment and Robert's. First of all, Robert, big fan on the AI stuff. I disagree. I know many people who don't like Elon Musk and will not buy a Tesla. It's funny. I was just watching a video from Cyberlift, Kaz, and his last Uber driver said, "Yeah, I don't want to buy a Tesla. I don't like Elon Musk." So somebody needs to address the elephant in the room that the company is different from 2021 when he was just kind of like in Twitter on the background. He has pissed off a lot of people and shrunk the TAM. And I'm a Tesla fanboy, not an Elon fanboy. And I think he has shrunk the TAM and he needs to be held accountable. And he needs to get on that 4680 line and get those sales going and stop playing video games on Twitter and refocus himself. And now we know why this big push came over the FSD at the end of the quarter. It was because he saw those delivery numbers and he's trying to regain some momentum. So I think Elon Musk has a ton of blame to what's going on right now.
All right. I think Kristen might be having connection issues. Omar, can you hear me?
oh, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you. That's what I was
Oh,
wondering if
okay.
there was what was said? I couldn't hear anything. Hello?
So Greg is saying that Greg is frustrated, but in one sentence, he's maybe assigning some blame to Elon's tweets and
Oh yeah. I mean,
etc.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I think there was a delay. Yeah, I mean, look at Elon as the CEO and what's going on. I think he's done a lot. I think it's a huge kick that I mean, not a kick, but a blow the way that he's being treated with these court cases. And people are like, "Oh, he should be held accountable to do more." I mean, look at you. You literally want him to do a dance, but you won't pay him. And I think that's unfortunate. And I think people need to have a wake-up call that he's allowed to post whatever he wants, and I think he does a lot of work. I mean, he sleeps on the factory floor. He flies around and takes care of these businesses. He's hired the best engineers and different people that I mean, it's harder to work at Tesla than it is to get into an Ivy League school. So I think people need to just reality check. This isn't just GM, like the president and other different groups are gonna bail out Tesla. I think Tesla is doing exceptionally well, and I think people can go ahead and blame it on him, but that's part of the media narrative. I think it's meant to look like that. I think there's a plan to kick him out. And I think people who are easily swayed buy into that stuff. So it's unfortunate.
Okay, Elon sleeping on the factory floor, that was 5 years ago. All these heroic things that he did were from many years ago. Show me the dedication he showed in the last 2 years. I don't see it.
Well, Greg, I don't think you fly around with him, do you? I don't think you see what he does. I think, does he have to prove it to you? Does he have to show you, Greg? Do you have to like take his hand and walk through the thing? Because he doesn't do anything unless he posts on it, right? That's what I find funny is everybody thinks Elon has to talk about everything that's going on in the world, or he's some horrible person, or that he has to literally prove it to you that he's doing something. But look at Tesla. Look how well it's doing. But obviously it's not doing well because of Elon, right, Greg?
All right.
They just put up. They just put up.
Greg, hold on. We're going to take turns. Omar, what do you think?
Well, Elon is the CEO of the company. The buck stops with him. So ultimately, he's responsible for everything that happens in the company, including the sales and everything. And he's responsible for shareholders. So, of course, he shares some responsibility, but we're at a very pivotal moment right now, and I think we need to, there's a tendency to say, "Oh, this is just all Elon's fault. It's all just because he's such an ass that people don't want to buy Teslas." And that's, clearly I think a little bit silly. There's a number of factors. That's maybe one of the factors, but did you guys see this image of the Cyber Trump? It's a Cybertruck covered with Trump. You think that guy's offended by Elon's tweets? I don't think so. So clearly, there's some sort of painting with a wide brush here. And look, Elon Musk is the most important asset Tesla has, and we're in danger of losing him, in part because of a lot of the sentiment of shareholders who say, we should just kick the guy out. We should just fire him. What we're seeing at the company isn't because of macro. It's not just that the auto business is cyclical. He caused this. He caused me to lose my money, and we need to kick him out. And there's a lot of people in the media and people on the left who say, yeah, we really need to limit this guy's power. He's getting too powerful. So, I think we need this guy more than ever now. And a lot of people don't really understand what he does. What he's doing with FSD 12 and what the team is doing, that is proof of his execution. He got that done. Nobody else got that done. 450,000 versus 380,000 versus 500,000 deliveries is not going to get Tesla to $1 trillion valuation. Okay? Only that is. And I went and I commented on this with a video that from a talk Andre Karpathy gave last week, where he talked about what makes Elon so special. Like, you look at all these companies, SpaceX getting Starship to orbit, the biggest rocket ever going to orbit. They send more mass into space than everyone else combined. His company. And then the number one EV producer in the world, company that has a brain computer interface. Did he just get lucky over and over again? No, this is a fucking genius. He is a visionary leader. Is he perfect? No, but he's an executive who has a very unique management approach. And I would just say, listen to this video from Karpathy. I could even play it if you want, where he just talks about what exactly is it that Elon does and what makes his management style so different from other companies. And, just listen to the people who've worked with him. I mean, this is a guy who doesn't work for him anymore. He has no reason to praise him. But he said, you know what? Leaving Tesla, I missed it. I missed his management style where you could just get stuff done, and just going back to a normal corporate culture was, you know, kind of sad. And then he left OpenAI not shortly after that. And, probably that's the drama and just normal corporate bureaucracy was probably a reason for that.
Okay. Greg, are you trying to raise your hand because you're kind of like putting that fist emoji when others are talking that disagree with you? So it's kind of confusing me. Like, are you agreeing with them or are you disagreeing? Are you trying to raise your hand? Oh, okay. Well, the other, so the way you raise your hand is in that heart plus at the bottom right of your corner, all the way to the right there's a raised hand. That's how you raise it. Everything else is more of an emoji kind of reaction. Not that one, not that one. All the way to the right. Are you on your desktop or something? Or your mobile?
I'm on my iPhone. That emoji doesn't exist.
That is so weird. So maybe, okay, I'll work with you offline. Maybe a screenshot could help. Anyway, so why don't you go ahead?
Okay, look, I'm not saying this is all Elon's fault, but here's an example. On the last several conference calls, all he does is complain about interest rates. This $7,500 EV tax credit more than negates the interest rates. So it's not the interest rates. Here's another example. When was the last time you heard Jensen Huang get on a conference call and start crying about how hard production is? He has really lost his focus, and it's amazing that you guys don't see it. All the stuff about him sleeping in the factory and working at deliveries, this is from years ago. I mean, he has not done anything that good in the last couple of years. This AI team he put in place, that was phenomenal. I mean, Ashok is phenomenal, but that's from years ago. I don't see him pushing anything right now. The only time I've seen urgency from him is a week ago when he saw those deliveries were going to be horrible. Then all of a sudden he's tweeting about FSD.
Well,
You can't
okay,
be the
so
CEO of a
Greg,
$1 trillion company like that.
Greg, okay. What do you think about, so Elon appears to be focused when it comes to Tesla on Optimus. And in the past, it's said that Optimus will make the majority of the intrinsic value of the company. And I agree. And you have a financial background, you do DCFs. If Optimus plays out as Elon predicts, which, one Optimus per person on average, we're talking more than 1 billion Optimus around. If that comes about, then the company will be worth a lot more than what it is today, probably trillions of dollars, maybe more than $10 trillion, right? I'm guessing that you agree with all that up to this point. Wouldn't you want your MVP to focus on that project instead of a few $1,000s of production deliveries here and there?
Okay, here's my answer. Before you work on Optimus, get the windshield wipers to work. Get the 4680 line up and running.
Okay, but Greg, let me ask you this. You do DCFs, right?
Sure.
What do you mean? Do you have a DCF on Tesla, or yes or no? It's a yes or no. It's not a sure question.
No.
Okay. So then I recommend you do a DCF, because what you will realize, I think, and you agree with me, that if Elon focuses on getting the windshield wiper work versus Optimus earlier a few more months, the impact from the latter is much more on Tesla's intrinsic value than the windshield wiper or a couple more 4680s or a couple more Cybertruck produced and delivered. So we want Elon to focus on Optimus. It's in the best interest of long-term shareholders, don't you think?
They discontinued the 4680 all-wheel drive Model Y because they couldn't get the 4680 line up and running. There's a couple short-term projects he should have seen to completion. Even all the tweets early last year about how he was going to fix the service center, he tweeted about it for 2 weeks and then never did anything. Just like he said he was going to have a meeting for Tesla and Starlink, SpaceX. He had the meeting for SpaceX, but he hasn't done the Tesla meeting yet. I wonder why.
Okay. Omar and then Henning.
Yeah, I think I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying. First of all, the windshield wipers now work perfectly on both my Cybertruck and my Model S. They had to move to a new end-to-end windshield wiper model. So that's why we saw it sort of degrade in performance temporarily. but it had to kind of take a step back so it could take a leap forward. And it works perfectly now with vision. So everyone laughed at them, everyone made fun of them. Now they have automatic windshield wipers with one less one less part, one less production step. So they did that. He talked about 4680. We saw record high 4680 production this quarter, right? They said more than 1,000 Cybertrucks a week.
No,
No,
no, because in the first quarter of 2023, they were doing 1,000 packs a week for the all-wheel drive Model Y that's been discontinued. In the second quarter of 2023, they were doing 2,000 packs a week. They took a huge step back when they shut down the first line and had the Cybercell line up and running. They shut down that first line. They're doing less production now than they were in the second quarter of 2023.
Greg, but those packs were coming from California, right? Cato Lane, Cato Road, not Gigafactory.
No, they were made in Austin. Go to the conference call. Go to the first one.
no.
1,000%. 1,000%.
No, you're wrong. So, first of all, those.
No, Omar, you're wrong. I'm sorry. You're wrong. You're dead wrong.
No, you're actually wrong. Okay. Those cells were coming from the Cato Road pilot line in California. The Cybercell line in Texas wasn't brought up until recently. So the Model Y packs are also half the size of the Cybertruck packs.
No, that was line 2, Omar. You got your facts all wrong. They had line 1 up and running, making the all-wheel drive Model Y on line 1. Then they started line 2 with it. Did the 3-in-1 winder when Drew was on the conference call saying they made a 10 to 15% energy increase just by the manufacturing change.
Okay.
That was line 2 for the Cybertruck.
All right, Greg, let's take a step back. Sounds like we disagree on a fact here. Okay. So why don't you go back to the call that you're mentioning and pull up the quote that proves the 1,000 per week 4680s in Q1 2023 and 2,000 per week, I believe you said in Q2 2023, was coming from Gigatech's production, not Cato Road. Okay, so we're going to table this topic until you find those quotes. Okay, Henning.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. So I understand Greg to a certain point, but also understanding Omar. I think that Elon is best when he's having a comp plan back again. To be honest, so I guess a lot of you are all-in investors. I am as well. I am plus 3 years underwater, significantly with less performance than the index funds. I was part of a Twitter nightmare, open selling shares, partially breaking his promise, still believing in Elon, don't get me wrong, but Elon is best when he's focusing. And parts of the examples that Greg has provided, at least for me, are proving that. Not all of them, but parts of them. And I think it's very important to get that comp plan up and running, because that's what keeps him focusing. And also, when we are arguing that Elon is Tesla's most crucial asset, then you also need to take the other stance and say that he needs to focus. And not thinking, complaining, ranting on Twitter about borders. I understand the issue, and he has his own right to do it, but there's no doubt that this is at least biting into his focus. There's no doubt about that, at least for me.
Okay, Kristen, what do you think about what Henning said?
I think that I've learned in life when you give people room to speak what they feel and think, that people expect you to hear them and do more for them. So I think Elon's expressed himself a lot on Twitter, on X, and I think that it's benefited Tesla a lot. I mean, other CEOs don't do this. I don't even know if Greg is keeping track of GM's or CEO or whatever he's doing, but I think people expect Elon to continue to assuade their fears and to post things that make them feel better and say things. And I think that I think that Elon is doing a lot, but I think that people want to see him singularly focused. Elon's been like this the whole time. So I find it ironic that when things go bad, all of a sudden everybody wants him to like straighten up and get in line and do how they think everything should be run. But ironically,
Okay.
Elon didn't get where he is by listening to everyone else. And yeah, maybe, things are kind of upside down and he wants to comment and he feels it more, but he's human and he's allowed to post on it. I mean, I don't know what's going on in the boardrooms. I'm sure he's saying a lot to the execs. He's got plenty of excellent execs doing a lot of great things. So I think saying that we're going to remove Elon and put in some little puppet like Ross in there is going to do something good. It won't change anything.
Yeah, I don't want that either. But the question is, I understand your point. But if I follow that argumentation, we don't need a comp plan, and he can add 10 more other companies to his stack. And that will not work out. And history so far, at least, has shown that less is more in this case. Because otherwise, you don't need a comp plan. Then we don't need a comp plan for Elon. Because
Yeah.
he can do it himself, right? I
That, I
don't.
mean, that is the irony. It's like kind of like, I mean, it looks horrible. It looks like kind of this weird blackmail thing. Like, here, dance this dance, do this jig, and we'll pay you. Just kidding. Like, everything's gonna not happen, and we expect the same amount of work from you. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
what do we
sorry,
expect
that's
from him?
shareholder return. I mean, you all invested for the same reason.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, like 81%, 73%? Like shareholders wanted him to have this comp package. I think we're dealing with legalities that are literally screwing over shareholders too right now. So it's kind of a mess.
Yeah.
Okay, Jose.
You guys hear me? So pretty much, I'm going to speak on the guy who said that Elon shouldn't be into politics. I'm not sure if he's realized the corruption that's been going on within the Biden administration, which is pretty much if
Yeah,
there's no
Jose,
actual.
your sound quality is really bad. Improve your sound quality and then come back. LJ, go ahead. LJ, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi everyone. Just one thing is, there's no way we can ever know what will happen in the future, so we cannot be absolute with what we say. For example, this will not happen, and no, he will not succeed. This is just one thing I want to mention. Out of experience, people tell you can't focus on many things. You end up focusing on a lot of things and getting things done. So I agree with Kirsten on what she said. We can't in absolute value say that if he's focusing on too many things, that means he won't make it. Different people function differently, and this is something I want to say. I still believe in his mission and what Elon is doing, and I think he's doing way more than most people are, and a little bit of trust goes a long way.
All right, thank you. Omar.
Yeah, I think there's clearly a lot of emotion in sort of wanting to blame Elon. There's a lot of sort of misunderstanding of what he does. I think when you look at everything that's going on, they're actually executing phenomenally well. If the issue was really Elon, and if it was really just that he's such a bad CEO, then where's the company that's making more EVs than Tesla? Where's the company that's further ahead on self-driving than Tesla? Where's the company that's selling more megapacks than Tesla? I don't see it. So, you know, this is a very precarious situation. Like, we really are in danger of these people because it's an incredibly sort of populist thing. Yeah, Elon, he's lost it. He's lost focus. He's not doing his job. And it's, I think, just incredibly misplaced. It's kind of like if the Lakers missed a playoff and everyone's saying, you know, we lost because of Kobe. Kobe sucks. Let's beat the shit out of Kobe. Let's kill him. That's not going to help, right? I mean, maybe, yeah, if he had made that 3-pointer, we could have actually won the playoffs. And maybe he shares some blame for that. But this is our guy. He's got other intentions. He's got other projects. There are people who want to push him out of the company, and he could succeed. So it's really important for those of us who are rational long-term investors, because you have many people who are very frustrated, and it's easy to understand why, who want to push him out. But I mean,
I
I
think
can't really think of anyone to lead the company forward on their AI efforts but him.
But Omar, I don't think anybody so far wanted to push Elon out. We didn't say that. We just criticized or just
Yeah,
said
Henning, first of all, you keep cutting people off, and that is not welcome. There are other people on the speaker board that I want to get to. And secondly, Omar didn't say that you said you want to push it out. And there are definitely people who want Elon removed. So Omar didn't make a wrong statement either. Sasha, go ahead.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, people should try and kind of just skip the can you hear me part. If we
I'm
can't
sorry,
hear you,
guys.
we will
My
tell you.
first time
Go
on the
ahead.
space, so yeah,
Okay.
just getting used to it. Yeah, I also think it's highly emotional, and people are like the focus part of Elon. People are really getting wrong. It's not like he's sitting in front of his desk for hours, scrolling Twitter and just complaining. He's still doing most of his work. Of course, we know that. And just because he has so much reach, people hear that way too much. He's probably scrolling on a toilet like twice a day and expressing his opinions. But that's his right. It's a little weird, but yeah.
Okay. Put yourself on mute. And then let's see, Globe commercial. You may unmute yourself and go ahead. And then after Globe, Eric, and then level 1.
Yeah, hi, good morning from Australia. Can you hear me clearly?
All right, from now on, when people ask if you can't hear me, I'm going to make sure that people can't hear you. Okay? Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sitting in a new Model 3 that I just got. I've been a all-in Tesla investor for like 4 years and have never been inside a Tesla product. I just believed in Elon. And this, like sitting in this car, has absolutely bolstered my opinion of Tesla to a phenomenal degree. It's like I want to go back to the Iverson clip where he's like, "You're talking about practice? We're talking about deliveries of vehicles." It's like as if we were judging Apple on how many Apple IIs they sold in 1984 or something. This company is executing at such a high level that I just wonder, it's like if the stock price was $400, would anybody be saying anything about what Elon's tweeting? It's like other CEOs, other executives, the shit they say behind closed doors is probably deplorable. This guy is actually standing up for something and saying it to the whole world because he doesn't give a fuck. I think that's admirable. It pisses me off sometimes. I don't agree, whatever, but the whole sentiment behind what this man is actually doing and what he embodies that is so different from Jensen or any other corporate executive is exactly why I put zero money down and it was like, my stock's going to pay for this car. I have no fucking question. So just wanted to say that.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I'm going to move Sasha down so I can bring more people up. And then next is level 1. Go ahead.
Hello. Very difficult time, I think, for Tesla investor. Yeah, I like Tesla. I'm long position. So Tesla believe it is changing the world. I believe innovation will continue, but I'm very curious. I think Elon is intentionally suppressing Tesla stock price. There is also issue with Elon stocks. So, what do you think about this?
Omar, did you catch that question?
Yeah, he said he thinks Elon's suppressing Tesla stock because of the compensation plan.
Okay.
I think this whole Like people come up, they say, "Oh, he needs the compensation plan to be incentivized. He won't do his job otherwise." Or, "Oh, he's suppressing the stock on purpose." I mean, this is just such silliness. I don't think anything has changed. We're not seeing any difference in the output. Has Tesla stopped putting out new vehicles, new products, new FSD updates? I think this just reflects a deep misunderstanding of what exactly he does and who he is. And I would just point people again to that Karpathy clip where he kind of gives a really good insight into it.
We get great insight into Elon every time he opens his mouth on a conference call. And the last 5 or 6 conference calls, whether you like the guy or not, have not been good. I don't think anybody can argue this guy has made any sense on the last 4 or 5
Yeah.
earnings calls.
Great. I mean, I actually think the earnings calls were fine, but please don't talk out of turn. It really depends on you. I think when people kind of say it wasn't good or earnings call was bad, it's such as based on their expectation. They compare to what they were expecting a CEO to say, and then obviously it's level one. I think it's a bit of a false statement that you're trying to say like Elon's suppressing the stock when he's out there kind of selling the Model 3, the Cybertruck, FSD with his tweets. I mean, I think on a net basis, his tweets have been a lot more Tesla favorable in the last few months than, say, 6 months, 9 months ago, when he was a lot more focused on other things and wasn't tweeting about Model 3 at all, for example. So let's not jump to conclusions, especially on something like that. Omar?
But I mean, if you remember what he said on some of these earnings calls that people said were so bad, he said, "Hey, things are going to be tough. It's going to be, good in the long term, but I see some difficulty." And so these people ignored him. They said, "Oh, why is he saying this? Things are looking so good." And then now they're upset with him for saying that on the earnings call. Maybe they should have listened to him. And he warned them if they were not able to hold through this, if they're deeply underwater or whatever, maybe they should have sold then when he warned them. But if they do want to hold it, then yeah.
Greg, were you able to find those quotes?
Of course I did. I sent them to your Patreon. It was exactly like I said. The only thing that was wrong was that it was the fourth quarter of 2002 and the first quarter of 2003. So I had my quarters mixed up. But I pulled the transcripts and I sent them to you.
Let me check.
Can I make one other comment?
Let's just focus on this for 1 second. So, all right. So you have the quotes here. We have Sawyer in here as well. Let's bring him up. How many do I have on the board? 2, 6. There's room. Okay. All right. So Greg says, like I said, 1,000 packs per week in Austin Q4, Q1, 50% quarter-over-quarter, stating at least 1,500 packs per week. Later in this year, line shut down, no more Model Y, all-wheel drive. Q4 2022, earnings call transcript from Fool.com. Andrew Baglino, Senior VP. Yes, thanks, Martin. First, I just want to say congrats and thanks to the Tesla 4680 team for achieving 1,000 a week in Q4. It was no small feat. Definitely a result of more than a couple of years of hard work. As far as where we stand in Texas, one of our 4 lines are in production, with the remaining 3 in stages of commissioning and install. Really, our 2023 goal as a 4680 team is to deliver a cost-effective ramp of 4680s well ahead of Cybertruck. Yeah, Greg, this doesn't prove what you said. This is saying 4680
Yes, it
team.
does. No, because those 4680s were going into the all-wheel drive Model Y. Ask Sawyer, he'll remember.
Oh, yeah. Well, good. Let's ask Sawyer. Hey, Sawyer, when they were making 4680 Model Y in Texas, were the cells going into that vehicle coming from the Cato Road facility in Fremont or from the line in Texas?
It was mostly Cato, but it was, I believe, a combination of both towards the end.
Yeah, and Greg, what I just read from what you sent me on DMs on Patreon. This doesn't prove what you're saying. He's congratulating the 4680 team, which are divided in Cato Road and Gigatexas at the time, for achieving 1,000 per week milestone. And in the second paragraph, he's talking about the progress at Gigatexas. So your own sport does not confirm your statement. Okay, Omar?
When he says 1,000 a week, what's he talking about? 1,000 cells per week? Or what?
It was 1,000 packs per week that were going into all-wheel drive. This is not my words. This is Drew's words from the conference call.
But again, 1,000 packs per week of Model Y would be 500 Cybertruck packs per week. So that would still be below today's levels.
No, because in the follow-up quarter, which Yaman didn't read, the next
Okay,
quarter...
let's read that. Q1 2023, he says, structural pack. We saw bigger improvements in pack manufacturing with the 4680 cell and structural pack concept, 50% lower capex and 66% smaller factory for the same output, gigawatt hours per year. We do believe a structural as a concept is a good one. It's simpler. We'll continue to structurally load the cells and use the pack as the floor of the vehicle while iterating the design closer to B-level execution of this A-level architecture in future programs. And zooming out for the 4680 team, Q1 was all about cost and quality. We made significant improvements in both areas. Texas production increased 50% quarter over quarter, through yields increased 12%, and peak rate increased by 20%, and through yields improved by 20%. Altogether, the team accomplished a 25% reduction in COGS over the quarter, and we are on track to achieve a steady state cost targets over the next 12 months. And going forward for the rest of the year, the priority one is yielding costs for the 4680 program as we steadily ramp up. Yeah, again, Greg, sorry to say, but this doesn't prove that the 1,000 per week being produced at Gigatexas, as you stated earlier. So that's a misstatement, I think, which means I need to be more careful about bringing you up to speaker board.
Sawyer, those 1,000 packs a week they were making at that time, were those going into the all-wheel drive Tesla Model Y, which was subsequently discontinued? Do you remember?
At the time, it was only the Model Y all-wheel drive that was getting them.
Exactly. And they discontinued that because they couldn't make enough 4680 cells to support both the all-wheel drive and the Cybertruck. So now all the production is going to the Cybertruck. That was the only point I was trying to make, and I think I was correct.
Greg, your original point was Tesla was already making at Gigatexas 1,000 a week last year, and they haven't improved much because Elon is not sleeping on the floor. Now you're twisting words and changing your points.
Exactly.
No, sorry.
It's
You're going to stay in listening mode for the foreseeable future.
I
This
should
is
add that when the Model Y all-wheel drive 4680 version was being built to Gigatexas, they were also building Model Y long ranges with 2170s from Giga Nevada. So they were making both there.
Yeah, and to be clear, nobody's claiming that 4680 production ramp has gone as expected, as perfect as they talked about their battery day, etc. Clearly, it's about 2 years delayed, but I think there's excessive negativity around, and also really kind of unreasonable expectations around what the CEO should be or shouldn't be doing, should be or shouldn't be saying. And if you're so kind of wanting a CEO who doesn't speak his mind on X, there are tens of thousands of companies out there that you can invest in. And sometimes I think people kind of mistake, like there are two options here. You can have somebody as they are, or you can choose to not have them and choose to invest in another company, let's say in this situation. So you can either have Elon as he is, or you can choose to invest in another company. You can vote, exercise your right to vote as a shareholder for or against board recommendations, etc. But, if the majority of most people vote to have a CEO, don't come up here and say he should be doing this and that, etc. So you've never met the guy, you've never run a company in your life. You don't have more than 50%, shareholder ownership. Like, I understand nobody's really saying anything new here, and I have to kind of put an end to these like factually wrong statements that are being made on speaker board. Okay. Sawyer, what are your views on production deliveries?
You know, it was a crap quarter from a delivery standpoint. No way to sugarcoat that. On one hand, Tesla is having a hard time fulfilling Model 3 and Cybertruck demand due to low supply, and then on the other hand, you got an oversupply of Model Ys and inventory buildup. I think a lot of people are waiting for the refreshed Y, and also not enough people realize how inexpensive the Model Y is now, especially in the US with all the incentives. But I think record energy deployment was a bright spot in the report. But obviously, the focus will be vehicles, and rightly so, because the cars still make up the vast majority of Tesla's revenue. It's declining as energy ramps up, of course, but it's still a lot. Going into the Q1 earnings report, a potential curveball could be FSD revenue recognition due to the Tesla changing the FSD beta name to FSD supervised and then rolling out the free trial to 2.2 million people, roughly. That's Tesla's North American fleet size. So we'll have to see with that. In regards to like why deliveries are down, I think there's a whole host of rates. Obviously, I think not enough people realize how inexpensive these things are. I think there is some level of demand issues here and there. I think we have to acknowledge that. You can pick and choose what the cause of that. I think people do need to accept that Elon isn't going to change, and we shouldn't try to force to change him. I think a lot of people are calling for like his ousting, which I think is ridiculous. Tesla wouldn't be where it was without Elon, and won't be where it will go without Elon. He was the one who came up and wanted to do the Tesla bot program, FSD, all these other initiatives that likely wouldn't have existed, period, had Elon not been there. And I know a lot of community members are frustrated because they probably came in 2020, 2021 when the stock was rocketing and everything was flowers and daisies, right? But if people who have been around from 2019 to 2014 know how difficult it got there with the Model 3 ramp, and you know, Tesla stock can be real shitty for a long time, and it was during that time. That I went on all in 2018, and I like 9 months later in May 2019, the stock hit like a new low. Sentiment, I think, was at an all-time low, and there was all kinds of media hate and questions about bankruptcy and all that. So, you know, we're in another really tough period, and I have no clue how long it's going to last. I think once rates start coming down, that'll provide some help with demand. But there are some fundamental issues here, and I think there needs to be better education about Tesla's products because I think they have incredible products, but not enough people know that. So I think I've certainly conveyed that to some executives myself. But yeah, that's sort of my overall thoughts.
Thank you. Omar, I see that you brought up our old friend.
Yeah, I wanted to play that video of Karpathy if we had a few minutes to do it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's see.
I need to mute him because there's a bit of feedback. There's a lot of feedback.
Let me try that again. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, shit. Let me just play it the normal way through my phone.
Okay. So this is Karpathy talking about Elon's leadership.
Okay, here we go. Let me put it on normal mode.
You've worked alongside.
Oh, I see what's happening here.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
Okay, switching gears a little bit. You've worked alongside many of the greats of our generation. Sam, Greg from OpenAI, and the rest of the OpenAI team, Elon Musk. Who here knows the joke about the rowing team, the American team versus the Japanese team? Okay, great. So this will be a good one. Elon shared this at our last base camp, and I think it reflects a lot of his philosophy around how he builds cultures and teams. So you have two teams. The Japanese team has 4 rowers and 1 steerer, and the American team has 4 steerers and 1 rower. And can anyone guess, when the American team loses, what do? Shout it out. Exactly. They fire the rower. And Elon shared this example, I think, as a reflection of how he thinks about hiring the right people, building the right teams at the right ratio. From working so closely with folks like these incredible leaders, what have you learned?
Yeah, so I would say definitely Elon runs his companies in an extremely unique style. I don't actually think that people appreciate how unique it is. You sort of like even read about it and so much, you don't understand it, I think. It's like even hard to describe. I don't even know where to start, but it's like a very unique, different thing. Like I like to say that he runs the biggest startups. And I think it's just, I don't even know basically like how to describe it. It almost feels like it's a longer sort of thing that I have to think through. But well, number one is like, so he likes very small, strong, highly technical teams. So that's number one. So I would say at companies by default, they sort of like the teams grow and they get large. Elon was always like a force against growth. I would have to work and expend effort to hire people. I would have to like basically plead to hire people. And then the other thing is that big companies, usually you want, it's really hard to get rid of low performers. And I think Elon is very friendly to, by default, getting rid of low performers. So I actually had to fight for people to keep them on the team because he would by default want to remove people. And so that's one thing. So keep a small, strong, highly technical team. No middle management that is kind of like non-technical for sure. So that's number one. Number two is kind of like the vibes of how everything runs and how it feels when he sort of like walks into the office. He wants it to be a vibrant place. People are walking around, they're pacing around, they're working on exciting stuff, they're charting something, they're coding. You know, he doesn't like stagnation. He doesn't like to look for it to look that way. He doesn't like large meetings. He always encourages people to like leave meetings if they're not being useful. So actually you do see this, or you know, it's a large meeting and if you're not contributing and you're not learning, just walk out. And this is like fully encouraged. And I think this is something that you don't normally see. So I think like vibes is like a second big lever that I think he really instills culturally. Maybe part of that also is like, I think a lot of bigger companies, they like pamper employees. I think like there's much less of that. It's like the culture of it is you're there to do your best technical work, and there's the intensity and so on. And I think maybe the last one that is very unique and very interesting and very strange is just how connected he is to the team. So usually a CEO of a company is like a remote person 5 layers up who talks to their VPs, who talk to their reports and directors, and eventually you talk to your manager. That's not how he runs companies, right? Like he will come to the office, he will talk to the engineers. Many of the meetings that we had were like, 50 people in the room with Elon, and he talks directly to the engineers. He doesn't want to talk just to the VPs and the directors. So normally people would spend like 99% of the time maybe talking to the VPs. He spends maybe 50% of the time, and he just wants to talk to the engineers. So if the team is small and strong, then engineers and the code are the source of truth. And so they have the source of truth, not some manager, and he wants to talk to them to understand the actual state of things and what should be done to improve it. So I would say like the degree to which he's connected with the team and not something remote is also unique. And also just like his large hammer and his willingness to exercise it within the organization. So maybe if he talks to the engineers and they bring up that, what's blocking you? Okay, I don't have enough GPUs to run my thing. And he's like, oh, okay. And if he hears that twice, he's going to be like, okay, this is a problem. So like, what is our timeline? And when you don't have satisfying answers, he's like, okay, I want to talk to the person in charge of the GPU cluster. And like someone dials the phone and he's just like, okay, double the cluster right now. Like let's have a meeting tomorrow. From now on, send me daily updates until the cluster is twice the size. And then they kind of like push back and they're like, okay, well, we have this procurement set up, we have this timeline, and NVIDIA says that we don't have enough GPUs and it will take 6 months or something. And then you get a rise of an eyebrow. And then he's like, okay, I want to talk to Jensen. And then he just kind of like removes bottlenecks. So I think the extent to which he's like extremely involved and removes bottlenecks and applies his hammer, I think is also like not appreciated. So I think there's like a lot of these kinds of aspects that are very unique, I would say, and very interesting. And honestly, like going to a normal company outside of that is you like definitely miss aspects of that. And so I think, yeah, that's maybe that's a long rant, but that's just kind of like, I don't think I hit on all the points, but it is a very unique thing, and it's very interesting. And yeah, I guess.
Thanks, Omar.
Yeah,
So
go ahead, Omar.
go ahead, Sawyer. You go first.
I was just going to say, I think regardless of, Elon's public political opinion sharing, he continues to be a magnet for world-class talent. I think if he were to be removed as CEO, which I can't believe some in the community are proposing that, it would no doubt be a net negative in my opinion. I think Elon will be a huge reason that Tesla will achieve its future goals, and I think they will. But you need a visionary leader that has a vast understanding of the technology and engineering of these products and projects. And to me, there's nobody that has a better understanding of all these things than Elon. I mean, we've heard from many engineers and Sandy Monroe specifically that when Elon's in a meeting, he understands every little engineering aspect of all these little things. And to be able to do that over multiple companies is I don't see anyone else being able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you just hear it all the time from people on X. Oh, Elon's not doing his job. My stock didn't go up from when I bought it at all-time highs. So this guy's an idiot. He's not doing his job. He's absentee. He's just posting on X. But then you talk to the people who actually work with him and they say, actually, most CEOs, they just never show up. He's there talking to the engineers, keeping a small focused team, not a team where he has to be managing it all the time, a team where they're so smart they can do it themselves. And he just has to come in and talk to them every once in a while, see if anything's blocking them, use his power. But it's just sort of a fundamental misunderstanding of what he does, it feels like. And I mean, a lot of people, I think, are going to miss what's happening with Tesla FSD and Tesla AI, them really doing things at a level that I think nobody else is matching because of really some cyclical weakness, I think you can summarize it as. It's really a lot of drama over something that is just something that happens. You don't see sales just go up and up and up forever. Yeah, sometimes there's a bad quarter every once in a while. But is it because the products are fundamentally not good anymore? No. They've got the best products on the road today than they ever have. So, it's a disaster of a quarter, but that happens sometimes. It's not the end of the world.
Unfortunately, the mainstream media has been really effective at convincing the broader general public that Elon is a terrible person. He says all these terrible things. He's a terrible leader. And I remember I went to the Santa Barbara Tesla store a few weeks ago. None of the employees there had X accounts. And so I asked them, do you guys know what he posts regularly? And they're like, no, we have no idea. Most people aren't on X. Most people aren't. I think there are people out there that are enraged by what Elon posts and won't buy a Tesla because of it. Those people do exist. I'm just not sure that's most people.
Yeah, this guy I think knows what he's doing. This is a guy who was able to get China to let him build a car factory that's 100% foreign owned. No one had ever done that before. And that literally turned the company from a financial disaster to a financial juggernaut. Let's not say, oh, Elon, you're not doing it right. Okay, you may know more than me about rockets and manufacturing and all this stuff, but I'm the expert in politics here. And you can't offend the Democrats. This is just going to be a total disaster. Let's not forget that their home state is now Texas, where the state government is overwhelmingly Republican. Let's not forget that the Biden administration has not been so friendly to Musk and his companies. When we look at the years ahead and we're trying to get autonomous cars on the road and we're trying to get a regulatory framework for that works for the company, this stuff is going to matter a lot more than you think. I mean, this guy has become extremely influential. He's changing minds. He's meeting with world leaders. And you don't see that from most CEOs.
Right. Just two housekeeping items. This space is only free and available to everybody, only because of the patrons. If you'd like to become a patron of the space, at the top of your screens is the Patreon link. And then secondly, when people reply to the space, don't just say I agree or I disagree. Give some context, because I'm not 24/7 looking at your replies. I have no idea what you agree with. So these random replies are, there's too many of them. Give some context, who do you agree with? Why? Give some detail. It really is helpful. Kristen and Ameda.
No, I was just gonna say Carpathi's what he had to say it makes a lot of sense. I think Elon is so entrenched in these teams and what he's working with. I mean, he's hiring the best teams, and they're slimmed down to the most brilliant people working on these teams. I don't think he questions if he's busy enough in Tesla. I think people don't see the intricacies of what he's doing, and I don't think they see how busy he is. I think, like I said, we sound like a bunch of children that had to be assuaded that we have to be coddled, and we have to be told that he has to post on Tesla 24/7 or else he's not doing his job, which is just not in his nature. And if anyone's been following him, he'll be doing this no matter what. He's driven by this love of what his companies and what he does. I mean, he said he loves Tesla like he loves one of his children. I don't think that's just going to go away. So that was a great clip.
Thank you. Meta?
The people who think they can run the company better, but have not run the company, have no experience, and they think they're smarter than Elon should realize they not only think they're smarter than Elon, they think they're smarter than Elon, all the people that work for him, all the people that choose to continue to work for him, all the people that invest in him after knowing him, all those individuals. And you don't have to have the best people as long as you have people who are good enough, right? There's good enough people working there. Maybe there's some people that don't want to work there because of their political beliefs, but I don't think they're hurting for talent at this point. It's evidenced by the fact that Elon's talked about the fact they don't really need to do AI Day anymore. They kind of got the people. V12's going, Operation Vacation's there. They're good.
That's why you could probably work there now. You're probably good enough to work at Tesla. But really,
Oh, wow, guys, listen, let's check this out. Gordon Johnson, after blocking me for years, is now requesting to speak.
well, before he speaks, let me say he's going to come up here and say that Tesla Energy has stopped growing per his plot because Lathrop is stuck at 20 gigawatt hours a year. And he's going to say there's no growth in the future. The stock's done under $100 stock price.
Well, Gordon Johnson, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for bringing me up. I guess I just had a few questions for the room. I guess first and foremost, I know that Elon Musk said that Tesla is between growth waves, but I guess I've never seen a tech company that grew and then went X growth and then later grew again. So I just wanted to know if anybody had an example of such a company, that saw its margins go from 19% to 8%. Q1 23 to Q1 24, and then see those margins go back in. Number one, and then number two, did anybody notice that Tesla talked about their energy division and how they had record megawatt hours in the delivery release today? Yet, if you look at the growth, year-over-year growth in that division, it's literally went to. It was 1Q23 359%, 2Q23 222%. 89% in 3Q, 30% in 4Q, and in 1Q24, this is year-over-year growth, 4.2%. So it looks like even that division is about to go X growth. I just say that because this company is trading at like 59 times, its 2024 EPS estimate, which is probably going to come down tonight as people cut their estimates, and it's just not growing. So I just wanted to know, it seems there's probably a lot of bulls in this room. What's the optimism to pay 59 times a number that's going to come down tonight for a company that's no longer growing, and even the division they're talking about looks like it's going to go X growth? Thank you.
Omar?
I think one example I'd point to is the end of the Model SX ramp and the start of the Model 3 ramp. You saw production and earnings growth kind of flatline there a little bit. Then the introduction of the Model 3 and the extension into the Model Y jump-started another growth wave. So I think the company is saying that we're going to see the start of that with their new platform that they're putting into production next year.
Right, but that was the story around the Cybertruck for years, right? The Cybertruck was going to create a ton of growth. Then it was the Model 3 revamp in China was supposed to create a ton of growth. I mean, these cars all look the same, really. I mean, they're not really upgrades. It's the same model. So why do you think if they failed in China to see that significant growth with the Highland. Why do you think that's going to resonate? One other thing. So that's one question. And then another question is, this miss was pretty significant, right? So if you look at, we know what China was, we know what pretty much Europe was. It looks like the big miss came in the USA. So it looks like demand in the US has imploded. So again, I guess I understand what you're saying, Holmars, but I would argue that that's been the story on Tesla for the past, 2 years, and that they're coming with a revamp that just hasn't played out clearly. Their revamps aren't working, neither are their price cuts. So I don't know why you would think that them bringing that revamp to the U.S. or wherever you're talking about is going to work. I just don't understand that. But the other question will be, if you've looked into these delivery numbers, it looks like the weaknesses in the U.S. How do they fix that? Given it seems like Elon Musk has gone far right and kind of alienated a lot of his buyers. Liberal, Democrats. Thanks for the time.
Can I talk to that, Yaman?
Yeah, Robert, go ahead. Everybody, this is a good time to be using your hands. Robert, go ahead.
I spoke at Google's first advertising conference. I was working at Microsoft back then. By the way, Microsoft's stock price was flat for almost a decade, even though it was still growing. So there was a reverse situation where there was growth and the stock market just wasn't rewarding that. Finally, when AI comes along, Microsoft stock has finally started popping, right? So sometimes for investors, you got to hang in there and just take the lumps. The things happen and don't work out in your favor. But at the first Google advertising conference, I learned at least one thing. One thing is people who are conservatives click on and buy things more from ads than liberals. Well, what did Elon just do? He bought Twitter, and that's an advertising company. So maybe that is feeding into some of his shift in politics. The other thing I learned there, hold on. The other thing, Cybertruck's going by. The other thing that I learned there is truck buyers. I'm friends with a lot of executives at Ford. They know that conservatives buy a lot more trucks than liberals do, but they're in maybe not a city. Right here in Silicon Valley, there's a lot more liberals than there are in the backwaters of, Kansas, for instance, that buy a lot of trucks. So you got to look at some of these political things with a grain of salt. Everybody who's pissed off because they're liberal and Elon's going more conservative, you're tribalisms, right?
Okay.
A lot of people.
Robert, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take turns. We have 2 people raising their hands. Omar, and then
So I think really you have a little bit of difficulty this year. If you look at Tesla's quarter, they're the number one seller of BEVs right now. You have fuel prices falling. You have the cost of financing these battery packs growing. So comparatively, the value proposition has been a little bit weaker. You've seen people talking about hybrid. And so there's been a little bit of cyclical weakness. But I think long term, when you just look at how the industry is progressing, we're far ahead of everybody's expectations. And I think the EV growth trend is going to continue in coming years.
Let me address that real quick. Because
no other term. Sawyer Machine Network.
Yeah, regarding energy growth, storage deployment rates are very volatile throughout time, and they're volatile on a sequential basis, even on a year-over-year basis. Logistics and at the end of the year to compare it to the previous year.
So, in regards to energy, the simple fact is that they haven't built out another production line in Lathrop. They're only producing 20 gigawatt hours a year, approximately, which comes down to maybe 4 to 5, up to 5 per quarter. And there's some lag, obviously, between production and when the project is finally realized. So it's not surprising that they have flatlined there until they build out the second line, which they will. And they're also building the Shanghai energy plant, which will go up, assuming production next year. So while obviously the ASPs on those will come down some, and margins will come down, I don't think there's anyone realistically who would expect the energy revenue deployed to not start going up again by end of this year, next year. As for the car business, I'm not someone who's super bullish. I'm bearish at times. I've been bearish lately because of the facts you brought up. The fact is that they're trading at a high multiple relative to the fact that they're not really growing earnings. And in fact, earnings are shrinking year over year. And so I've been bearish temporarily, but I think at some point there's going to be a floor. And the reason is that even though the demand for EVs in general, it's not just Teslas, it's EVs in general, have gone down significantly for reasons people have given, is that ultimately I still believe that EVs will be a majority of the vehicles in the future. And Tesla, because they do have better costs versus other OEMs in the US and Europe, maybe not China, will be able to grow vehicles, let's say, to 5 million a year. And if you start forecasting out operating margins, let's say 10% on that, on 5 million vehicles a year, you're still going to get earnings a year, let's say $6 in EPS just from automotive, not including any FSD software or anything. And if you kind of discount that back, you're still getting a share price of say 150 to 200. So I don't really think the stock is going to plummet to say $50. I don't think that makes sense. There's a lot of upside in other areas. So that's my kind of overall thought.
Okay, can I talk now?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to address first what Holmar said, that EVs are progressing. That goes completely against what people who know EVs better than all of us are doing. So if you look at Ford, you look at GM, you look at Stellantis, you look at Mercedes, you look at BMW, you look at Toyota, you look at, and then move into the battery guys, Panasonic, LG, CATL. Each one of these companies individually has recently scaled back anywhere from hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in planned EV investment due to the lack of profitability. So for the companies that are actually going to drive EVs, they are scaling back investment. That suggests clearly that EVs are going the opposite direction. So I don't understand what Holmars was talking about when he says EVs are progressing. Because again, reality and the people who know this sector better than any of us and who are actually selling EVs shows that they're pulling massive investments, by the way, that they had government incentives to do, number one. Number two, with respect to the battery storage and other segments argument, in Q1 of this year, Tesla got 94.3% of their revenues from selling cars, which was up from Q4 of last year. So I just don't understand how you guys continue to say that this isn't a car company. Clearly, it's a car company. And then with respect to the battery assembly business, with 20% gross margin and 5.7 billion in annualized revenues, people value that at hundreds of billions of dollars. When I say people, probably 80% of my sell side peers. As a reminder, LG Chem, who's the leading global industrial battery manufacturer, currently trades at 0.8 times revenues, less than 1 times revenues. And Tesla's, Tesla Energy's annualized revenues are currently 5.7 billion, right? So, and by the way, both Tesla and LG have similar 20% gross margins. So even if you give Tesla's unproven battery segment the same TEV to sales multiple as LG, or 0.8 times, that equates to $4.6 billion in value, or less than $2 a share. So it's just, and again, that assumes they scale up to LG's level, which they're nowhere near. So it just seems like fantasy to continue to say this isn't a car company when 94% of their revenues come from selling cars and nearly 100% of their profits, and to say their battery business is worth hundreds of billions when I just gave you the math to show you it's worth $2 a share for a company that's trading at 100 and whatever 60s a share. So it just doesn't seem like some of the arguments being made, number one, meet the reality of what we're seeing in the EV space. And with respect to the battery side, number two, meet the reality of how their revenues are structured, are comprised, and also meet the reality if you give them a LG Chem like valuation. So I just want to know why you guys continue to peddle and promote these kind of fantasy analyses. It's baffling to me.
All
Thanks
right.
for the time.
Omar?
Well, Gordon, it's no fantasy, it's a reality. You should come out here to the streets of California, and we have so many EVs from so many different brands here. It's just extremely common. More chargers are being built out, homes, apartments, businesses, fast chargers. We had a record number of EV sales. Actually, we crossed 1 million in the US for the first time. It's not always going to be very rapid growth every time. There's been a lot of other factors, the pandemic, the economy, just, there's been a lot of anti-EV backlash, people pushing against EVs, spreading misinformation. But it's pretty clear that we're moving to a world, I think, where the majority of new cars sold are going to be EVs. And EVs are going to be able to beat gas cars on price. And Tesla, with their next generation platform, they're seeking to cut the cost of the vehicle in half. I think it's going to be a much higher volume product than really their entire lineup combined today. But
Yoda?
I think for most people, we're looking at what's going on with FSD right now. We're looking at the free trials they're sending out to millions of customers. And it's really just an incredible investment in an artificial intelligence software licensing play. And you're getting the world's biggest EV maker for free.
All right, so we have about 5 to 6 to 1 ratio of bulls to bears on the speaker board right now. So if the bulls could please keep their points to 1 minute, and then I'll give Gordon 2 minutes to balance it out just a little bit. Okay, Yoda, and then Gordon.
Hi, Gordon. I have a kind of a long-term and then a short-term question for you. In terms of the long-term question, I was wondering, in your sort of personal worldview, do you think the future of driving will be autonomous or manual? And then my short-term question is, have you had a chance to spend time in a Tesla that has full self-driving?
So, with respect to whether we're going to have real FSD, full self-driving, this isn't my level, this isn't my area of expertise. But the people that I speak to that are experts in this area tell me that we're at least 10 years away, if not 20 years away. So, by the time we reach level 5 ATAM, hopefully I'm not going to be on the side. So, to answer your question, in our investment lifetime, I don't think we'll see full self-driving. No. With respect to me spending time in Tesla's car under FSD, I was actually in California recently speaking at a private equity firm. And I was in a Tesla car. Our Uber was a Tesla. And it was about 2.5 hours. It was my wife, my cousin, and myself. And it was one of the most uncomfortable rides I've ever had, to be honest. Now, with respect to budget FSD, the guys want to put it on the I haven't spent time with FSD, but it's because I've been in 2 car accidents. And given how that technology works, and it's not FSD, it's rubber mistakes are made. I imagine that said this to you, I've never that answers your question.
Yoda, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, actually, thank you for sharing your previous experience with Teslas and sort of accidents. It is quite telling. Yeah, I guess the only thing is I would encourage anyone, including yourself, to give this 12.3 version a try, especially if you're shorting, Tesla. And you could be either the passenger or be in the driver's seat, but either way, this is quite kind of breakthrough technology. It's gone a long way since the last V11 version. So yeah, it's probably worth a try.
Can I just add something to that? Just answering that question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just looking at TeslaDeaths.com, and so in total, we have 76 confirmed autopilot deaths associated with Tesla. We know that
Gordon, you know that source includes accidents that have nothing that are not caused by
they have
autopilot,
links.
right?
They have links to every death they claim. So,
Okay,
I'm just quoting the data. So 76 confirmed deaths.
That is not.
We know
That's
that
not a
the
good source.
2016.
Sorry, Gordon.
Hold on.
Omar, go ahead.
Yeah, this data source was created by Tesla short sellers, and it includes any incident in which there was a fatality, not just incidents where it was related to a defect in the vehicle or in the autopilot system.
Yeah. Gordon, I have a question for you though. What would
Hold on.
what?
Can I finish my thought there?
Not with that source, but if you have other data sources or other thoughts,
the
then
other
sure.
source is we now know that the 2016 Painted Black video, which was a little over 3 minutes and is still on Tesla's website, which shows the car driving itself and starts out by saying the driver is only in the driver's seat for legal reasons, was completely doctored. It was over 500 miles. There were multiple disengagements and the car actually wrecked. So when you guys ask me, do I trust FSD, given Tesla has engaged in these things where they show us videos that aren't real. And, by the way, on that website, it has NHTSA deaths. So this is reported by NHTSA, autopilot related deaths, 47. So that's why I don't trust autopilot. I don't know how that's, how that's not understandable given, the multiple things. But go ahead with your question.
All right, Omar, and then we have one more bear on the board now, so it's a bit more balanced. So going forward, everybody keep your points to 1 minute. Omar?
Yeah, I think it's very telling, Gordon's attitude about autonomy. There's a huge boom in AI happening. I take driverless cars all the time. My Tesla can complete point-to-point zero intervention rides often. That Painted Black video is not fake. It's running on over 1 million cars this week. So this is really, I think, where a lot of the divergence in expectation stems from. And if you think about a world where every car is autonomous, which I think most people would agree is approaching rapidly, most of these autonomous cars are going to be electric. The cost profile and the characteristics are really favorable, in addition to the power consumption needs of that autonomous car. So I think this is going to drive EV adoption much faster than people expect and overcome a lot of the bottlenecks that people see in sort of convincing consumers to accept EVs.
By the way, Homars, there's a Hulu documentary where the engineers at Tesla that worked at Tesla on that video said it is fake. The engineers from Tesla. So I don't know what you mean when you say the video is not fake.
All right. Machine and then Grant.
I think when you're discussing between bears and bulls, talking about autonomy, you have to separate talking about autonomy from the core automotive business, because very clearly, whether it's for legitimate reasons or not, they don't, people don't trust FSD, especially as a robotaxi service. And I think that's totally fair at this point for multiple reasons. And I think now that what's interesting is the conversation on the automotive component. A lot of bulls now aren't really saying that the automotive component by itself is going to be worth $1 trillion. They've kind of moved off of that goalpost and now are mostly focused on FSD. And so basically, you're at a point, I think, that the stock is kind of fairly valued and will only shift upward with a huge progress in FSD. That would be where you see the critical disengagements go down, let's say 10x. And I think that's just a thing to monitor. I don't think people they can have strong opinions, but just be willing to change opinions based on the data as it comes in.
Yoda. Sorry, Grant and then Yoda.
Yeah, I just joined because you were calling out the bull bear imbalance. I mean, I don't have too much to add on these specific things. I would say the one thing that was shocking to me is that the stock wasn't down more today based on the deliveries number. I think that it's going to be a very difficult 2024 for the company. I know there are a lot of people stepping up who perceive it as a buying opportunity. I think I'm just impressed at how many people were able to kind of stem what could have been a real bloodbath for the stock today.
Yoda?
Just a question for Gordon. What was your first impressions of ChatGPT when you used it? And what do you think the implication of it is? Maybe just briefly, because obviously we're talking about Tesla here.
Yeah, I don't really use GPT, but I just want to stress that you guys keep talking about Microsoft and AI, which by the way isn't proven yet. But I don't want to get into AI because that's not the area I focus on. So I don't have a lot of views there. But what I'll note with respect to Tesla again is, they derive the bulk of their revenues from selling cars, and I think that's a big, I think, misconception between the bulls and the bears. And with respect to saying it's priced fairly, I mean, Q2 isn't looking much better than Q1 with respect to car sales. So if you think this thing's priced fairly and they're going to see negative year-over-year growth, if you look at prior growth companies when they go X growth, I would highly suggest some of you look at what happens to the stock price when that happens. It's usually quite bad. Just as a caveat emptor.
All right, David Katz.
A couple quick notes for Gordon Johnson from where I stand. Omar said before, politics aside, not everyone might love what Elon says all the time, but the liberal states on the coast buy more EVs by a large factor than any other state. So what is it, 25% EV adoption in California? So there's a disconnect there. People understand the EVs. Legacy Auto made gas cars into EVs. They didn't build from the ground up. Legacy Auto made EVs that people didn't want, that they couldn't afford to make because they didn't have the kind of efficiency that Tesla had. So the fact that EVs have failed from Legacy Auto is not a surprise. You can't make people want something that's inferior.
All right, Dodge Army.
Hey, hey everybody, thanks for having me up here, and thank you, Gordon, for joining us and giving us your time. Gordon, you're somebody that holds Elon Musk to every letter that he says, right, either rightfully or wrongfully. You hold him to every word he says, and I just wanted to ask you a question. You've gone on record to say that Tesla would never be profitable without the ZEV credits. And that turned out to be false. You've gone on record to say the Cybertruck is just a stock pump. They'll never make them, which is false. I could name about 100 things that you've said that are wrong about Tesla. I'd like to hear your justification and rationale for those statements, and how do you defend yourself when you've been wrong so many times? Thank you.
Yeah. So this is a common Tesla bull argument. I think that we've been dead right on the Cybertruck. What we said that the Cybertruck would never exist in what they promised, which was a $40,000 truck with 500 miles of range. We've been spot on. Right now, Cybertruck production is about 9% of their capacity. That is a disaster for any auto company, producing just 9% of your capacity. So the Cybertruck, as promised, does not exist. So to say that we've been dead wrong there, incorrect. We never said that without ZEV credits, Tesla wouldn't be profitable. What we said is without the China factory, they would not be profitable. And we stand by that. I think that if they didn't have that China factory, I think that they would be losing money. And with respect to Holmar saying that every car on the road is going to be EVs, that's just mathematically impossible. To create one battery in a Tesla car, the amount of earth that needs to be dug up is like 7,000 pounds of earth for each battery. If every car on the road was a battery, there'd be no more earth left. So again, when these things are said and kind of, people like Holmar speak in these vagaries and platitudes, you really got to put math to this, because it can create this halo type view of Tesla when in reality things are much different. So I'm not trying to change anybody's opinion or give any advice here. I'm just saying, you need to basically audit some of these statements. Thank you.
right, Doge Army.
Yeah, Gordon. So on December 15th, 2022, in CNBC Squawk, you were talking with Gene Munster. Your share price prediction was that Tesla for 2023 was going to hit $23. We all know that was wrong. You also, on the same show, went on to say that Tesla would never be profitable without ZEV credits. Again, you've also said some of the other comments about the China factory and such. So I give you that. Those are true things that you've said, but you've been really dead wrong a lot. How do you respond to that? I can send you the video if you'd like. If you'd unblock me, I can send you the video where you said Tesla would never be profitable without ZEV credits, and that's been totally wrong.
Yeah, so I want to address that. So, that's actually probably going to prove correct. Let me explain. So, in 2020, as you guys all know, right, the price of used cars after 2021, 2022, the price of used cars were selling for more than the new equivalents, right? So if you went to buy a used, I don't know, BMW, you're paying more for the exact same car new, right? That's an anomaly that was not going to sustain. Why was that the case? The reason was because there was a chips shortage. There was an auto chips parts shortage, and automakers will not qualify in a new chip without at least 2 years of testing. Anybody who knows the auto business knows that, right? But what Tesla did is they were qualifying in new chips in 2 weeks, right? Other auto companies, they didn't have product available because they weren't willing to circumvent, if you will, decades of safety around their chips, whereas Tesla was qualifying in chips in 2 weeks. In addition, Tesla removed fog lights, they removed lidar, they removed sensors from the steering wheels, etc. But basically, one could argue, make the assumption that their cars became much less safe. But what that allowed Tesla to do is have cars available when no one else did. So what did Tesla do? They jacked up the prices of their cars. Their margins went from negative to 19%, their operating margins. And all of you said that, they have the most efficient manufacturing plants in the world because that's how it was sold to investing public. When in reality, they were just selling cars with less chips, and chips had only been qualified for 2 weeks when no one else had cars. So now what have we seen, right? Now there is no part shortage, right? Tesla has, from the peak, they've cut the price of their car roughly on the used car market. It's dropped like nearly over 50% for every variant, when the average for every car in the market's more like 5%. And they're still cutting prices. So my point is, now that the market has normalized, right, and everybody has cars available, Tesla's margins have imploded, and they're still imploding, right? They're still offering discounts on their cars, and they'll probably have to cut prices to show any kind of real growth this quarter if they can even achieve that. So my point is this: once we go back to a normalized car market, indeed, their margins probably will be negative, even with ZEV credits. So we stand by that comment, but the comment we made was without the China factory and ZEV credits. But again, in a normalized auto market with everybody having cars, Tesla does not perform well, and we're seeing that real time. Thank you.
Okay. Tim Hundley and then Grant.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the space. Two real quick questions for Gordon. The first one is, I'm not sure if I heard correctly when you were talking, Gordon, about accidents. Did you say that you've been personally in 2 separate accidents with Tesla vehicles?
No, I've been in accidents just in vehicles in general.
In general, okay. I just I wasn't clear, and I'm glad we clarified that.
Okay.
And just the other one once was just a quick one. After 35 years in sales, you said you were on the West Coast when you had your drive in a Tesla, and that you had sold your services to an investor conference. I'm impressed, because I'd like you to sort of tell me how you've sold your services to an investor conference after being ranked in your investor with like investors in the bottom 6% of your class. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not a real question, but what I'll highlight to everyone in this room is TipRanks is an extremely flawed ranking service. The way they rank GLJ research is by simply looking at our Tesla notes in the media. We cover 20 companies, And if you look at Bloomberg, which gets all of our notes real time and everyone else's, we rank above. I think we're ranked at like either number 1 or number 2. We don't only cover Tesla. We cover 19 other stocks. And if you look at Wall Street Zen, which is a similar service to TipRanks, but that does a much better job, we rank very highly there. But that's not important. And I didn't say I sold my services. I said I spoke at a conference, just to clarify.
Thank you, Gordon. Machine. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry. I don't want to skip over Grant. I skipped over him twice already. Grant and then Machine.
Hey, yeah, so I don't know Gordon, and I am also a Bear representative on this panel. One thing that I would say is that I feel like he's getting a lot of flack right now for things that he said in the past. And, you know, the reality that I think a lot of folks in this audience need to acknowledge is that for the last couple of years, as he's been talking out about Tesla being overvalued, the stock's gone down 60% versus its high. The stock is the worst performing company in the S&P 500 this year. I know if we polled the room, everyone would think that it's a tragedy. It's not valued at $2,000 a share, but you know, like it's worth listening to what he has to say rather than just attacking him for something you saw a while ago or this or that, because I think his views have probably been closer to reality than a lot of folks on the line here.
I mean, it depends on your starting point, right? If somebody's always bullish, they're going to be right at some times and wrong at some times. If somebody's always bearish, you know, you can kind of pick and choose your starting point of your timeline. But yeah, in the last 2 years, he's proven, you know, on the right side of the trade versus bulls. So, but if you go back 5 years, then, you know, the bulls have won. Machine.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually going to kind of support that point a little bit. I don't think it's really useful to try to criticize people for their past mistakes. I think it's useful to get some insight there, but it otherwise is not distracting from the topic at hand. I mean, we could also say, you know, other people are failures for their investments. Does that mean we shouldn't trust their opinion at all? Most people here thought the stock was going to like $1,000 or something a year ago, and it didn't. So are you all failures now? Or, you know,
Yeah.
should we not listen to you at all?
Man, Gordon, I don't think you've gotten any more love than you have in the last 5 minutes in any Tesla history.
Gordon,
which is amazing. Did
out
you expect in this space? But I have a question for Gordon. Gordon, seeing what would convince you that, you know, autonomous driving, true autonomous driving, driverless, nobody in the driver's seat, is sooner than 10 to 20 years that you indicated earlier? What would you have to see?
Right. Again, I don't want to claim that I'm the expert here because I'm not. You know, I rely on experts. And, you know, I think it's like no interventions and like, I think it's like millions of miles driven is what qualifies as level 5. I don't know if that's the right statistic, but it's like, it's not just like Tesla is level 2 ADAS, right? I mean, you have Waymo and Blue Cruise, which are level 3, and Mercedes, who has taken on legal liability. And those guys, forget about Tesla. Those guys are, you know, a decade to 2 decades away. I mean, Tesla is just massive. I mean, it's not even close. So I think that's one dynamic. And I just want to highlight, look, clearly we've been wrong on the stock price. And we still are, quite frankly. But the reality is our key argument was that, number one, Tesla is last in FSD / autonomous driving, and their technology is not going to work, right? I think that's proven correct. Number two, in a normalized auto market, EVs don't make money. And I think as we move through this year, I think that's going to prove correct. As Tesla's margins normalize to everybody having availability of auto parts, I think that's going to prove correct. You know, what we missed, admittedly, is, you know, Tesla's willingness to, you know, put chips in its car that had only been tested 2 weeks, and their willingness to remove, you know, parking sensors and fog lights and, you know, sensors in their steering wheel to have availability when no one else did. And, you know, we paid the price for that.
So, but just to kind
I
of,
don't think we've been necessarily as wrong as a lot of people in this room are painting on anything other than the stock price. And, you know, that's being driven by other dynamics.
okay. So just to kind of go back to the original point, original question was seeing what would convince you that sooner than 10 years out, Tesla robotaxis. And you kind of said You listen to the experts. So some of the experts that you listen to would have to tell you that it's less than 10 years out, that Tesla's about to get there, right?
I'm sorry, what's that? So to answer your question again, I'm not the expert. I rely on the experts. There's a guy, forget his name. Actually, his name slips my mind. But there's actually measurable. This isn't the problem with the Tesla debate is like a lot of people apply their emotions. There's no emotions needed. There's an official definition with respect to how long you need to drive without any interventions for your car to be level 3, level 4, level 5. And level 5 is FSD. That's full self-driving. No one is anywhere near there. So to answer your question, it would be when they meet the definition of what level 5 is, as stated in the official documents. And as far as how close Tesla is, even the bulls who are engineers will tell you, they're at least a decade away, Tesla. And
Okay.
I think the more neutral people will tell you they're at least 2 decades away. But to answer your question, again, they need to hit the specific requirements of level 5 ADAS, which is no interventions over a certain amount of time. And clearly they're nowhere near there.
All right. We're going to give a word to Meta. Meta, go ahead. Metaphor.
Hey, yeah, as you guys are debating this, I'm curious, Gordon, do you think Waymo has solved, like, if Tesla got to the point that they solved what Waymo has solved in certain cities, but they solved it in many more major cities, and unlike Waymo, they actually had a lot of vehicles, that would be a profitable business model?
Would it be a profitable business model? By the way, the guy who I was referring to is his Twitter name is Green the Only. He's good in this space with respect to the intricacies around here.
Just for the
Waymo,
record, Green has stated publicly he's not an AI expert. I mean, I've had back and forths.
right?
That's
He's an
correct.
expert. I do believe he's an expert in autonomy.
No,
So
he's
He
not.
says himself that he's not.
okay, all right. Well, we've had detailed discussions. Anyways, there's other people I speak to as well, but he's a good one in my view. So with respect to your question, Waymo is level 3, right? So that's not level 5. That's not full self-driving. It's
Waymo's considered level 4.
that's news to me. So again, they're not level 5. Full self-driving is level 5, and this isn't Gordon saying this. This is people who know this stuff
Right, but
better than me.
let's ignore the level thing, right? I think the question is, if Tesla could do what Waymo does, whatever we label that, Waymo-like, let's say, but it does it in more cities, would that be profitable?
I don't know. I mean, Tesla's not an autonomous company. They're an automobile company, and a fledgling one at that. So these what ifs is why people get confused and pay this type of multiple for a stock. And I think it's dangerous to continue doing these what ifs. You have to look at the business they're in, and the business they're in is fledgling, and they just went X growth. And again, I would highly suggest you look at any company that was considered a tech company, which by the way, Tesla is not. But you can look at any of these companies that go X growth and see what the stocks do shortly thereafter. And I think everyone should do that who's long the stock.
Okay, just a quick note for those of you requesting to speak. The bar for acceptance to request to speak right now is very high. So if you don't get a chance to speak, you may leave a reply. I'm trying to monitor the replies at the same time, and others are replying as well. So we have very good speaker board right now. We're going to take turns. I think I'm going to stick with the speaker board for now, not accepting any requests to speak for now. Omar, then Yoda, then Grant.
Yeah, again, I just don't think Gordon realizes how far this technology is along. And I invite him to come to San Francisco. We can take a driverless Waymo ride. It can take you point to point anywhere in San Francisco, 24/7, rain or shine. It works pretty well. They're now expanding into LA, they're in Phoenix, they're going into Texas. It works perfectly. It's really great. And Tesla FSD 12, of course, in an ordinary car, they're producing hundreds of thousands of these things a quarter, and it can just take you point to point with no intervention, without any special hardware, using just cameras. So it's incredibly far along. And he talks about this being 10 years away, 20 years away. Tesla's got a product that they're selling right now this quarter that people are paying for and using in a supervised state, that's already a multi-billion-dollar business. I think as the software progresses, and maybe it does take 10 years, maybe it takes 5 years, but however long it takes, I think as it becomes reliable enough that you don't have to supervise it as you do today, the business could grow 1,000 times in size without the cost really growing all that much at all. So this isn't, I think, 10 years away. This is something that's, I think, going to be material this year and is going to grow, I think, very fast. And just as a licensing play, it could be larger than the entire automotive business.
Okay. Grant and then Yoda.
I was just going to say, I might be slightly more willing to play ball on the concept that Meta was going for. I mean, I definitely think if they had true robotaxis in a bunch of major metro areas, I'm sure that's a profitable business model.
Right. So then it just comes down to a technical debate, right? The question
Okay.
is assuming that is the case, do you think the financials are blown out or acceptable? Just assuming that they could do that.
Okay, while Gordon and Grant thinks about that, Tesla, Yoda, go ahead.
Yeah, this is I think Gordon, you actually have something in common with Elon in that you're both specious. I think the future, the world you have is that the future of driving in the near term, within the next 3 to 5 years, is not autonomous. So you're sort of pro, I guess, human drivers, which is great. I do, yeah, encourage you to really try and take up Omar's offer, whether it's him driving you or you taking a FSD drive, just to experience it. It's really next level. Perhaps you could think of this as a challenge to you from the Tesla bulls, and yeah, give it a try and maybe take up the challenge.
Gordon, are you willing to go on an FSD ride with Omar?
Again, I find it's almost psychotic to me that you guys trust this product, given we know that they faked the video to sell it initially, the painted black video. And, NHTSA has reported, I think, 49 deaths. This is NHTSA, not TeslaDeaths.com, associated with FSD. Again, maybe you guys haven't been in a car accident. I've been in two. I would never trust this technology with my life. I value my life. And this
Well,
isn't a knock at
honestly, it's
Tesla.
funny you say that because I was actually in a car accident before that would have been prevented if FSD was on the other car. So, Omar?
Yeah, this is a technology that I think is going to end car crashes. An AI that's in your car that can see that you're going to make a mistake and can intervene to stop that from happening. It runs when you're in autopilot mode, but also while you're driving manually. And I think you can come take a ride in San Francisco. You don't have to worry about it because the Waymo's super safe. Everything's pre-mapped. They have people watching it remotely. And in the case of the Tesla, you still have someone in the driver's seat there, a driver, who can take over if the car makes any mistakes. So it's perfectly safe and millions of people use it every day.
All right, let's switch topics a little bit while we have Gordon, because I'm really curious about his thoughts on the Cybertruck. Gordon, you said earlier that EVs are not profitable, even though Tesla has generated billions of dollars selling EVs. I understand it's not profitable for other companies, but the Cybertruck has a lot of excitement around it. Every single person that comes to the speaker board who own a Cybertruck, we have a number of them actually, tell me the same thing. That everybody's around the Cybertruck taking pictures with it, asking questions. And even though the price is high today, it will decline obviously as production increases. Where do you stand on the popularity and the future of the Cybertruck for Tesla?
Yeah, again, it's not about where I stand. It's just facts, right? The facts are that they're currently operating capacity at 9% of their stated. They're producing at 9% of their stated capacity. That's an abject failure. Any auto company executive will tell you that. If you operate under 95%, you're losing money. They're at 9%. It's like it's not even close. So that's number one. Number two is, I think the lead times to get these things are very, very short. Despite, I think, what was the number? He said he had 1 million reservations. I don't even remember because the numbers are so crazy. So if you can buy one, if they're operating at 9% of their capacity, and you can buy one today and get it nearly immediately, it's not about what Gordon Johnson thinks. The numbers show you that the demand just isn't there. So again, it's not about what I think. There's math that can get you these answers. And I think in some instances, these rooms are echo chambers where you have people
Well,
like Omar
so let me ask.
speaking
So let me ask
yeah.
you this. So there are 2 million reservations for the Cybertruck from more than 1 million people, but obviously those reservations were
But
made.
how can that be real
when,
if they're operating
when,
at 9% of their capacity? If there's
because,
2
so
million
let me
reservations,
finish.
they would
Let
be
me
operating at
finish.
100% capacity.
Let me finish. So obviously it takes time to ramp production, but those reservations were made thinking the price was going to be, 40, 50, 60, 70, $80,000. Today, the price is 6 figures, which is in line with previous production ramps from Tesla. Start out a little expensive because there's not people willing to pay those prices to be the first ones to get it. And then as production ramps, production smoothed out, Tesla reduces the price in line with its mission statement. So are you telling me that Tesla will not sell 1 million plus Cybertrucks over the coming years once production ramps? That the people who reserved are gone forever? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not telling you anything. The numbers are telling you all you need to know. The numbers I just stated. They're operating at 9% capacity. And if you order one today, you can get it nearly immediately. If there were 1 million reservations, those facts would not be possible. So it's not about what I'm telling you. It's just simply looking at the numbers.
Okay, Omar?
Well, I don't think it's true that you can order one and get it immediately. People are waiting, even people who ordered years ago. I mean, there is a referral reward where you can redeem 30,000 credits and get it within 45 days, but there's still quite a bit of a wait, even at this $100,000 price. This is basically the first quarter that they've started production in serious volume and started delivering to customers. So they're limited on a few things. I think they've stated installed capacity of 125,000. They want to expand that to 50,000. But if you look at their 4680 cell capacity, they only have capacity for 52,000 trucks a year. So they're constrained on a number of things. They're scaling up general assembly, they're scaling up production of the cells. I think there's some work there. This is the first quarter of production. I don't think that's indicative of what the long-term production is going to be like. I think they're going to meet the 125,000 installed capacity and exceed it and go to 250K. And they'll introduce lower price variants of the truck as they expand capacity. They'll introduce, an $80,000 version, which is the same as the $100,000 version that's on sale today, and then a $60,000 standard range version. And that should generate additional orders to match that increase in supply.
All right, Meta, and then we're going to get Gordon's comments on Optimus if he has more time. We have about half hour to go in the space. Half hour mark starts now. Meta?
Yeah, just as a point of reference, Gordon, I was a day 2 purchaser. I placed my configuration about 2-3 weeks ago for a Cyber Beast, and I still don't have a VIN. So it's definitely not the case you can order it and get it within a couple of days.
Okay, great. By the way, Mike, did you have anything to say?
Thanks, Yaman. Gordon, I just had a quick question. I kind of agree with you that looking at the car business today, it's difficult to justify a $550 billion valuation for Tesla. I, for the most part, agree with you. However, the demand curve changes dramatically if FSD actually becomes a reality. You have mentioned, I believe, 4 times that you speak to experts regarding FSD, as you're not an expert yourself. You mentioned Gramioni. Can you mention any other experts when it comes to autonomous transportation or AI that has guided you with your opinion that Tesla FSD is in last place? Can you guide us as to what experts are informing you that FSD is not what we think it is? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Guidehouse puts out I think either quarterly or annual ranking, and for several years they've ranked Tesla last. But with respect to, so that's one you guys can all just Google and find yourself. Guidehouse, GUIDHOUSE. They've ranked Tesla last in FSD for several years. It's not FSD, it's autonomous driving. With respect to the experts I speak to, the reason I provided Green the Only is because he's on Twitter. I speak to 3 other experts who, I'm sure you guys can understand. Given my day job, I'm just not going to share my, my contacts. But they all have quite negative things to say. This isn't. I'm not trying to get you guys to believe what I'm saying. That's not my point here. I'm trying to get you guys to go out and do the research yourself. I.e., don't take what Elon Musk says as fact. Audit what he's saying. Speak to experts in the industry and ask them, how does Tesla's autonomy rank against the rest of the industry? Again, don't take my word for it. Just do it yourself. I think you'll be shocked at what you hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, and then I want to get Gordon's views on Optimus. We're going to switch to Optimus after Mike's question.
Okay, understood that you're not going to share the providers of the information. Any anecdotes as to the content of what they provided you? Because we have.
Well, no, you're ignoring me. I did share. I gave you one. So
The
Guidehouse
content.
ranks. Yeah.
No, that's a website that's obviously biased. The content of any of your experts, what have they shared with you that informs your opinion that FSD is 20 years away? Thank you.
I just told you. So I don't know, maybe you just joined, but it's the amount of interventions over a specific period of time. And to reach those levels of non-interventions over that specific period, and I forget what the number of miles it is, it's not just that Tesla is decades away, it's also that everyone else is decades away.
Okay, just as a context, everybody on the board right now has multiple years of experience betting on or against Tesla. So nobody is new to the space or new to the stock. And I really like this discussion. We have bulls and informed bears discussing point by point, respecting each other, not cutting each other off, raising hands. Great discussion. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Gordon, what are your thoughts on Optimus? So we discuss Optimus quite a bit in this space. This space is very much focused on the longer term of Tesla and related technologies. We also discuss other companies as well. We discuss a lot on AI, robotics, and a lot of people in this space believe that majority of Tesla's future value is going to come from Optimus. And that's what Elon has said as well. And that's what he's focused on, primarily, it appears, at Tesla. So do you have in your forecast models any allocation to Optimus, any sales, profit assumptions, or anything?
So, this is purely my opinion. I believe Optimus is a stock pump intended to keep people interested in, a stock that I think is overvalued. So the first instance we saw of Optimus was a person in a spandex suit dancing on stage. The second instance we saw was, people carting out a robot that had the functionality of nothing that we've seen that is decades old. Toyota has a robot that is more advanced than Tesla from I think 7 or 10 years ago. Boston Dynamics has been working on robotics for several years. It's far more advanced than Tesla, and I don't know if they're making a ton of profit on those. So my view on Optimus is it's a distraction meant to give bulls hope that at some point, it'll generate revenues. As of right now, it's generating none, and I don't expect it ever will.
Meta.
Gordon, when you talk to the experts that you speak to that work in the AI space, full disclosure, I work in the AI space. Are these experts who have had experience with transformers, which gained popularity in the last 3 or 4 years, and with some niche groups that's been around for 5 to 6? Or are these AI experts who've been in the industry for like decades and may not actually be as familiar with the things that are backing things like ChatGPT and Gemini?
Can you tell me what it is that Tesla does that's AI first, so I can answer that? What is the AI that Tesla has? Thanks.
Sure. So with V12, they moved the planning stack and the control stack over to transformers. Transformers are a completely different approach to how AI is constructed. And the fact that they've moved over to that model is what has allowed this massive change in uh, disengagement rates to decline by externally measured data at around 300% in a single release. And that trend is likely to continue because, as I'm sure you know, when you surpass a plateau in AI, it continues to rise until it hits the next plateau. And the only question that remains is that plateau before or after they hit Waymo-like service?
Okay. Yeah, that respectfully, that's a lot of jargon for me. With respect to, I'm sorry, can you what's the question? Because no, so you're saying their AI is basically their autonomous driving. Is that fair?
No, actually, what I was asking you was the experts that you speak to, how long have they been in the AI industry?
Right, but first I need to know from you what it is that Tesla has that's AI, and it seems like you're saying it's their autonomous driving. Is that fair?
I don't understand why you need to know that to answer the question I asked you.
Because if Tesla's not involved in AI, then it doesn't matter. Associating them with the current, you know, uh, you know, stock pump du jour, I think is unfair. So I need to know what is
They
it that you
have
think?
a
Yeah.
they have a neural net processor called a trip chip in their vehicle, which drives the vehicle. I know you've never been in the vehicle. It sounds like you haven't been in it at least since V12. Just answer this hypothetically if you must, or if you're not going to answer it, then I would say don't say you have AI experts, because why bring that up if it's not relevant?
Again, what does Tesla do that is AI? That's my question to you. What is
Well,
it that AI? What is Tesla doing that is AI?
why are you
Yeah, so
consulting AI
Gordon,
experts then?
Gordon, Meta already mentioned that Tesla created this FSD computer on the car, right? That's an inference computer on the car that drives the car.
Right.
I mean,
So
if you
again, to be
believe,
very clear, to dumb this down for those like myself who aren't so smart, what you're saying is that their AI is their autonomous driving. Is that fair?
Sure. Or you could
I
go with
don't.
driver
So
assist if you
I'll
want to go
answer
with
that
that.
very quickly. I don't think their autonomous driving is AI. Period. End.
You think it's hand coded?
I think it's their attempt at autonomy, and to put that in the AI category, I think is a mistake, and I think it's an attempt at a stock pump. I
Do you
think that
think it's
their
a neural
autonomous
net?
driving technology is, as Guidehouse ranks it, and as my experts say it is, I think it ranks last, and I think it's lackluster versus everything else out there because they don't use radar, they don't use lidar, and anyone who knows this well will tell you you absolutely have to use that. With respect to the Kathy Wood argument that they have these millions of miles that they use to train the cars, I think that's also a myth and untrue. I don't think that
yeah.
all
So
those miles are
okay,
captured, and I don't think their cars are learning. So I do
all right.
not think they have AI. So I don't think the AI conversation or
That's
discussion is necessary.
Gordon. That's a hell of a That's a hell of a statement that Tesla's autonomous driving has nothing to do with AI. But let's Meta. I understand you have more, but we have other people requesting to speak. So Grant, Doge Army, and then Omar, and then we're going to bring Robert in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be a bear representative that maybe has more of an appreciation of some of the nuances around AI. So yeah, I mean, Tesla definitely has AI capabilities. I am also a bear on Optimus though, and would agree with Gordon that it felt like a little bit of a stock pump. Will be interesting to see how the technology develops. I don't know how far off it'll be. It seems like it's going to be a pretty crowded marketplace. So I'd be a word of advice to anyone assigning any real value to that in their stock valuation would be to just make sure that you're not assuming Tesla owns the full market, because it seems pretty clear that's not going to be the case, even if it is a very valuable opportunity.
Okay, Doge Army, then Robert, then Meta.
Yeah, thanks again for letting me come up here, and thanks again, Gordon, for putting your neck out there and talking with us. I just had a kind of a big picture question for you that I hope you'll answer, and that's, a lot of the bulls obviously put a lot of stock into Elon the person. We see the things he's doing at SpaceX, and We see him giving, functionality back to a paraplegic with Neuralink, and starting a lot of companies to try to do a lot of good in the world. And I feel like when I listen to you, I hear you say that he's a liar and he's a fraud and he's doing things just to pump the stock. But what do you think, if those things are true, if you really believe that and you mean that, what do you think Elon's motivation is at this point? He's one of the richest people that have ever lived. He has hundreds of billions of dollars that he can have access to. He could sit on an island and sip, Mai Tais for the rest of his life and never work again. What do you think Elon's motivation is? If you're correct that he's a fraud and he's just trying to pump the stock, like for what purpose? Can you answer that for us? Thanks.
Okay, was that directed at me?
Yes, sir.
It was, but it is out of topic. So just keep it short, please. Then we'll go to Robert with AI answers.
Yeah. So what's his motivation? I think there's potential issues with respect to a number of claims that he's made, and potential liabilities associated with those claims. And I think that if Tesla's stock price drops to a certain level, our view is that Tesla is immune from all U.S. laws, both roadway and securities. But if the stock price drops to a certain level, I believe that some of those immunities will not exist anymore. So, with respect to what is his motivation, as we saw with Trevor Milton, as we saw with Elizabeth Holmes, as we're probably going to see with the guy over at Lordstown, there's real risk with making promises that lead to financial losses and more importantly, physical losses. So if indeed there are some issues there, and we don't know if there are, certainly, but we do know, I mean, that from the painted black video to the cars hitting what is it, fire trucks and emergency vehicles, etc., that there could be some issues. So I think that the motivation would be to not have those legal issues become real liabilities. That would certainly be a motivation of mine, no matter how rich I was.
Robert.
Just to cover who I am, so I have some credentials behind me. Mercedes-Benz gave me its first ride in its first autonomous car. I have the first video on YouTube of a Waymo or a Google self-driving car, and I've written 2 books on spatial computing, which are highly regarded, which is the technology that's underneath autonomous cars. And I've interviewed Sebastian Thrun, for instance, who started the Waymo company at Google, came out of Stanford, and it chose the LiDAR on the Waymo cars. And he says today he would choose camera-only approach compared to what he had to choose for the Waymo company, because back when he made the choice to put LiDARs in the car, they didn't have enough compute to do the conversion from 2D cameras into 3D worlds or 3D digital twins that the Tesla is now able to do. I also personally talked to Ford's CTO, who said Elon is right about camera-only approach, and that's why Ford has chosen to go with camera-only on its Mustang e-car, and on and on. The car, you really, Gordon, you should come and understand. By the way, Siri was launched in my house. That was the first consumer app to use artificial intelligence in the consumer world, and I've been tracking the AI world since then. I have the only map of the entire AI industry here on X, including more than 4,000 companies that are in the AI space. So I've been tracking this for a long time. And you're absolutely wrong when you say the system that's driving the autonomous car, the system that's driving full self-driving in your Tesla is not AI. It's a neural network, totally new, by the way. The FSD 12.3 that just is turning on for people. Literally, my neighbor just got it this morning. So the fleet is continuing to get this new build. This new build is an end-to-end neural network. It is AI. So, and I've talked to many experts, and yes, you're right. There is a disagreement. There are some experts who feel that you need LiDAR, and I've talked to many companies, including the CEO of InnoVision, which makes the LiDAR for the front bumper of the BMW. He says you need LiDAR to have a redundant system for insurance purposes over camera-only approaches, and he's trying to sell a LiDAR to car companies. So he has a little bit of a stake in the game and a little bit of a bias there. But there is that point of view that you need a LiDAR to get to completely version 5. Now, when you start saying level 5 has to drive in a blinding snowstorm or in fog that a human can barely see through. And there is a little bit of an advantage, for instance, with a radar, because radar can go through fog and snow and see a reflection off of the road around you and the car in front of you. So there might be a need for that to get to complete level 5. But my car proves that it drives fine with just cameras, no LiDAR needed. Meta.
Okay.
Meta.
Can I address that or no?
Sure. Gordon and then Meta.
Yeah. So, first off, you need LiDAR and radar, based on all the experts I talked to attempt to get to level 5. Number one. Number
I
two,
talked to different experts who come to a different conclusion than you.
Yeah. Number two.
Okay.
Yeah. Number two, the FSD take rates in the U.S. I think were as high as like close to 50%, and they've imploded to 10%, roughly 10%. FSD take rates globally were as high as I think 30%, and they've imploded to like I think around 4% currently. So
they're not. It's not available in China or in Europe.
Robert,
hold on. Let me finish.
No cutting off.
It's a fact that FSD take rates have imploded. So the people who actually buy Tesla cars are not buying FSD, and that number is getting exponentially worse. That's just a fact. That's number two. And then number three, right? Tesla's giving it away for free now, right? They're effectively forcing you to take it. So, what you stated, I think your name is Robert, was a lot of words, but again, I just focus on reality. And the reality is FSD take rates have imploded. Tesla's ranked last by any outfit that ranks, or close to last by any outfit that ranks autonomous driving. And since 2016, there's a video on this, which I can send anyone who wants it. Elon Musk has been saying we're going to have, level 5 FSD next year, and we're still nowhere close to being there. So I just don't understand why the faithful continue to have faith in this, given we've had history with this.
Could I answer that, Yaman?
No. We have a number of people speaking, but the reason why I kind of have to be balanced here is because we have a 10-to-1 ratio right now of bulls to bears. So I have to take Meta, then Machine, and then Kristen.
Gordon, do you think any company is going to achieve autonomy at the whatever definition you want to call it? And if so, when do you think that happens?
So again, there is a specific definition, and it's for level 5 autonomy, which is that is what a Robotaxi is. It's not level 4, it's level 5. And I forget the exact amount of miles, but I think it's like 1 million, something like that, without any interventions, and no one's close. So with respect to, do I think someone's going to achieve it? I mean, you've had a lot of smart guys working at it for a long time, and we're nowhere near close, right? Elon Musk, since 2016, has said that his cars will have level 5 FSD, or full autonomy, at full self-driving, which is level 5 next year, and we're still not there, right? That's 8 years ago, right? So with respect to when we're going to do it, I don't know. But again, the experts would tell you it's at least 10 to 20 years off. And that's for the guys who are more advanced than Tesla.
Machine, Kristen, then 10.
By the way, I don't know if you consider me a Tesla bull. I mean, I am in general, but all I own now is puts. So
is that right? Your net
right now?
puts?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Wow.
I told you the stock was going down to 150. So, anyways, after that, we'll see.
Okay, so we have a very balanced board then.
So
we just switch sides.
we all know I'm the most balanced person on here. Okay, I don't get emotionally driven up or down. And in this case, it's the same thing with FSD. I'm a data scientist. Meta also focused in the area. We have expertise in understanding how these models are built and the data needed for them and how to combine sensors. And what I would say is it's totally fair to not trust Tesla over the years, given so many claims for 8 to 10 years about what's going to happen, and it hasn't happened yet. So ignore all that. Don't trust what people say. Trust what you see. Trust the numbers. Look in the strategy, and the strategy of building these are certainly AI models, deep neural nets trained on large amounts of interesting, useful data will yield you very useful systems. Now, when those systems become actually to the level of accuracy and reliability to be robotaxis is yet to be determined. We don't know exactly when that's going to happen. You hear a lot of people using words about exponential growth and the thing's going to happen in 5 months from now, or it's going to be 10 years from now. Well, we don't know for sure. We just know, is the general approach right? Focus on the data. The fact is that if you've driven one of these vehicles, and I've actually been in one with the latest version, it's pretty impressive. And I'm not someone who tends to be super biased. And I would say it's much better than it was a few years ago. Now, as for LiDAR doesn't give you redundancy, as in if the cameras fail, the system's still going to be able to drive. All it does is reduce the error rate so that if there may be one occasion out of a million where the cameras miss an object or the right depth, the LiDAR could help in those cases. So yes, it's true. With proper sensor fusion, it could improve things on the edges, but there's no need to have those devices installed right now in the vehicles.
Great.
Once it's
Thank you,
already
Mr.
at 100,000 miles per disengagement, if you can't get any further, sure, add in the LiDAR. You can't trust people from those companies, though. They're trying to sell the product.
Yeah. All right. Before we go to Kristen, just a quick note that we have new members of the Patreon that support this space. Bill, Rihanna Sugito, and Kishore Macha. Thank you very much for joining Patreon, which allows this space to be free and open for everybody. And really loving this discussion right now. Balanced bulls, bears on the board. Really thank you for everybody for joining. Kristen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Yaman. Sorry. I was just gonna say maybe Machine is Gordon's expert for AI. Not sure about that, but I was gonna say for AI. Not sure about that, but I was gonna say, people are holding they're holding Tesla to these whenever. I don't think he even conceived that the pandemic would be working one over on Tesla. And so people are like, oh my gosh, it didn't deliver like 5 years like it should have. But I mean, give me a break. We literally went through a pandemic and there's so many businesses that closed. There's a lot of groups that were doing really well. The government was handing out money to bail people out. So I think that has to be factored in. I think we can't just look at the timeline and go, look at it just didn't do well, or Elon didn't deliver like you promised, because I don't think that's fair.
Can I address that?
Just give me 1 second with Temp and then Gordon, then Grant. Temp.
Hey, Gordon. I just want to compliment your skills as an interlocutor. You're a very good debater. And I just want to ask if you could familiarize everybody here in the space who may not be familiar with you, with your track record on Tesla and when you first made the bear call and how you've been since then.
Yeah, sure. So we effectively initiated Tesla around $300. I think it was 2018 or 2019. So split adjusted, that would be $100. So right now we're still very wrong. And on the stock price, we've been very wrong. That's just a fact. So does that answer your question?
It does, but I don't think it's the truth. I remember specifically 2016, 2017, that you were a bear on Tesla, and at $15 a share, split adjusted, 10x in the rearview mirror. So I'm glad I didn't listen to you back then. I did buy at that time myself.
All right, thank you, Sam. Gordon, would you like to address what Kristen was saying?
Yeah, so with respect to this popular argument that Elon Musk always delivers, that's just factually incorrect. And let me explain. So number one, the panels he showed Tesla investors to convince them to buy Solar City it was on the set of Desperate Housewives. It was a house on the set of Desperate Housewives. Those panels were fake and they've never been produced. So that wasn't a promise that he didn't deliver on. One could argue that was a mistruth. With respect to him filing a 10G instead of a 10, the filing he did with respect to Twitter, where he said he wasn't going to have any significant role as an insider, and his filing was wrong. That's not him making a promise that he didn't deliver on. That's just an outright mistruth. And the same thing with the Painted Black video. So this idea that he makes promises that he always delivers on, there's examples of that not being true. So I don't think you can say, as a lot of people do, he always delivers.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Robert Scoble, for just joining Patreon. Appreciate that. It's because of patrons that the space is open and free for all. Thank you very much, everybody. Grant, and then Robert.
Sure, just a handful of comments. And again, I am a bear. In response to a handful of things people have said over the last 5-10 minutes, someone asked what motivates Elon, and I think Elon is a narcissist. I think it's kind of clear. I would agree with Gordon that he is very comfortable bending the truth and, putting a prettier picture on things than reality would typically, dictate. I think that's certainly true. And then in response to, I think it was Kristen and the commentary around the pandemic, I mean, my personal belief is that Tesla has operated as something of a meme stock, and I don't think it would have experienced the level of price appreciation in 2020 absent the handouts that you mentioned the government was giving to people. I'll stop there.
Robert, and then Omar.
I've owned FSD since 2018, and yes, Elon did misrepresent the timing of it. We all expected it to happen faster, and the whole autonomous industry has sort of expected it to happen faster. Waymo is the leading company right now with a humanless driven car. You can go to San Francisco and watch it drive around the street, and there's no human in board. So they are probably seen as the leader, and I'd like to see what Gordon thinks of their vehicle and their strategy, because they are only available in 4 cities now in the United States, and there's 300 so cities that are bigger than 100,000 residents. Who is going to get number one first? And then have you done any customer research of understanding how fast the adoption is going to happen? Because I have, and I've talked to people in many states in the United States about autonomous cars and done consumer research, and I find there's a lot of resistance to getting in a vehicle without a steering wheel. Now, Google has data to prove. We can talk about it. Anyways, I'd like to hear what Gordon thinks of the Waymo company, which came out of Google.
Okay. Gordon, 1 sec. Omar has been raising his hand for a while. So Omar and then Gordon.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that Gordon keeps talking about the Painted Black video being fake when any Tesla in the United States right now can get a free trial of the software that does exactly what's depicted in that video. It can do drives anywhere on any road. You have to supervise, you have to intervene at times, but they didn't say this was the capability of the car. They said this is what we're going to let the car do. And they actually made that real. That car, if you bought a car in October 2016 or later, it can run this FSD 12 software. And nobody else has been able to put a product out like that. If you want to buy a car that can attempt to do drives for you anywhere in the country without any pre-mapping or a lot of expensive hardware, there's only one product on the market that can do it. So you can call the guy a narcissist, you can call him a fraud, you can call him any name you want, But the fact is, there's millions of people using this product, and there's only 1,000 Waymos on the road, and nobody else has come close to doing what they're doing.
Gordon.
Yeah. So first, I'll address Homar's what he said. I don't know how else to say it than to say what he just said is moral bankruptcy. He knows. I've seen his own videos where he's had to intervene in his cars, almost causing what would have been catastrophic accidents. To say that the painted black video, the video starts out by saying the driver is only in the driver's seat for legal reasons. The car is driving itself. That's what the video starts out by saying. And then it proceeds to do 3 minutes of a continuous drive of the car driving itself around. That was completely doctored. We know that's not what happened. It was 500 miles of multiple interventions and the car actually crashing. So for you to sit here and say that video is real, it's just moral bankruptcy. You're lying. Number one. Number two, with respect to what the other gentleman said, I think he was asking me what I think of Waymo. And, you know, this is my own opinion, so this isn't really analysis. But, you know, my dad was a truck driver at one point. A lot of my cousins are, you know, they have multiple jobs, one of which include Uber drivers. The idea that every car is going to be autonomous and that we're going to replace human drivers with cars that drive themselves, quite frankly, I think is never going to be achievable, because the job destruction that would bring this country's, you know, the majority, the hardworking people, the blue collar people who, you know, use their cars to make money, to their feet, to their knees rather. So I just, you know, I understand all of you guys want your stocks to go up and you want to make a lot of money, but a lot of people rely on their cars, their trucks, etc., to provide money, food, housing for their families. So this idea that we're just going to replace all those jobs, I don't think that's ever going to really see fruition, because I think at some point the politicians will be forced to stop it, if that makes sense. Again, personal view, not analysis.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Omar, Grant, then Machine, then Robert.
So I use this software every day. It does all of my driving. I get in the car, I tell it where I want to go, I push the button, it drives me there. So you're telling me this is fake, it's not real. I and millions of other people use this every day. It's actually a real thing. So I think it's kind of funny that you think it's not a real thing.
I've seen your videos, Holmars, where you had to intervene in what would have been a catastrophic accident, and you're sitting here telling me that that's not what I saw with my eyes.
No,
I
you
mean,
you do have to
moral
intervene
bankruptcy.
sometimes.
Hold
You
on,
do
hold
have to
on.
intervene
The
sometimes.
video
Yeah.
says that the person is sitting in the seat only for legal reasons. The car is driving itself. That is categorically false. We know that's not true. So for you then to sit here and say that video is real, you're lying. And I don't understand why you're doing it other than to push your
No.
stock higher.
Okay.
I mean,
Because
All
if
right.
the
somebody's
car does
listening to
drive
you,
itself.
All right.
go ahead.
Omar, then Grant.
The car is doing the driving. It can just make mistakes, so you need human supervision. But the Painted Black video was not trying to say this is the software we've created. They showed this video when they started putting the hardware, the cameras in the car. And they said, we're going to start putting this hardware in the car. Over time, we'll actually be able to update the software and make the car drive better and better. Here's kind of a demonstration of what we think would be possible one day. And they actually made that true. Nobody else has done that. So, you know, I think playing back these comments
What
in
you're
a few
saying is
years.
categorically false. The video, you know what? Nobody has to believe me or you.
All right, Gordon,
Just
we have
pull up
to.
the
All right,
video. It's still on their
we're gonna
website.
go out to. Okay, we're gonna go to Grant, and then Omar, I'm gonna send you a quick DM real quick. Grant.
Yeah, I would. So a couple things. I am a Tesla bear. I would want to make sure that everyone on this space doesn't think that all Tesla bears are kind of tech hating Luddites. I mean, Gordon, I hear what you're saying with regard to politicians not making FSD available because of the job losses that might entail. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that would be fine. I think in 50 years, 100 years, I don't know exactly when, I'm sure a majority of driving will be done by computers. That just makes sense. I would expect that to be the case. And I don't think that this Tesla Q, Tesla, pro Tesla debate should be framed in terms of the people that want tech versus don't want tech. I work in VC. I'm a tech, advocate in general, I'm also short the stock because you can be both. I would echo Gordon's comments that the Paint in Black video was a pretty egregious misrepresentation of what the tech was capable of. I think his point that, the tech today requires a driver in the driver's seat, not for legal reasons, but because the tech requires a driver in the driver's seat with their hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, ready to intervene at a moment's notice, because the tech will do the wrong thing with potentially disastrous consequences. I think it's just disingenuous to say that, mission accomplished, goal complete, we're there. It's an ADAS today. That's just what it is. One other comment, just briefly.
Sheen.
All right.
Okay.
I think it's just not really relevant to talk about that 2016 video anymore. I do believe the competency was maybe over exaggerated at the time, but what does it matter now? You're trying to look forward at the current technology and where it's going to be in the next few years. And I can tell you, as someone who has actually ridden in Omar's car on FSD 12.3, that it is a pretty competent software. In fact, he wouldn't let me drive his car. He preferred to let it drive the car. He trusted it more than me, which I didn't think was very fair. So is it fully autonomous? No. But this is some really advanced software, and I don't really think there's any denying it now. The question is simply, where is it going to go over the next few years? And talking about the past, what does it matter from an investment standpoint?
Okay. Robert, then Kristen, then Adrian, then Nick.
The jobs issue is something that we all should have a rational conversation about and think about, because it is an issue that's coming, and not just for autonomous or for drivers. I am seeing a lot of people getting laid off in call centers and warehouses. Amazon has 750,000 robots running their warehouses now. That wasn't true a few years ago. The reason I care about this, and yes, I'm a Tesla investor, so yes, I hope that it makes me some money someday, and it has. But the real reason I care about autonomy, and the reason I got the first ride in the first Mercedes-Benz autonomous vehicle, is two of my best friends in high school were killed in car accidents. And I looked in the father's eye of one of those people and saw the real harm that these tragedies cause to our communities. And so when a politician sits down and is going to have to decide on jobs, they also have to decide on safety. And these systems are going to lead to a system that is much, much safer than a human-driven system. Now, we could argue, is that 10 years away? Is it 5 years away? Is it 50 years away? But it's coming in our future, and certainly in my kids' future. And I hope that my kids have the ability to take a car that is computer driven in the future, because it's going to be far safer than a human driven car. Now, is it today? No. FSD, when I first got it in 2018, couldn't change lanes, couldn't take off ramps, could barely stay in a lane. That's not true today. AI always starts worse than a child. Go and look at the AI that beat the best human at the game of Go. When it started, it couldn't beat a child. It couldn't beat the worst human being at the game of Go, but it keeps getting better and better and better. And we call that the March of Nines. And it's very clear now that Tesla is on a March of Nines. Waymo is actually ahead in some ways in the March of Nines, because they started earlier, because it started with Google's efforts. Google bought an autonomous car team from Stanford University and from Carnegie Mellon, and are ahead in some ways. And so we can argue about these things, but there's more at play than just jobs. There's lives at stake here. And that's why I did so much research in this industry. I interviewed Ford's head of safety. Did you know that 80% of human beings in accidents don't apply full braking pressure? In other words, humans don't do the right thing in an accident. A computer will mostly do that the right way, right?
All right. Kristen.
Yeah, Robert, I'm sorry that you lost your friends in high school. That's horrific. And I have to agree with what Robert's stating about that. Just for the listeners, Tesla FSD is AI run. I mean, most people know that we don't Tesla didn't hire Carpathy just to sit around and pretend that he was doing something. I mean, this is an AI run part of the sorry. This is an AI. Sorry, something popped up. It was Motorhead coming up. This is an AI run part of the company, and yeah, man, it's silly to assume it's not. I don't understand how Gordon's asking experts and then assuming that it's not even run by AI. That's just strange to me. Anyways,
I smiled when I saw that too. This is an interesting room right now, and it's going to get more interesting just now. Adrian.
Yo, what's up? Hey, Gordon, it's your worst nightmare on the line. Can you tell me, you are basing your conclusions off of, say, FSD beta videos, specifically from 2016. What do you say about, say, FSD being able to do a zero intervention drive recently, the supervised, by the way? So there's a keyword with supervised. I think it's much more safer to have a car that has supervision basically being driven by two people than it does to have, say, a human who actually causes exponentially more damages in terms of mistakes made due to cognitive impairment of driving on a boring road. So what do you say to that? What do you say about a zero intervention drive? By the way, this is not an it was not an April Fool's post. So yeah, what do you say about the zero intervention drives? Apparently FSD fails all the time.
So I looked up what defines level 5, and it's 1 million miles without an intervention. And I think with most Teslas, you can't even go 10 miles without in a busy city without an intervention. So, you know, the idea that you make one drive and there's no interventions, and all of a sudden, you're talking about level 5 is, for lack of a better word, ludicrous and ridiculous. There's specific definitions again, and Tesla is nowhere near close to being within even a an earshot of those definitions of what define level 5 FSD. And with respect to somebody who said the painted black video doesn't matter, I think it does matter because if you watch the Hulu documentary on Tesla, and you listen to those two engineers that talked about that painted black video, they say that it was Elon Musk who led that video, and he's still leading Tesla and still leading their FSD and autonomous initiatives. So again, as the video states, if he's willing to say no one's in the driver's seat, the car's driving itself, and we know that's not true, what else is he willing to do? I don't know the answer to that, but it's quite concerning, to say the least.
Okay. Nick, Dan, Grant.
Yeah. Hey, Gordon. So we've heard all the doom and gloom. Tesla's, miss this, miss that. Elon's lied about this, about that, and I was just wondering if there's anything positive that you can say that Tesla has done, financially, or achieved, positive.
Yeah, I mean, so Elon Musk is one of the great salesmen I think I've ever seen. And I do think that without Elon Musk, if it was any other CEO, I think Tesla stock would be significantly lower because I don't think that anyone other than Elon Musk is willing to take the risks he did. And those that do, like Trevor Milton, are quickly ousted. So I think that his ability to sell things that aren't real, and some that are, I think is bar none. And I think that there's real quality in that, particularly for the shareholders. I will say, as one person highlighted, the Fed printing, 300 years of Fed balance sheet expansion in 3 months in 2020 is, I think, a lot of the reason why Tesla stock went to the moon. We initiated at 300, stock went to 160, and then it went to 800. I think without the Fed doing what they did, I don't think you would have had that meme-like rise in Tesla. And by the way, we're paying the results of that via inflation, which is hitting the least portion of the Mondays. But we don't have to get into that discussion.
All right.
But yeah, I would say Elon Musk's sales ability is bar none.
All right, we're gonna break from bear to bull. Adrian, Dan, Grant.
Actually, I'll go ahead straight to Grant. I want to see what your he has to
Okay,
say.
Grant.
Yeah, so just briefly, 2 points. I think V12 is a great piece of software. It seems like a great approach. It's definitely light years ahead of where the tech was even a year ago. Kind of bridging Gordon and Robert's comments, I think that it really does become a March 9s type thing. And I really do think that it's still a very long way from being able to operate as a true robotaxi. Understand that AI can move fast, but this isn't ChatGPT. This isn't an application playing Go. This is, thousands of pounds of metal flying around at high speeds in ways that can kill people if it makes a mistake. So I think the, stakes are just completely different. And then Nick, to your question, I think an interesting thing that I feel exists today with the stock is that you've got a lot of bears who are looking at the near term results. I don't see anything positive about today's announcement. I think that 2024 is going to be a horrifically challenging year for the financials and the actual numbers inside of this business. It's just going to be rough, and that's part of why I am a bear. I think that the people who are bullish on the stock are thinking about Optimus and all of these other things that are potentially years and years away. I just think it's an interesting kind of backdrop for all of the discussion around the stock.
Adrian.
So Gordon, obviously there's a definition for, I think, so personally, there is a problem. I don't think FSD itself will ever be fully operational without any errors at all. Sure, maybe you'll get that 1,000-mile goal. Maybe you'll reach it. Maybe this will be the case, but people are very chaotic, and chaos itself is a correctional function. So the problem is this: there will always be a chance of failure. What do you think to you would be an acceptable margin of failure? Like how many failures per miles? Like give me something.
Yeah, that's a theoretical question. I'm not the expert there, but again, the definition I think is 1,000,000 miles without intervention, and I think that I'm not going to take Holmar's up on his his invitation for me to fly 6 hours to San Francisco to sit in a car on FSD, but one of you guys can do it, and I think that I'd be willing to bet a beer that he'll have an intervention before 10 miles. And I think for him to then get on and say that he drives every day without interventions, I just think it's disingenuous and quite frankly dangerous, because if someone listens to him, they may trust this thing without having their hands on the wheel. And that's not fair to those of us on the road who didn't sign up to this experiment.
I mean, you kind of did. If you purchase the software, you look into it, you can actually see it's literally written there. You kind of did sign up for it. If it says beta, you can obviously expect there to be instabilities. And if it says supervised, I mean,
I didn't sign
well,
up
you
for
didn't
it.
say. Okay, cool. But how did you?
On the road.
Okay, but how are you signing this up? Oh, okay. So you're implying basically risk to your personal safety by someone else's actions by saying that they're driving around with faulty software. Is that your argument?
Correct.
I'd rather say it's the other way around, that that you are actually safer if there's a car such as this running the software, because the potential for very negative outcomes actually decreases fundamentally when you have more things paying attention to the road. Say, for instance, there are situations where Teslas were almost in an accident, but the software itself noticed that a full stop was needed, and it actually did do a full stop. Say, for instance, like there was this case where somebody ran a red light, and the Tesla car actually stopped before all the other cars because it had the software in it. Now, I would say that actually you'd be safer on the road if something such as this AI, which is essentially seeing and reacting faster than any human could ever, like you'd be much more safer on the road if there were more cars running this type of software. And I mean, sure, it does have a few issues every now and then, but most human drivers don't even know what they are actually doing. Sometimes you even say sneeze, and then you are traveling, say, several kilometers. Have you ever looked at how long a sneeze actually takes to complete and how long you've kept your eyes closed and how far you've traveled? FSD, for instance, doesn't do that. I mean, I understand that, with the expectation of saying full self-driving comes the idea that it is full self-driving, and it is to an extent. The only problem is you have to still supervise it. I mean, you wouldn't take a 16-year-old dude who has barely any understanding of how to drive, put him behind a steering wheel, and not supervise him. Would you do this? Would you say take a 16-year-old, put him in front of put him in the driver's seat, and then not supervise them?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just say this. Look, I'm excited that you're on the other side of this trade. And with respect to your questions, again, I'll state the facts. FSD take rates have imploded over the past 3 years. Guidehouse ranks FSD last, as well as the 3 separate experts independently of each other I speak to. And Tesla is currently giving.
Who are your experts?
Hold on. Tesla is currently giving it away for free. So those are 3 facts. I mean, you can take from that what you will.
Yeah, the for free is basically just like an advertisement because there is a lot of misinformation online about how about FSD's functionality because everybody says, oh, you know, it's this, it's that, but there's hardly ever any facts. What I would like to know is who are your experts?
I don't share that information.
Why?
Hey guys, I gotta run. Thanks a lot. I wish you guys the best. Take care.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. That's all right. This space has been going on for more than 4 hours anyway. We have a number of speakers requesting to speak. So let's go through them and then we'll end the space after that. Kristen, go ahead.
God, I can't even remember. That was too funny. I mean, he doesn't give his experts, which I mean, what is he gonna do? Reveal people who actually know something? Sorry, that was good. I mean, people can short the stock or do whatever they want. At the end of the day, it is an AI company. It does sell automotives and it does excellent with that. But yeah, this was entertaining. Thanks, Yaman.
Yeah, thanks for joining everybody. This has been a lot of fun. Adrian?
Yeah, I see Motorheads in the crowd. I believe that you've had an issue with my account specifically. I think now would be a bit, like a really good time to like say clear some stuff up. You got any questions for me, Yaman, if that's okay?
Yeah, that's okay. Motorhead and then Omar.
Yeah. Which factory are you going to close first?
I don't know why you would want to ask me that. Oh yeah, sorry, I must clarify. I'm not Elon. I just vaguely happen to sound like the guy. This is a weird little quirk in the simulation. Randomness tends to accelerate some things to a point. So yeah, I don't really know why this is possible. I don't know what this is. Don't worry about it. I can't tell you the answer to which factory is going to close. Rather than that, I could actually tell he's probably going to open a few more because if you haven't noticed in the past, he's actually upscaling production of his vehicles, thereby trying to make more profit, thereby trying to expand more and do more production and expand even more to then eventually reach critical mass.
Right. Who's going to buy the Model 3 and Y from here on until 2028?
I don't know. Everyone who's going to have to get rid of their ICE cars thanks to the 2030 sustainability goals. Have you read them?
Sure. But who are you to say that they're going to be kept up? I mean, right now ICE is slowing down very rapidly.
ICE needs to be fully like you're going to be measured on your carbon footprint, so much so that you basically need to get an EV, and you can't exactly rely on any of the other EV suppliers because their cars are quite frankly shit and too expensive for the quality that they provide.
What about the Prius?
The Prius. Oh, you mean that thing with the very, very small battery pack that tends to give out after, say, I don't know, 8 years or so? It's really, really bad. I've had this one case where somebody, I had to do a rush job fix on this car because basically you couldn't turn it on anymore because his batteries were dead. Oh, and I don't quite understand the concept of going half in. Like, if you're going to do EV, you go full in, not half out. Because if you're going to have this much fucking battery at the back of your car, especially lead acid batteries, which is the stupidest idea you could ever have, then I don't know, man. I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure. Catastrophic failure, as a matter of fact.
All right. Omar.
Yeah, I just thought that Gordon's comments on autonomy were really instructive of what I think a lot of the bears sort of think. I mean, you have people like Grant who I think understand things a little better and are more balanced, but a lot of people just don't understand where this technology is, that you can get driverless rides today, how good the software is, that yes, even though you have to supervise it, it can do point-to-point drives, and that there is a financial impact before full autonomy, that this is a multi-billion-dollar business today. So I think when you just look at that viewpoint, and I think it's a very common viewpoint, oh, it's all fake, it's a fraud, he exaggerated, it's the worst in the industry. I think it's really setting us up for a surprise compared to some of the more bearish expectations.
Okay. Wes? Wes, you're on mute. Let's go to James Alger.
Oh, hey guys, long time listener, first time caller, I guess I would say. Hey Omar, long time no talk. I also find it amazing that we listen to Gordon Johnson, who has made a career out of being wrong about Tesla. And when he kept saying the car can't go 10 miles without intervention, I just drove this morning from Long Beach to Porter Ranch, California, which is a lot more than 10 miles. And I did not touch, well, I touched the steering wheel, but did not intervene until it was time to pull into my driveway. So it's unbelievable what's happening. Now, the better half works down at SpaceX. So I'm down there with these people all the time and hanging out with these engineers all the time. And I just get a little bit sick and tired of watching these people demean the good work that these people down there are doing at SpaceX and Tesla, which is, I mean, it's yeoman's work, but I do think we are approaching the March of the Nines. I think we're getting really close to how are we ever going to get it to be the 100%? Because what people like Gordon are going to do is, to borrow Joe Biden's phrase, they're going to compare it to the almighty and not the alternative. And they want perfection while they simultaneously go back and pave over their statements from the past. Every time they said Elon wasn't going to do this, Elon wasn't going to do that. Everything Elon's ever accomplished, everything SpaceX and Tesla has ever accomplished, they've accomplished while the world was telling them they can't do it and they were laughed at. And I think we got to just take a step back and remember that.
Thank you. Let's go to Grant and then Jonathan.
Yeah, I hear it. And I think that there's definitely value to be captured via a really good ADAS system. But I do think that the real value unlock is ultimately going to be robotaxis. And I hear you on the March 9s. I think it's a ways away. A second topic on that front is that maybe I don't really know what the process is for getting this approved. Like, I suspect that everything is geofenced anyway, because you'll need to work through permitting with state or local authorities to get access to like robo-taxi functionality in their jurisdiction. And I just haven't seen anyone really indicate what that looks like in practice. I think this is years and years away from being a reality.
Jonathan, then Mr. Reduce.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have a challenge for everyone on the call that is very skeptical about FSD in general, or even AI. Right now, I'm literally driving home from work in the tech industry by AI completely on FSD. And I've been driving FSD for a very short time in comparison to a lot of you, probably about 7 months since I was able to buy this car. And in that short time, it allows you to notice so much about how humans are typically the ones that cause accidents, A, and B, how much more attentive a computer is to driving. So my challenge is to those who are skeptical about it, take a ride in FSD or even autopilot. It is so much safer as a baseline compared to the majority of human drivers than anyone out there. So safety is a number one key for me.
Thank you. Mr. Reduce and then Freddie.
Hi, yeah, man. Fantastic space tonight. I really enjoy seeing Motorhead and Gordon Johnson. Too bad that he left, as I wanted to ask him, as he told us that level 5 has to do 1 million miles without one mistake. Do you think that the best driver can run 2,000 miles without one single mistake?
Yeah. Freddie.
I wanted to go back and touch on Grant's question on, how is this going to get approved from a regulatory perspective. A key tenet of U.S. law is that things are permitted unless they are prohibited by law. And so judging at it from that perspective, the vast majority of states actually don't prohibit the operation of driverless cars. And, their regulations are a little bit behind the times in that respect because they really just haven't anticipated this being an issue.
Can I respond to that? I just want to ask the
Yeah.
So like I don't know enough, but just it's your understanding that if Tesla tomorrow said, from our perspective, these are safe enough to be robotaxis, go on, get in the back seat, that would be allowed, basically.
Correct. There would be products liability implications, but as long as the car is safe enough for that damage calculus to be satisfied. I mean, go back and think about sort of the Ford Pinto cases, right? The cost of litigating is higher than the cost of doing the fix. Um, you know, if somebody wants to play this aggressively, they can make the calculus of we think the cars are safe enough. We're going to just assume that liability.
Yeah, I hear you there. I'm struggling to believe that, though. I was under the impression that Waymo and Cruise had to go through permitting and regulatory approval processes to get their cars on the road in California and some of the other places.
They operate, yeah, they're operating in states that actually do have regulations.
Got it. So,
but like
so
Texas,
Tesla would
there's
need
no
to do
law.
that in like California, for instance, but not everywhere. Yeah, that's interesting.
We have Gordon back, but we're going to go to Motorhead first, then Wes, then Gordon.
Hey, Yaman, thanks for the space today. I sort of want to shift to deliveries. I mean, this was a really bad print. I thought there's no way that Tesla would allow their sales to go down year on year, and they actually did. So I think their ability to sort of move the metal is waning. I think it has something to do with both the EV market slowing down. Adoption is, I mean, it's still growing, but it's markedly slowing down. And you're seeing hybrids actually grow faster than EV growth, sales growth. So I'm just wondering, I mean, the big question for me is everyone's saying that, I think Grant said, 2024 is going to be tough. I'm wondering how they get to 2027 or 2028 when the $25,000 Model 2 is out. Another 3 years of this kind of delivery and pricing, momentum. I think it burns cash. I just wonder, how everybody thinks about that.
I can take that. I mean, Motorhead, I think you understand the impact of interest rates on vehicle orders and capital goods orders. And, right now the interest rates are restrictive by about 3%. And the Fed has indicated interest rates will decline over time. And these prices for the Model 3, Model Y aren't going to stay where they are today. They're going to maybe increase a little bit before the next gen model comes to market, right? You understand all that.
But the thing is, high interest rates haven't stopped sales of like Toyota and Honda from growing. That's why I think the interest rate argument doesn't really make sense.
Well, no, because you're kind of noting the monthly reports, quarterly reports that the other kind of legacy automakers are putting out. But the fact is, the inventory on dealership lots has been increasing quite fast for all legacy automakers, including Toyota and Honda.
Yeah, but the thing is, the overall market is in the U.S. is up 11% year on year. It's just sort of hard to see how Tesla can sort of like slug this out over the next 3 or 4 years.
Okay, Omar, then Robert.
Yeah, I think the long-term trajectory of EVs still looks strong. There are some people who think EVs were just a fad. This is all coming undone now. Maybe people want hybrids. There's others who are more on the side that we're seeing some cyclical weakness here. And I think that's the case. You're seeing fuel prices rising really rapidly during the pandemic. I think that drove a pull forward in EV demand, a lot of people switching. Now you're seeing fuel prices coming down. You're seeing interest rates higher. So the cost of financing that battery pack is greater. And you're seeing growth slow a little bit. But I think you look at just the product pipeline they have, they've got some really great products this year. And they've got really a stronger differentiation today than they ever have, not just with electric, but with software.
Omar,
their
what products? What
software
products?
ecosystem, their OS, and FSD.
Omar, sorry. What products do they have this year?
They've got a new Model 3 out. They've got a Cybertruck, which I just picked up, which is, I think, a really incredible vehicle. As they ramp these up, I think people are just going to be really thrilled with them. And the big one, of course, is, yeah.
Motorhead, you have to stay on mute and raise your hand, wait for your turn like everyone else. Robert, then Gordon.
I think the point of softness in electric vehicles is a good one. We need to do a better job of selling everyday people on electric vehicles. And there is a lot of fear of range anxiety and having to sit at a supercharger and charge. And there's, for instance, in New York, there's a far less density of electric vehicles because people don't have a garage that they can plug a car into. And these are real fears that people have. And if we want the electric vehicle industry to grow, not just Tesla, we have to take on those fears and show them why an electric vehicle is a better way to go. And I think we haven't, all of us haven't done as good a job as we could in explaining why an electric vehicle is a better choice than a Tesla, than a Toyota, I mean, or a gas vehicle. I had a Prius for a decade. I can tell you the difference. It's extraordinary. Go get a ride.
Gordon.
Yeah, just I wanted to make one last point with respect to AI. And I think maybe people forgot this, but I just want to remind people. So Tesla's whole AI team just recently left. Bill Chang, who is the principal system engineer working on AI, left Tesla last October. And their Dojo supercomputer project lead, Ganesh, left in December of last year. So their entire AI team recently left the company, number one. And then number two, Elon Musk himself said he was going to develop AI outside of Tesla unless he had roughly 25% voting control. So the CEO himself is telling you that he's going to do it outside of Tesla. So my point is, when everyone says, not everyone, but when a lot of people in this room say that Tesla's an AI company, they're an AI leader, again, reality doesn't match up to that prognostication/vagary. Thank you.
Okay. Skip to Adrian real quick. Adrian?
You do realize that a Tesla car is essentially a robot on wheels, right?
Okay. Wes?
Yeah, so I still have friends in AI at Tesla, and so that's just completely not true. The other thing that I want to say is that the entire AI field is laughing at Gordon when he says this, because he just has simply no idea how engineering works. So I can see why he might think that the so-called experts that he talks to might say differently, but the whole field is just laughing. The data that's reported by the fleet determines when regulators will or will not allow FSD to operate without supervision, and this will take time, but we are on that path. That is the path that we're walking down, and it will be the safest system ever created by humanity for transportation, and that is the goal.
Thank you, Wes. Grant, then Omar.
Yeah, two quick things. First, just to respond to Wes, the data reported by the fleet, I'm guessing that would be miles per intervention, because as it exists, the data from the fleet includes a human driver. So it's hard to say that, hey, this is going great with a human driver, so it's safe for someone to get in the back seat. Going back separately to the deliveries topic, I think one thing that hasn't been discussed is the impact that Elon's having on, you know, the appeal of this brand. I, from time to time, will just do a search in Twitter here and say, never buy Tesla. And there are just hundreds and hundreds of people who have been alienated by Xantix as of late. A lot of folks that maybe would have been Tesla buyers or are current Tesla owners who have no interest in ever buying a car from a brand that's affiliated with them now. I think that he's done a tremendous amount of damage, and I think it's worth keeping that in mind as a potential factor too. It doesn't help.
Okay, let's give a quick word to Wes to respond to what Grant said, and then Omar.
Yeah, on the FSD topic, the regulators have engineers and professional drivers who gather data as well. As well as Tesla having a professional driver fleet that gathers data. So it's not just from the wider fleet, from consumers or people who've purchased it, but it's actual people who work at NHTSA and IHS and Euro and China NCAP. They're doing this driving as well, and they are employed by these agencies. So I just want to let you know that like that's how that data is gathered. It's not like Tesla saying, you know, it's all good, don't review any of it. They're gathering their own data as well.
Omar and Matthew.
Well, I just think it's impressive given Gordon said they fired the entire AI team and they just put out version 12, which everyone's been loving. I guess Operation Vacation really was a success. So that's really a great thing. But, you know, really, it's just a sign that bears like Gordon have no clue what they're talking about. They're totally ignorant about what's going on in the company. They believe things like the entire team has been fired, and they're not driving the software every day like we are.
We have a new speaker, Matthew. It says co-founder of OpenCritic, former NVIDIA Cruise. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, thanks. I am curious about the perspective on version 12, because from what I've seen looking at the data dashboard and watching videos, it still looks like Tesla's in a very similar range of a safety-related disengagement every 100 to 200 miles, which is, you know, very far behind companies like Waymo, Zoox, even Cruise that are in the tens of thousands of miles. I'm also curious how people feel about the lack of reporting for California DMV guidelines. It sure looks like when someone is driving a Tesla car that, you know, they are doing the role of a safety driver that would be at Zoox, you know, who's testing on the roads in San Francisco. And all of those disengagements at Zoox, Cruise, Waymo, you know, there are 162 autonomous vehicle companies in California now, according to the California DMV. You know, they all report every single disengagement as it happens. They rate it, how safety critical it was. And it seems like Tesla is skirting those rules. So I'm curious how people sort of gather confidence that FSD is actually getting better. And I'm also curious when people think Tesla will have a car on the road that does not have a driver inside of it.
Okay, Adrian, Wes, Omar.
No, I'll pass for one spot.
Okay, Wes.
Yeah, and talking about the data. So Elias has been tracking data for 3 years, just short of 3 years, I believe. And he's got a set of drivers, and he collects this data and posts it online. And it's in several different states, and the number has shot up drastically with version 12. And so it currently sits at 374 miles to a critical disengagement in the city, which is key because the version 12 software is operating in cities, end-to-end neural networks, but on the highways, it's still heuristics for controls and planning. So I want to be sure that people understand that, is that's the key metric right now. Eventually, hopefully soon, version 12 will be integrated for highway travel as well, like class 4, class 5 highways. But right now, it's the critical metric is critical disengagements in urban, and that's currently sitting at 374. So that's what we're watching. That's what the engineers are watching to see how well this software is functioning.
So don't you think that's way behind?
Matthew,
I mean,
you have to wait on, just like everybody else. Wait on mute, raise your hand. We'll come back to you. Right now, we have about half bears, half bulls, which is, I think, means that, you know, we should stick to our 1 to 2 minute limit per person and in order of hands. Omar?
Yeah, this is a common misconception people have where they say, oh, these other systems are doing thousands of miles driverlessly, when they don't realize that it's not an apples to apples comparison. When you look at what they're doing with pre-mapped miles, where everything's carefully curated. I mean, I take Waymo all the time. There's a turn, for example, where there's this big metal bar on Green Street, and FSD has an issue with that intersection.
I had to go left there yesterday in a Waymo, and the Waymo just avoided it. It went to the next street over. So they very carefully curate these experiences. They map everything out. They see where all the problems are. They don't go there. It's not a system like Tesla's where you just have cameras that process everything with vision and it can work anywhere. And the difference is they're able to achieve scale that nobody else has. With Waymo, nobody's really taking it. So let's say they're reducing crashes somewhat. The impact's going to be small because you've got a fleet of about 1,000 cars. With Tesla's fleet of 6 million vehicles running the software, their active safety features in AI are preventing crashes all the time, every day, stopping crashes with pedestrians, other cars, because the system is simple enough that it can run on an ordinary mass-produced car. So in that metric, if you really look at apples to apples, working anywhere, not relying on a map, but just pure visual processing, Tesla's far ahead of anybody else.
Okay. Adrian, then Matthew.
I'll yield to Matthew once more. I feel like he had a point.
Okay, Matthew, then Adrian.
Yeah, so I guess I'm looking at this dashboard. I had no idea this existed, by the way. This is very, very cool. But even on this, it seems to indicate that they're going 150 kilometers in June 2022, and now they're going 600 kilometers or 300 miles or whatever we want to call it, 374 miles. I'm really curious, like, how you guys see this rate of improvement as acceptable. If they're tripling every 2 years, to me, that would imply that they are still a decade or more away from achieving a car that's safe enough that you can just hop on the back seat and have no driver. So I'm curious, what gives you so much confidence that they are actually making progress when the disengagement data is still, really far away from Tesla assuming liability for the car?
Adrian.
Yeah, I'm not an FSD beta user. I believe that next question should be going to whomever that is, and I'll have a question about demand later on because people have projections on that. But for now, you'll.
Okay. I think we're going to focus on FSD for the next half hour. So we have a really good group of speakers from Omar, who's been one of the OG testers, obviously, Wes, who actually worked on Tesla Autopilot at Tesla. And we have Matthew, clearly, some level of knowledge on the topic as well. We have Robert and others as well. Great. Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, the data currently shows with version 12, the miles spiking up to 374, and that's city critical disengagements. Before version 12, that number was way lower. So with version 11, we've been bouncing around in the 10 to 20 to 30 miles per critical disengagement. So this is a huge leap. That's why we're excited about it. As engineers, we know that when you replace heuristics with neural nets, you're going to see a lot of emergent behavior where the car does interesting things. And those interesting things are actually resulting in the car doing more human-like maneuvers and it being much, much more likely to complete maneuvers.
Omar.
So over the past year, they've essentially rewritten the autopilot system. The old architecture used deep learning for perception, but had a bunch of essentially C++ code, more and more of it being eaten by deep learning, but essentially C++ code and sort of, normal algorithms, non-deep learning algorithms for planning and control of the car. And it worked kind of well in California, but it didn't really scale well across the entire country. So what they ended up doing is moving to a new architecture where it's end to end from perception to planning to control. So essentially you have the videos from the cameras and other sensor data coming in, and then the output is just sort of a tensor of actions that you need to take on the steering wheel and the pedals. So essentially you have this new framework. So it's taken them about a year to get it out. They just started rolling it out now. And people basically saw this big jump where, problems that had persisted for years and years were resolved. So we've just got the first public release of that now. We're hopeful that you keep throwing more training compute at it. You keep sourcing data of obscure failure cases from a fleet of millions of cars. You keep curating the data set. They've also got a new chip, their hardware 4 chip, they haven't even fully started utilizing yet. So they could possibly have a bigger model there. They're designing a hardware 5 chip. So, I'm hopeful that we could see an inflection point in the rate of improvement. Of course, it's not a sure thing. There's definitely reason to be skeptical, but I'm enjoying using it so much just in its current state that the rate of progress is more than acceptable to me as a customer, I feel.
Matthew.
Yeah. Also, feel free if I'm talking way too much, just let me know. But I guess for me, the thing that really irks me about Tesla's approach to autonomy is that they aren't reporting the data. That I have to go to. This is a phenomenal dashboard. I forget who made it. It's TeslaFSDtracker.com. But the fact that like this data isn't public from Tesla, I find really concerning, because rather than us sort of getting a picture from the company who has the data on how often these safety disengagements are happening and how often they are making real progress, we are sort of left speculating, oh, there's a 3x improvement over the last 2 years. I just, as someone who watches a lot of the autonomous car companies and worked at some of them, I think it's a little concerning that they're so cagey and that we don't have more transparency and sort of publicity about how this is going.
Okay, Wes, that machine that Omar.
Yeah, so that data that you're talking about is being actually reported to them when they ask for it. So they can ask for it at any time and Tesla will give it to them. And that's basically how it happens in short.
And by day, you're talking NHTSA, right, Wes?
Yeah, that's correct. And also, just to be sure, like Euro NCAP is really like involved in this because they're coming up with their new regulations, and that's in flux right now. So they're extremely involved.
Okay, and just to kind of mention the names of the people who did create, Elias Martinez, who was here in this space a couple of days ago answering questions, and he, every now and then comes in. He's available if any people have any questions about the FSD tracker, TeslaFSDtracker.com. I can ping him and he can join if you want to ask the questions. And Oz, who is Cyberlift, who does Robotaxi, quote unquote Robotaxi rides with his Uber Lyft customers, who posts the videos on X and YouTube for everyone to see over the years. They've done a great work with TeslaFSDtracker.com. All right, Machine and Omar.
Pass.
Omar.
So in terms of why they don't share intervention data, it's a little bit different than some of the other companies. Obviously, when you have a company that's testing it and they have sort of consistent standards about when to intervene and what counts as an intervention for their own employees, you can report that. That is, level 4 testing. But this is a system that's used by customers. They essentially have discretion to disable it at any time. I can, for example, turn it off just because I feel like it or because of a safety related issue. So, I mean, if you were to just log every single time someone turned it off, you'd have millions of events and only a small number of those would be safety related. So it's a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison. The California government has set out the requirements in a way that makes sense. If Tesla were to do, level 4 testing, they would have to report it the same way anybody else would. But the disengagements that are coming from sort of the consumer product are a very different data source.
Matthew, the machine.
Just a very quick follow-up, if I may, just to Omar. Why do you think that Tesla is not doing level 4 testing? Because when I watch your videos, I've watched several of your drives in San Francisco, and when I watch a Zoop safety driver, or when I remember watching Cruise safety videos, they look extremely similar. So what's different between what Tesla's doing and what the other level 4, level 5 aspiring companies are doing?
Well, the difference is really that the other companies are taking the driver out, limiting the ODD really to make that possible, using some remote monitoring of the cars, of course. And Tesla is just letting the owner of the car sort of supervise it. So I actually believe letting the owner of the car supervise is an underrated approach. These safety drivers, even professional safety drivers, we have examples where they've been using their phone and hit somebody or killed somebody or gotten in accidents. Often the person who owns the car, I think, is, assuming they're properly trained, better able to handle it. And they take responsibility. You don't have to worry about these long tail edge cases. Even Waymos and Cruises have incidents sometimes where they hit somebody in a way that may have been presented if there's a human in the car. Keeping the human in the car longer until it's really, really clear they're not needed, I think, is an underrated safety approach. And it's great because people like me can use it today, and it can help prevent crashes. It can help keep you in lanes and just provide so much utility today.
Machine.
Yeah, I mean, there's different approaches for different reasons. You have to remember that these other companies, they're VC funded, and they had to raise money. And the way they raise money is show proof of concept. And proof of concept is showing some demo, showing that they can drive themselves in some region and raise more money. And that's the method that they chose. They also couldn't do Tesla's method because there's no way they could collect the amount of data that Tesla can. So they don't have the desire to have a L2 system that can be chauffeur, hundreds of thousands of people around and collect data that way. I do believe that there is some value in actually demoing, doing a proof of concept on the actual autonomous vehicle, fully autonomous. There's things you can learn about that. So I do believe they're getting some benefit of that. But just keep in mind when they report their data, which they have to, by law with California, for instance, they're not reporting everything truthfully either. If we know in the case of Cruise, it came out recently that they were having a remote operator getting involved on average every 4 to 5 miles. So, if that sort of information comes out in Tesla as a publicly traded company, we know there's a lot of FUD that can be strewn up against Tesla in that case. That's something that's not really useful for them to give out information like that so it can just be abused until they're a pretty competent system. So I would hope over the course of another year or two, they start giving out more informative metrics on FSD.
Great. Matthew, anything else?
Yeah, I guess I would respond to that of just with the idea that to me, the California regulations, the DMV 37227, those are more about a social contract that we as California residents, I'm also a California resident, give permission to these companies to test their software on our public roads. And in exchange, we expect them to report back on the safety of their software, exclusively their software. And I look at this and at this dashboard, I think it's really cool. I wish it was more rich data, knowing how critical of a disengagement or why some of these disengagements happened is often reported by companies like Waymo and others. So yeah, I guess I would just hope that Tesla could sort of uphold their end of the bargain that, hey, we're letting you test this software on our public roads. In exchange, we expect you to report on the safety of the software. And the lack of reporting I find really troubling.
Wes.
Sorry. Well, you said a lot of things there. So the lack of reporting that you find troubling, the Tesla system is an L2, so it doesn't fall into that category. The reason that the other companies have to report this data is because there's no human behind the wheel and they're remote supervised. So that it's just a different approach. And I think you probably understand that, but I'm not too sure, but I hope you do. And I still come back to the fact that the regulators have engineers that drive this software every day. So I don't see where you're coming from, honestly. So they're actually seeing the same data that consumers are. So I just want to be sure that you understand that.
Okay. Matthew, then Omar.
Yeah, just to be clear, they report all disengagements regardless of if there's a human in the vehicle or not. Many of these companies don't have drivers, or sorry, do have drivers behind the wheel. Zoox does not yet have any driverless cars on the road, like any actual no driver in the car, no human in the car. There are 160 driverless, or excuse me, autonomous vehicle companies that report to the California DMV. Tesla is not one of them. And I would just say, like, again, I go with the video angle that when I watch Omar's videos or when I watch Zoox's videos or when I remember watching it cruise, and I was there in 2017 when we had safety drivers in every car, we report every disengagement, every time the human takes over. It's not exclusive to whether or not there's a person in the car. None.
Omar.
Well, I agree that there is a social contract, but they're complying with all the regulations for a level 2 ADAS. So I suppose if you felt strongly about this and you think there needs to be more disclosure, you could go to your California assemblyman or something and have the law changed to require that data. Of course, if Tesla does driverless testing, they'll have to disclose any issues, any interventions, any crashes, just like anybody else. But to compare, Waymo, which has, I think, somewhere on the order of 1,000 cars, with Tesla, who has 6 million cars, 2 million in the United States, it's a completely different scale, right? If we're going to talk about anytime 1 of 2 million people turn autopilot off for whatever reason versus the testing that's done of these small fleet of driverless cars, it's a very different thing. And that's why the regulations distinguish between those two things and have different reporting requirements.
Matthew, then Wes.
Yeah, so two responses to that. One is, yes, you're right. There are tons of cases where a disengagement happens that's not safety related. And you're also right that Tesla probably has so many disengagements, just given the size of their fleet, that labeling all of them would be challenging. I think there are ways that they could still comply with the California regulations. For instance, they could label a random subset and have, Tesla employees watch the videos and determine was this a safety disengagement or not, and then use sort of that random subset to extrapolate for, well, how many miles are we driving before there's a safety critical disengagement. There are other tricks you can do too. When I worked at Cruise in 2020, every car had a safety driver, and we did food delivery in San Francisco for poor people, and the car couldn't pull over on its own. And so every time we stopped to give food out to a struggling household or struggling family, the driver would have to disengage autonomous mode, pull over, and hand the food. So yes, like I'm aware that there are different kinds of disengagements. I think that there are ways that Tesla could still be more transparent with their data in a way that is honest and reporting progress. As for whether or not Tesla is a level 2 system or level 4 system, that's why I stress so much the videos, because the videos, to me, it sure looks like you're in a level 4 car, Omar, when you're in San Francisco. Like what you are doing, it looks extremely similar to Zoox when there's a safety driver in the car. It's sort of the same thing. The car is driving you around. It has a pretty massive operating domain, and you are there ready to take over and disengage at any moment. So I'm not sure what makes Tesla level 2 when I watch these videos and think you guys look exactly the same. Like it looks like you're doing the exact same job. It looks like you're giving Tesla just some free labor as a demo driver.
Okay. Wes, then Grant. Wes.
So again, I said a bunch of different things, but yeah, the system is L2 because as an L4, it still has too many issues. So that's the whole point of having a large fleet, collecting all this data and retraining the AI so that it has less issues over time. And yes, in San Francisco, there's a lot of data. Therefore, we see a lot of zero disengagement drives. We see a lot of L4-like drives. So I hope that helps you.
Grant, then Omar.
Yeah, I just want to say that I really appreciate what Matthew's saying here. I think that these concerns and let's say the specific qualms about how Tesla is choosing to approach their safety reporting and the interactions they have with regulators, where, it's obvious to everyone in this room that the goal is L4, and this testing is being done in service of the tech eventually being an L4 piece of tech. But they've said and insisted to California regulators that no, like it's definitely L2. We're never going to be L4. I think those documents came out, I don't know, a year, 18 months ago. And so there is a level of disingenuousness with the approach that they take. And I don't expect anyone to necessarily agree with that, but I would just highlight that I think the concerns Matthew's raising are likely aligned with the way that a typical person might think about this. So as excited as everyone in here gets about technology, I think it's just worth making it very clear that a lot of people are going to have concerns about this type of technology. There will be regulatory hoops to jump through, and it's totally reasonable to perceive Tesla and the way they're behaving today as suboptimal from a safety and reporting perspective.
Okay, Omar, Machine, then a couple more minutes on this, and then we're going to switch to the demand discussion that Adrian was going to talk about. Omar?
Yeah, so, Matthew said one thing they can do to comply. To be clear, they are in compliance with the regulations for an L2 system. Nobody's denying that. And they've worked closely with regulators. Regulators have suggested changes to the software as an L2 system, and they've shipped that. Nobody's in the dark about that. There's nothing disingenuous. The argument really is, have they abused the classification, and should they actually be classified as a level 4 system? And I actually kind of agree with this to some extent. It is a lot like a level 4 system. When I'm sitting there and it does an entire drive on its own, it's really not that different than a Waymo, other than the implementation. So there is sort of some truth there, but under the letter of the law, it can be classified as a level 2 system, and that's what it is. You have someone supervising it. You have someone there supervising it because it's not yet reliable enough to work without supervision. They're perfecting it while people are watching it, and at least in theory, once it's good enough, you just comment out those lines of code for the cabin camera and the steering wheel nag, and then it can just function on its own. So at that point, it would be classified as a level 4 system when you don't have a driver. But according to the law, if there's a human driver, they own the car and they're driving it, then it falls under the regulation for these technologies we've had in the car for a long time, lane keeping assist and cruise control and those sorts of things.
Machine.
Yeah, I was going to comment along the same lines. Do you think that Ford, GM, Toyota, etc., needs to start reporting disengagements for their L2 systems? Probably not. And just because Tesla's on surface streets now, that means that it's fundamentally different than any other L2 system? No. They comply with the letter of the law. There's no real benefit for them right now to report these disengagements just out of the goodness of their hearts. It'll just be twisted and taken against them. So I think ultimately it's not an L4 system. It's not an L3 system. An L3 system requires this software to report like within 5-10 seconds when you have to take over. The system can't do that. It's not L3. Doesn't have the capability. So you could argue that they're somehow like fitting through some loophole, but fundamentally they're not doing anything illegal. And I frankly think that most of these autonomous car companies are just butthurt that they can't do the same thing because they don't have people paying money to drive the cars for them.
All right. Matthew, any final thoughts before we switch? I don't want to I feel like we're kind of just repeating the same points.
Yeah. I think we just have to agree to disagree. I think that Tesla is. I will agree with you that Tesla has had a. It was not black and white. Maybe that would be a way to put it. I think autopilot on highways, for example, I would be willing to give that as an L2 system. I think that the rollout of the FSD beta on city streets has been primarily what has made me go, well, wait a minute, like this is when they should start reporting. This is when, people can really get hurt. This is when their cars will be much more visible than they have been. This is sort of the moment where I think, hey, it's time to start owning that this is a level 4 car and not a level 2 car, or at the very least is aspiring to be. And regardless of what the letter of the law says, though I do think the law is clear that Tesla should be reporting. I think that there is a social contract and an interest in safety from the public of, hey, just like all these other companies are reporting their safety data, we want to know how safe are Teslas, how safe is the software specifically, and is that, what's their rate of improvement? How much are they getting better with each release? I think Tesla would not be, yes, the initial release maybe could be met with harsh criticism, but I think overall that they'd be met with a lot of respect for owning, hey, we have AI software that, unlike ChatGPT or Midjourney or any of these other ones, we have AI software that drives, a massive vehicle, and it's getting safer all the time. And I think until Tesla provides data, we can't have that claim be verified.
All right, thank you, Matthew, for joining us today. And you're always welcome to come back and continue this discussion. We don't have to solve every single debate and disagreement in one space. This space is available every day at 2 p.m. Central. And thank you very much for those of you who support the space on Patreon. We have 5 people join today: Bill, Rihanna Sugito, Kishore Macha, Robert Scoble, and AIG Trader for joining Patreon today. Thank you. All right, switching topics to Adrian. You want to address the demand questions, right?
So yeah, thank you very much. By the way, Epic Space. There's a small problem that I don't quite understand with the question of demand, where you would offer, say, an alternative to buying, say, something as cheap as a Model 3. There were things thrown around that said, hey, why don't you just buy a Prius? Well, first of all, the Prius itself is half EV and half ICE car, which is the most counterintuitive thing that you could possibly ever manufacture. And I think from a production standpoint, is basically corporate suicide. So if you want to look at it from a price perspective, since that's always been thrown around, the Prius and a Tesla Model 3 are almost on par, both as a new vehicle and as a used vehicle. You can look it up right now on the internet. You'll find several listings where actually the Prius and the Model 3 are the most, are the most affordable of the Teslas that you can buy right now. Even in the used state, you can pay, I think, about 20 to 16 or even 17,000, depending on the, the year of the model, for, say, a Tesla Model 3, which I believe you will use for quite a considerable amount of time, way beyond even, say, 2030, which, by the way, will come in 6 years, right? You have to actually prepare for that point in time, because the carbon footprint that you'll be contributing to by 2030 will be exceedingly large if you are driving, say, an ICE car, which obviously spews carbon out the back of its tailpipe.
Motherhead.
So why choose a Prius, essentially, first?
I think Priuses are a lot more affordable. I think the problems that Tesla's having right now is it has partly to do with having an old model lineup. I think it's the oldest one in the industry right now, and the other problem is just simply affordability. If you look at what kind of cars are selling globally right now, I think you're seeing a lot of demand for like Honda Civics, Toyota Corollas, and stuff like that. And at the same time, you are seeing some people who would like to stop spewing, toxic gas out of the tailpipes, and that's why you're seeing a huge rise in demand for plug-in hybrids and just normal hybrids like the Toyota Prius.
Adrian?
The price difference of, say, a Model 3 and a Prius is about 1,000 to 2,000, and that thing will last longer.
In what country?
The Model 3 specifically.
In what country?
U.S. Target market.
Okay.
U.S.
All right. Okay. The U.S. is less than half of Tesla's sales. So.
Oh, and by the way, it's the Model Y is the #1 selling vehicle, like, ever.
Yeah, and
so
that's
explain, if we have price issues, how's that work? It's actually one of the more expensive iterations of a Tesla vehicle.
That was last year, right?
All right, Omar, then Robert.
Look, I think there's no doubt we're seeing some EV pushback. We're coming out of a period where EVs just grew tremendously. Legacy automakers put out a ton of EV products, and many of them just were not good. You had issues with charging, people getting stranded with the Electrify America network. Some of the infrastructure isn't there. There have been software issues, all kinds of problems, recalls in many cases, issues with things like batteries with the Chevy Bolt. And there's been a little bit of a pushback against EVs. Hybrids have been growing faster, as you mentioned. The question really is this a long-term reversal in the trend we've seen? Or is this just a setback that the industry ends up working through? Tesla remains the #1 seller of BEVs in the world. I'm in the camp that thinks this is a little bit of a pushback, but it's not a reversal of the long-term trend. Battery costs are going to continue to decline. New models are going to continue to come out that are just going to entrench EVs, I think, as the option that wins over consumers.
Robert.
I just looked up a new Toyota Prius, which is selling for around $28,000 to start. And yes, this is a problem for Tesla because if the economy is under, we're seeing new interest rates, we're seeing a different macro environment, and people who are looking to get a new car do care about initial cost. And a new Model 3 is around 40, 30 something, around 40, let's call it. That's a big difference to a lot of people. And so, yeah, they do choose different vehicles now because of the interest rates.
I think maybe yeah, exactly. There's a bit of a difference. I mean, there was for the last 2-3 years, the lower end, lower price Toyotas and Hondas were going for a premium, but that market has shifted now. So the prices, the sticker prices, the MSRPs of Toyota Prius, like Robert said, is about $28,000. So there's about a $10,000 difference with the Model 3. And I think on top of that, people see buying an EV as a lifestyle change. They kind of first decide to go with an ICE/hybrid versus an EV. And then if they kind of set their mind to get an EV, then look at the options in the EV bucket. As wrong as that we think it is, that's the way most people think today. And maybe with proliferation of charging stations, maybe that will change. Maybe the mindset will change over time with their friends and neighbors shifting to an EV lifestyle, and they're kind of realizing, no, I don't have to go to a charging station every time I have to charge. 90% of charging is done at home. When I wake up, my car will be fully charged. It is actually a better lifestyle than owning ICE or a hybrid. Motorhead.
Yeah, I think the big problem, and I think this is something everybody, the Bulls and the Bears, have to consider, is that the Tesla's done so well for so long that the lineup is like really in need of a full model changeover, and this is the problem right now. Is like everybody has a Model Y, everybody has had a Model 3, and wherever you look, you see these two models, all over the place. And I think what they really need is not a Cybertruck. I mean, which might be a cool new EV pickup, but they need something like a Toyota Highlander or something, like a three-row mid-size SUV, a little bit bigger than the Model X. And I just, for the life of me, can't understand what Musk was doing for the past 5 years since they launched the Model Y. It's astounding that he let it go this far. The Cybertruck is not going to save Tesla's sales, unfortunately.
All right, just a quick note. We thank you, Adrian Dittman, for joining Patreon. If you'd like to be as cool as Adrian, you may do so at the top of our screens through patreon.com/valueanalyst. Adrian, go ahead.
I don't know. I'll pass for now, but I'll come back later.
Kristen, Robert, then Adrian.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Tesla's Model Y has been the number one best-selling car, and I mean that doesn't go overlooked. I know that people. I mean, I hear you saying something like a Highlander, but I mean, obviously people are pretty happy with the Model Y if it's the number one best-selling car. That says a lot. So, and the Cybertruck is. I mean, next year, 2025, we're going to see the vehicle come down in price for the lower grade models. So I think you got to give it some room. It just launched. I mean, it's been out there, the idea of it, and it's definitely different. And a lot of people have a hard time with change, but the people who know what's going on, they're getting it right away because they love it. So,
Robert.
You've never bought a Tesla because of how it looks. It never has looked as good as a Corvette or a Lambo or some other vehicle. Even the new Prius, when you see it on the freeway, it looks pretty nice. I'll be honest. But go test drive a Prius and then test drive a Model Y or a Model 3. They're a completely different experience. Now, what has Elon been doing for the last 6 years? Come and get a ride in mine. I have a 2018 Model 3, and then go and get a ride in a new 2024 Model 3. They're completely different. The quietness in it, the ride quality, the build quality, the insides are all completely different, even though they look sort of similar on the outside.
Omar, Motorhead, and Adrian.
Well, yeah, I just think it's funny you hear this talk about an aging lineup when the reality is the Model Y was the best selling car in the world, as people have pointed out. And they're constantly updating it. They're not like other automakers where they're waiting until a new model line year. They're changing the hardware, they're changing the software. You get in one of these things where your phone is your key, all the controls are on a screen and the car drives itself. And you're going to tell me that thing is old? Even their oldest design, which they're now starting to replace with the new Model 3, is light years ahead of anything else. And when you look at the Cybertruck, I think it fills exactly that market that you're talking about, the bigger vehicle. I think it's going to be a smash hit, especially as they get it down to lower prices. And I think people are really going to be surprised by the profitability and the volume of that product. Longer term, going into next year, I think the next gen platform, if you've read a little bit about this unbox process that they've got, I think it sounds really promising in terms of really allowing them to modularize the vehicle, produce different variants, and customize the vehicles for different markets in a way I think they haven't really been able to do before. So I think that's really promising in terms of their ability to produce more new models quickly to address different segments. And I think, you just look at the Cybertrucks, they essentially have one mass market product, the 3 and Y, that's been such a smash hit. You look at the Cybertruck now, it's even better than the technology we see in the 3 and Y. And this formula of essentially taking their software, tech, autonomy platform and extending it into different segments like trucks, vans, a larger SUV, I think they can get pretty far with a strategy like that.
Um, I'll tell you something. Having covered the auto sector for decades, you cannot keep a model just under refresh mode the way they do at Tesla. It just doesn't work. You need to do more than change the inside. I mean, Robert was talking about how great it is. Even having bought it in 2018 with all the updates it has. Okay, that's great. That's great for you guys. But the average Joe doesn't really care about that. They're looking at the outside saying, what's different? And mark my words, Tesla's going to have a very, very hard time keeping profits afloat if the Model Y and the Model 3 start declining. And I'm sure that they did in the first quarter that we just saw.
Adrian, did you want to talk or should I skip again?
Yeah, skip one more. Hang on, I've got something.
Okay. Doge Army, then X Phoenix.
Yeah, thanks again for the opportunity, Yaman. This has been a great spaces, and as I've been sitting here listening to the Bears and the Bulls, it's become very clear to me that the bulls are experienced in owning the product. They drive it every day. They love it. They're software engineers. They're people that have spent a lot of time thinking about the product and owning it and experiencing it. And the majority of the bears on the call, frankly, are hedge fund managers, they're short sellers, they're auto analysts that think that Tesla's not an AI company. And so I think that when you sit back and listen to the conversation, you should look at the credibility of the speakers, listen to the folks that actually know and experience the products, and ignore the noise from folks like Motorhead that are just trying to hurt the stock price because they're short the stock. But thanks for the opportunity, and a lot of love to everyone on the call, especially Omar and Kristen and Yaman. Thank you.
I'm not short Tesla, by the way.
All right. X Phoenix.
Hey, Yaman, thank you so much for allowing me up on your stage. I appreciate it. I just wanted to speak a little bit to Motorhead because I am like your average Joe, a mom. My vehicle is a 2013 Buick Enclave. I like a bigger vehicle. I sought out finding information on Tesla because every person that I spoke with in my area spoke negatively about it, and I just wanted like facts, and nobody could give me facts. They want to give me like their opinion on the brand, on the person that owns the brand, instead of the actual facts. So coming here, I have learned so much from all the Tesla people, and then they also encouraged me to go out and test drive a vehicle. I've heard that probably said more than a dozen times since I've been on this call, and I haven't been on this call the whole time. So if you haven't driven it yourself, then you're probably doing a disservice to your own reputation by not actually vetting it in that way. It makes a huge difference. Also, I want to say that the optics of it is not really the most important thing. You talk about like vehicles, we're talking about safety being the most important thing. I'm a mom. My older girls are 19 and 20. They don't want to drive. They don't like to drive. It's scary to them. They use Uber often. It's more affordable for them to not have a car payment. They don't have to pay insurance, stuff like that. So we started kind of looking at the price points, and I posted down in your little comment section just some information on other EVs on the market. And what I noticed is that Tesla is the only one bringing their prices down to an affordable rate so that like the everyday average person can actually afford to be in an EV. You don't see that across the board with other brands. They're trying to capitalize on this, and Tesla is not. So I think that Elon is doing an amazing job by allowing that price to come down a little bit, so that way that more people can get an opportunity to be in them. Here we have a hotelier. I'm sorry, Yaman, I'll shut up.
That's all right. Thank you. Adrian.
Yeah, so Motorhead, there's a little problem with this. With sale, I like the fact that you focus on sales quite a lot, without also acknowledging the obvious economical struggles in which we are currently, in. But there's another thing I think you tend to ignore, which is how many of your cars that you think are such amazing examples are actually bulletproof? That's one thing. And say if you want to specifically look at something such as the Cybertruck, I don't think you truly understand the impact that this thing will have. Like, this is a mass-produced supercar. It's a truck that drives like a sports car that is bulletproof and seems to have gained favor amongst, say, celebrities, which I think also contributes to adoption quite heavily if we want to look at something such as, say, Bugatti or, say, a Lamborghini. In this case, you have fan base amongst these people who may even be, who may even have the liquidity to afford such a vehicle. Look at Andrew Tate, for instance, likes to stick with the ICE cars, which is hilarious in and of itself, because, but why do you ignore these things? Why do you ignore, say, a Cybertruck from even the optics perspective being so impactful, and from a safety perspective, say, being bulletproof, and from a utility perspective, being a truck that's like a sports car?
Personally, I could care less whether the Cybertruck is bulletproof or not. That's not why I buy trucks or cars. But just keep in mind, I don't know. You might be right. The Cybertruck could be like a runaway smash hit once they get enough battery cells to produce it at full tilt. But let me tell you this: it's only going to be on sale in North America. It cannot be on sale in Europe or China, maybe Australia, the Middle East. This is not a high volume car. And I just would not put my hopes on Cybertruck saving, profitability at Tesla.
Adrian?
I don't think there's necessarily any profitability to be saved. We just have a bad time in the market, which even besides that fact, Tesla is still at a very bullish point. I think a lot of the times if we look at, so if in doubt, zoom out, we're looking at the chart right now and we think, oh, this is how things are going to be. Well, yeah, this is how things are now, but it's not going to be like this in the next 5 years. I like to look at things in, say, a 5-year interval period. And if you look at, say, 5 years ago, Tesla was, of course, lower and we are much higher now. So if you're going to look at 5 years in the future, it would stand to reason that we'd again be at a higher point. Now, if you want to look at, say, something like a Cybertruck, I don't think you necessarily need to worry about sales or profitability when one of those things sells at about, say, almost $100,000 a piece, or like, say, $80,000 on average if you want to round out all sales to, say, between the highest price and the lowest.
Yeah, but what's the profitability on that? I would doubt it's very much at all. I would doubt that it would come even close to Model Y's profitability.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that you're using stainless steel, it takes more labor cost because you need more hands on deck to put the steel stuff on there.
That factory is mostly automated, right? And that their specific style of manufacturing is completely unique. It hasn't been done like this, ever.
Come on. Don't, Tesla's just another car maker.
Tesla is not just another car maker. And I mean, if it was, then it's actually quite interesting because then it would be more successful than practically any other car maker in history because they would produce products that virtually nobody actually asked for and have stemmed themselves against an industry that's very well established, say the car industry, and has, I think, achieved more within its own existence than, say, car companies have, achieved in, say, hundreds of years. They're more revolutionary. Their rate of innovation is a lot higher and faster and better, and it keeps going this way. They've created an entirely new manufacturing line just to build the Cybertruck in a rate that is absolutely mind-blowing.
And the Cybertruck will only sell in the US and a little bit in Canada. So what's the big deal?
For now. Once it hits scale.
It's not street legal to sell a car like that in Europe or in China. I'm sorry.
Oh.
The Ford F-150 was the #1 selling vehicle in the United States. They sold 750,000 a year at one point. That's what they're going after for the first bit. Yeah, you're right. It'll have to be modified to get into China or Europe, but that's a different market that's going to be is much more attracted to a smaller vehicle, particularly Europe. When you travel Europe, you see why. The roads are very narrow, very small, very tight parking spaces. Cars like Smart Car are very popular in Europe. Cycles, motorcycles and scooters are way more popular in Europe than they are here in America. So it's a different market. Go after the market with a different product.
Yeah, no, look, if the Cybertruck takes a big chunk of the US truck market, that could be huge. It's not going to be as profitable as having the Model Y, selling globally as #1 car in the brand in the world. But that would be positive. I hate talking about looks because beauty's always in the eyes of the beholder.
A very polarizing vehicle. Yes.
Yeah, it's a polarizing vehicle. Exactly.
You know why in 2018 Model 3 almost bankrupted Tesla? Why they couldn't make enough cars back then?
Yeah, because the production ramp up was going slowly.
And what was the gating factor in the Fremont factory that kept that from happening?
I think it was battery cells, and I think it was also production glitches.
It was paint shop. This is why Elon wanted a car or a vehicle without a paint shop, because the paint shop was the real problem. And it caused a lot of early quality problems with Teslas. People complained about the paint on their 2018 vehicles, that it wasn't even, that was blotchy and it wasn't thick. So those problems have been fixed, but it still is a gating factor. Even today at the Fremont factory, it's keeping them from taking out a certain higher volume of vehicles.
Right, but even the Cybertruck has paint, right?
It has no paint. I don't know where you got. It might have a primer on the casting machines, but
No.
it's not a paint shop where you have to paint the exterior of the vehicle.
Okay, all right, but let's not say it's paintless, okay? And also the other thing is can you actually? I mean, I'd like to see this, and if anybody has contacts at Tesla within this group, this would be the number one question to ask them: is using stainless steel really cheaper than pulling out the paint shop for that production line?
That's an interesting question. Yes.
Adrian, then Wave, then Ahmed.
Wait, do you seriously think there is no paint? Sorry, so you seriously think that there is paint on the Cybertruck?
No, not on the outside. I think there has to be on the inside.
No, there actually doesn't. It's all aluminum castings underneath. Why would it need paint? It doesn't corrode.
There are people
aluminum
being hired
does
for the
not corrode. Why do you need paint? It does not need paint.
There are paint people on the Cybertruck production line.
I believe that there is a coating of something underneath the steel, but yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, Wave and Ahmed.
Great space, Yaman, and it's useful to have both sides and not just an echo chamber. I'd take it in reverse order. On the paint, I've had 30 years of experience in California. It has the toughest AQMD laws, and it is definitely what Robert said. It's very difficult and challenging for the Fremont factory. As far as the Cybertruck, my view of it, it's not necessarily from a truck perspective. It's a platform. It's a brand new platform, similar to when Model 3 came out. Similar even with the Model S. We will see a lot of variant will come out of that platform and will go into other areas. So the low volume, I don't look at it strictly from a truck perspective, even if it doesn't hit the F-150 change. And on the styling, I have to agree with you 100%. It's a car purchase is an emotional decision, and people want to have something different, be a purple snowflake, and not everyone in the neighborhood wants the same looking car. So it is important to do some improvement, or not improvement, but styling to hit the emotional signals that people are looking for, especially as we get deeper into people that don't necessarily understand or make decisions based on TCO, total cost of ownership, and those type of things. They're just going strictly by what the price and what the payment will be. Thanks.
Ahmed and Meta.
Thanks for having me up here, man. I actually, I mean, I'm getting a lot better information from everyone else than me talking. So I have more of a question than anything for Adrian, Robert, and Motorhead. If you guys could steelman the conversation and Robert, Adrian go with the negatives of Tesla or what you see the negatives are, and Motorhead, you go with the positives. Would love to hear that conversation.
Okay, let's get Meta's point first, and then we can maybe do that. Meta?
Have you guys discussed the unboxed process? If Motorhead has looked at how you think about the innovation that's happening there, especially like 48 volts already being resolved with the double Ethernet loop in Cybertruck?
I think it's incredible if it works, and that's the big question. Can they actually get this unboxed production system working? And this is the big challenge for the Model 2 or the $25,000 EV. Is can they actually get both the model and the actual production systems up and running in time? Like I said, you should expect Model Y, Model 3 sales to fall from here until they get the Model 2 up and running, or until they fully refurbish the Model 3 and the Model Y, if they even have plans to do that. But I think if the Model 2 can be sold at $25,000 and has a 50% cut in production costs, that's no easy feat, by the way. It could really save the company.
All right, this space has been going on for 5.5 hours. We're about to get to 6 hours. I'm gonna cut it off no matter what at 6 hours, at the 6th hour. So we have 29 minutes. Okay, get it all out in 29 minutes.
Even if Elon shows up?
Okay. All right, Robert, go ahead.
So to take the negative, I'll be a bear for the next couple minutes. Start with Elon's politics. His politics are degrading to many of potential fans. My stepmother is one of them. She will never, ever consider a product from Elon because of his politics. And that is a problem for the Tesla investor to consider. Number two, Elon could die. There has always been the problem of having Elon as the central figure in this company. That is a risk for investors to consider if they're going to buy tonight and become a long-term investor. Now, it was a worse problem back in 2018. Now I believe the company would survive and do quite well, even if Elon was completely out of the picture. That was not true in 2018. Number three, FSD is still like like we've discussed for the last 6 hours, a thing in progress. It is not done. It makes mistakes. It's not perfect. It's not pleasing to everybody yet. It still drives too slowly in some places. It still makes lane changes that are inappropriate. It makes mistakes. It's some people have reported it hits curbs and stuff like that. It is not perfect. It's not done. So if you're counting on today that it is done, it's not. I do believe we're gonna. Well, I'll keep there, right? Product quality in the past has been spotty, right? You've seen panel gaps. You've seen other problems show up in the product quality, and that has hurt the brand as well. We could argue whether they fixed those problems or not, but I'll keep the bear point of view. Any other bear point of view that I've missed?
That's a good list. Yeah.
Here's another one.
Leave some for others.
BYD has a car that is less than $10,000 and is a quite capable car. This is a vehicle that the entire American auto industry, not just Tesla, should worry about a lot because it's coming after them from the low end. And it's a quite good car. And for $10,000, a lot of people are going to be very attracted to that because that many people can't afford a $40,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 vehicle like the Cybertruck. So that's enough air for a minute. Thanks, Yaman, for a great show. I've got to jump in a couple minutes.
All right, thank you. Who wants to go next on their bear list? Machine.
Well, I just wanted to say it was great having Motorhead up here to give some feedback and for more informative feedback from the bear side. In fact, the name Motorhead, your mom, reminds me of what I did to your mom last night.
What the fuck?
I was wondering why you kind of held off with thousands of people in the room before, but there you go. Adrian?
Honestly, Scoble kind of like took the words right out of my mouth. He made like all the points that I think he could make. So yeah, I really got nothing. It's a good list. It's a really good list. I think that basically the most contentious issue is, of course, the politics side of things. But I really feel like this is more of like an issue from the customer perspective than it's just about the CEO. Like we need to be more objective in our decision making. I think that is the hugest. That's actually the biggest problem. Is that we just kind of function more off of sentiment than we do off of actual facts. But that's nothing to. I don't think that's anything really to do with Tesla. Like people's behavior is just the way it is. But yeah, man, I got nothing beyond that.
Thank you. All right, Ahmed.
Yeah, so I actually just recently got my first Model Y about 4 days ago, actually. I've been a long-term investor in Tesla. I just didn't have a reason to get a electric car because I was never paying for gas and work was, and that's not the case anymore. So I got an electric car. The experience at Tesla was actually not the best. The product is phenomenal. It is definitely the best car that I've ever driven. And price wise, it was great. The experience of actually going through and buying the car wasn't the greatest. I think they could definitely do some improvements on that end. And they're also not really doing a great job of letting people know how affordable their cars actually are. I mean, the deal that I got on a Model Y was ridiculous. I mean, the sticker price was 55. By the time I walked out with taxes and fees, I paid 41, which is quite cheap, right? You could lease a Model Y now for 450. You could lease a Model 3 for about 350 with zero down. I don't think they actually do a good job of letting the majority of people know. Like, unless you're on the X platform or within the club of EVs and learning about all this stuff, you'd never know, and you'd never walk into a warehouse or go on their website to even see that. So I think they could definitely do a better job of getting the word out there. Yeah, I guess that's enough contributing for now.
Hey, Omar.
I don't have anything.
Okay, Motherhead, would you like to offer some views on the plus side, on the positive side? Say something nice about Tesla or Elon.
I think he's one of the, like Gordon said a little while back, Elon is one of the best marketers in the world. If I wanted to have the top salesman on my team, he would be the man. And I think it's going to be very important. I know you guys are all going to laugh at me, but I do think that Tesla needs to finance very badly. And to have a guy like Musk, leading that effort is going to be very effective for the company. Depending on how much they can finance, I think they need about, I think they need to do at least 15% of their market cap. It's going to make a difference of whether they can actually survive until the Model 2 is out or not. And that's where Musk is like the key man to have on board.
Did you say they need to raise $75 billion?
Yeah, 15-20% financing is what they need.
Okay. What are we doing with that money? Buying GM?
Just to have to be able to burn cash while everybody waits for the Model 2.
I mean, we have more than $20 billion of cash on the balance sheet. Positive free cash flow. I don't know about Q1, but well positioned. I think the other automakers are in a much worse position in terms of their financial statements than Tesla. Not even the same league. I mean, Tesla has one of the best balance sheets in the world right now. Not even just in the industry, but in the world.
You're right. They do. Actually, Mercedes-Benz is slightly better. But let me ask you this question: Why does Tesla have a lower credit rating than Mercedes? Why does Tesla have a lower credit rating than Toyota?
I actually looked into that deeply a couple of years ago, okay. and the reason is because, like, I was asking the same question: why doesn't Tesla have these higher credit ratings? Like, even though the bond market itself is giving Tesla, was rating Tesla as a investment grade company, the S&P global ratings and Moody's, etc., weren't. And the reason, so I talked to some, people in the bond market, portfolio managers, etc., who are managing tens of billions of dollars. And the answer I got was, bond market credit rating agencies look at multiple years of history. So in 2020, Tesla had just turned profitable without the Z credits. And the credit rating agency wanted, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years of profitability, consistency in the results. And we just didn't have it at the time. But the forward-looking bond investors were already rating Tesla as an investment-grade company. So I think that's that's a simple answer.
I've actually looked into it all of last week, and I think the big difference between Tesla, which has a net cash to equity ratio of 41%, which is slightly lower than Mercedes-Benz's 48%. It's a huge amount.
What the hell is a net cash to equity ratio? There's no such. You're just making up ratios.
That's what people.
Tesla has zero debt.
I know. Net cash.
$20+ billion of cash.
Yes, and as a percentage
All
of
right,
equity,
has the lowest days of supply in the industry, best inventory management, supply chain management, arguably better than Apple back in COVID.
and they have negative working
Don't
capital.
make up.
That's why.
Don't
That's what.
make up. Don't make up ratios. What did you
Uh,
say? What was the ratio you just made up? Cash to equity?
net cash to equity. Net cash as a percentage of equity.
I've never heard of that ratio before, ever in my life.
Okay, it's pretty normal in the auto industry.
I
And
think so.
I think the reason why the
All right.
rating is lower at Tesla, despite having so much net cash, is because their working capital is negative. That's the only reason I can find.
No, I think we just need a few more years. Hold on a second. Ahmed, then Wave. Wave.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. It was great to learn a new measuring system, the net cash to equity. As far as I have a parallel with Apple and Tesla. I've seen both of them in my lifetime. And what Apple did when they stalled out, and I specifically remember this because I had to be the tech support for most of my family members and some of my clients with Apple hardware. And what they did is when they had this gap in people that made the switch or change or the stickiness to stay in the ecosystem, they introduced a Genius Bar. And it was a genius move. It took years, a lot of cost, but what it did, I think this is something that Tesla can really um, consider doing, and hopefully there may be already in the plans in place to do that and roll it out, because what they're doing with the FSD onboarding, introduction and onboarding and education is sort of like a Genius Bar. It's the first steps of that, and just wanted to bring that
Okay,
up,
thank
and
you.
I hope it accelerates.
Motherhead, you said working capital negative. How'd you get to that?
Just taking receivables and inventory and subtracting payables.
What happened to our cash? Why'd you burn the cash? Cash is part of working capital.
I like to look at net working capital.
There's no such thing. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as there's no more working capital than cash on balance sheet. You're just making up stuff. How much did you pay Wave to say, thanks for teaching me a new ratio?
2 coffees.
That's ridiculous. Matthew?
Sure. I would just say, I do think his point is that working capital is going down and that they may have even had a cash burn this quarter. But I had 2 points I wanted to make. It was just, sorry. One was just going back to buying a new car. I bought my first ever new car last week. It's a Toyota Sienna. We considered the Pacifica because it's a plug-in hybrid versus just pure hybrid. But yeah, Tesla just does not have a car that we could possibly buy with 3 kids and just the configuration and layout. The other point I wanted to make was around the politics. I don't think that Elon's politics are as dangerous as people may perceive them to be. I think the bigger danger is Elon being so closely tied to the company. People just hate billionaires. I mean, it's just out there. People hate Zuckerberg. People hate Rupert Murdoch. A lot of people hate George Soros. I think it's just dangerous overall long term for his personal brand to be so closely tied to the company, because anything he does that pisses someone off, and look at J.K. Rowling. I mean, it's amazing how many people she's pissing off with, potentially reasonable views. and so I think that as the company goes forward, they just have to do a better job on that.
Omar, would you like to respond to that?
Sorry, what did he say again? I kind of spaced out a little bit, but I was listening.
He said, yeah, that's fine. He said, it is a danger to Tesla that Elon's personal brand is associated with the company as the company moves on to mass market. And he said, and the premise was, people just hate billionaires?
Well, we're on this website owned by a billionaire using phones from, you know, and services from tons of billionaires. So somehow people keep using these services. I think, these people who focus on Elon, I mean, this is one of the most popular and influential people in the world, first of all. But really, this is a story that's ultimately going to come down to what are the cash flows in this company's future? Does the company produce strong cash flows or does it not? And I think when you just look at batteries, the global economy's need for batteries, it's intense. For these new software defined vehicles that are running cutting edge AI, this is really a story that, Elon Musk is sort of a small footnote to it. There are much bigger trends happening here when you look at things like AI robots, clean energy, and electric vehicles than one guy. If he's successful, and I think he will be, Tesla will continue to grow long after his death or he goes to Mars or whatever, just like Apple and other companies that I think have had CEOs transition out. Even in cases like with Apple, where it was kind of unimaginable what that company would look like without them.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting points. Matthew, I agree with Omar that I think even though, people may hate billionaires, they still use their iPhone. Tim Cook is a billionaire. They still use Amazon. Jeff Bezos is a billionaire. And they're going to ride on the Robotaxi network because it's going to be the safest, fastest, most convenient, most entertaining, cheapest option out there. And maybe they'll hate, I don't know, maybe they will continue to hate Elon at some point. I mean, there's like 8 billion people in the world, but I don't think Elon's concerned about that, and I don't think it's going to be consequential to the future of Tesla as a company or its valuation, as Omar said. Adam, then Ahmed.
Hey, thanks, Herman. Great space. Really enjoying this a lot today. Just a couple quick things, kind of half political and half marketing. A couple takes, I would say. Also, 1 week old Cybertruck owner here and absolutely loving it. Phenomenal product. Couldn't be more happy with it. So, kind of on the political side, I was just gonna say I'm a father of 5, and just kind of more the humanist, expanding the future and humanity end of things. Tesla is what my kids want to drive. So, looking at this short term kind of slump, if you want to call it that, in sales, if you take a look back in history at Apple's playbook, they were making Apple computers affordable in schools and getting them in front of kids. And, I use both Windows and Mac products. They're both fine and they're both great in their own regards. But, there's a lot of people using Mac today because it's what was exciting and fun and what kids got their hands on. So I think that's something you're seeing with Tesla now. My kids want to drive Teslas when they're able to drive. And I'm telling them, hey, you may not always have to drive one, you'll just hail one. And they're like, that's cool too. But they're like, I also want to drive. It's fun to drive. And I'm like, well, drive a Tesla. It's one of the safest cars. And then that's kind of my political take is it's like you have people avoiding buying or owning or using a Tesla product because they have some sort of disdain for a political standpoint. It's like you're actually less safe because of a political outlook because it's such a safe vehicle and getting safer all the time. So those are just kind of my 2 points. And yeah, just enjoying being here with y'all.
Thanks, Adam. Ahmed, we have 9 minutes to a hard stop. 9 minutes. Ahmed, go ahead.
Yeah, so just comments on the whole political side of things and how he speaks his mind. I think that the pendulum swings on how people look at other people depending on the news cycle that's happening and what's happening broadly. So, like as traditional media dies, the perception of him will change, and as his ideas or his contributions as a person to the world are fulfilled or come to fruition, like perception of who he is as a person will change. That's just my belief. And then he just really does make phenomenal fucking products, right? His products are really good, and uh, uh, even I'm blanking out on his name. Steve Jobs was polarizing at some point, right? But his products speak at the end, and what he created is what lasts.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Kristen, any other thoughts? Or ex-Phoenix?
No, I think it's been a great room. It's interesting to see what everyone thinks, and it's nice to see bulls and bears actually discussing it, even though I do see some discrepancies that are not truths in some of the stuff, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it's been a really great, informative, good debates. I don't think we ever had this many bears on the speaker board before, and it's been a good conversation. Ex-Phoenix?
I did have just one more thing I just wanted to add. It's just like I hear like a lot of people who get dissuaded by people's political opinions, and I think that's so sad and so short-sighted, because that's gonna just slow down growth in general for society. So the only thing I would like leave you guys, if you were to own the number of companies like Elon does, wouldn't you think that the collaborative effort, the amount of information, data, knowledge that he possesses with that, he might have more information than we do, and like trusting his gut in this case might be prudent. I don't know if I offended somebody, but I just think it would be kind of prudent to trust somebody who's actually in it than trying to have conjecture of information that you don't know about.
Thank you. Sorry about the interruption. I moved the person down to listener. Wave, go ahead.
On the collaborative effort, I think that was one of the main reasons I even were just building more conviction, is when Elon actually said that the energy business would be bigger than the car business. That was before Optimus. And then after Optimus project started, then he switched to Optimus would be the biggest. And I believe the energy, I'm still waiting for that to happen. And I know that it will, because it's dealing with one of the most critical infrastructure issues. So I don't know if you guys talked about that, but maybe we can spend a minute on that as well.
Matthew.
I did just want to respond to the politics thing. I personally, I don't think that Elon's political views would be so upsetting if they weren't so incendiary and intentionally so. I mean, I remember what he said about African American pilots and how standards were being lowered on the Don Lemon interview. I mean, I got my pilot's license when I was 17 and have gotten all the way up to multi-engine commercial, and it's just like that's just a completely uninformed and incendiary thing to say. And so I do think that while Elon can totally have his political views and totally say, hey, there's a problem at the border and there's, transgender, the rising transgender people should be studied, especially teenagers, like completely legitimate viewpoints. I think it's how he says it that is so incendiary, not necessarily what the underlying viewpoint is.
Okay. I mean, like, even if you assume that he's kind of saying it in an incendiary way, etc., like, you're not going to please everybody. Like I said, there are more than 8 billion people in the world. Like, what do you want him to do? Just not talk about these topics? What do you want him to do? Just like water down every single.
I liked Elon when he was focused on the mission. Go to Mars, save the Earth. Like, I liked Elon when he was solely committed and the megaphone for those particular things, or even now.
But so the same Elon. It's just, by the way, it is the same person. Okay, like sometimes people say like, I like that Elon. It's the same person. All right. First of all, secondly, Now that person has decided that this has more priority. Free speech has more priority. And maybe he believes that what he's tweeting or his pursuit of X, his efforts around saving free speech doesn't slow down the other missions to the extent that maybe you believe it does.
Completely. He can be a beacon for free speech without being a jerk about it. And I think that like the challenge I have with Elon, especially recently, it's just him being a jerk about it. He doesn't have to get up there and tell Disney, Disney, a beloved American company, to go fuck themselves.
Matthew, you're not.
No, they
you're not,
needed to hear that.
Matthew, you're not like, I don't think anyone really talks about politics without pissing somebody off. Like, I'm sure there's somebody, pick any person in politics, somebody in the world believes that person is a jerk. Okay, Adrian?
Yeah, so I mean, if we're going to talk about a person's politics, I think everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and I think we should make decisions based entirely off of merit as opposed to someone else's opinions of something. So with Elon, he's often voiced this quite heavily, and it's kind of funny because, obviously there's this vocal resemblance with me, which I think makes me uniquely qualified to understand what kind of hate comes his way. People legitimately will burn the achievements of another, especially the progress towards, I think, bettering humanity, just because they don't agree with a dude based on his political views. In practice, what he's manufacturing is products that greatly benefit all of us if we were to use them. His opinions don't shape the way he makes those products. He makes those products for literally anyone. It doesn't matter what political viewpoint you have, the car is still going to get you safely from point A to point B, the same way that it would actually take anyone safely from point A to point B. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are, or what exactly you believe in. It simply does not matter. So I think if we're going to say that this is something that he shouldn't do, what is he supposed to do? Is he not supposed to call out the fact that he has been targeted and that he's not getting paid for essentially working his ass off? Is he not supposed to talk about that? Really? He got his pay package fucked over by a person with 9 Tesla shares. And then the law firm that did exactly this had the gall to ask for Tesla shares to be compensated. Now tell me, if you were in that position, would you say something? Would you tell people to go fuck themselves? Bro's literally under multiple vectors of attack at the same time. It's honestly fascinating that he's still alive.
Right. Ahmed, Kristen, then Omar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with, I want to say 30-40% of the things that he says, but that doesn't make me hate the person. I have no idea who he is to call him a jerk. Right? I have snippets of what he's achieved, and it's quite phenomenal. And to some respect, he kind of earned his ability to say what he wants, and kind of the only billionaire that I know that actually uses money in the way that fuck you money is meant to be used. So even if I don't agree with him, I do respect the shit out of him.
Great. Kristen, then Omar.
Yeah, I was just gonna point out that there's a whole lot more going on than just politics too. I mean, Elon literally is like head to head with these people. These people are attacking him. It's not like he's just like, I just hate the Biden administration. They're literally like trying to push him out. They're doing things like suing SpaceX, which is not even really legal what they're doing, the Department of Justice. They're doing a bunch of funky things. It kind of adds up. And Disney itself, they've come after him in the back. And he does have the moment and he says it out loud, but you know what? He lets them know that he's not afraid and he's not going to say something back when they play these blackmailing manipulative games. So I mean, Disney, yeah, historically we love all the little lovely fun things about it, but there's a whole lot more going on. That's the whole point than just these shows that we love. So I think it's fine if he wants to say what he wants.
All right. We are at our hard stop. Omar has the final word, and then we're going to end the space. Sorry to everyone who didn't get a chance to speak. There's always tomorrow, 2:00 Central Time. This space is open and free for everyone because of patrons. If you'd like to support the space, the link is at the top of your screens. We'll be back tomorrow. Omar, you have the final word.
Look, you can call him a jerk if you want, but the fact is that jerk is selling more EVs than anybody else on Earth. And there's a reason for that. They're really great products and they're better. I mean, if you don't want to buy from a jerk, you can go buy a Rivian or you can buy a Chevy Bolt or you can go buy a Volkswagen. There's never been more options. But here in the US market, people are buying more Teslas than everything else combined. There just is no other self-driving car I can buy. So I think, yeah, there's always going to be reasons people have for not buying something, but I think this is greatly exaggerated. Sales have been growing for 4 quarters since he bought X. And now that we're seeing a decline year over year, people are bringing this up and saying, okay, it's because of his politics. But I think this is a little bit overblown. The products are really what people are buying. They're not buying Elon Musk. They're buying a product that makes their life better. And I think that's going to continue to be the case.
Perfect. I highly recommend people go back and listen to the space. You can listen to 2x speed on your desktop on X, or you can go to the YouTube channel as well and watch it 2x speed there as well and skip around and everything. Thank you very much, everybody. And we'll be back tomorrow. Take care. Enjoy your nights.